Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Hey, happy Thursday, everybody. I'm sorry, I'm distracted. I'm looking up at the TV screen in the studio, and there's old Mick Cronin from UCLA on Best Video of the Day on SportsCenter right now. So crusty old Mick Cronin said something.
Oh, boy.
That I got to go find during the break. He's
for
good audio.
Potential pettycast.
Yeah,
yes.
big time pettycast. So I got to write that down right now. I'm just putting Cronin on this piece of. I got a piece of paper next to me during the show, so I give myself notes so I don't forget. So
it's going to be that time of year. It's
Yeah.
Going to be the NCAA basketball and NCAA baseball coaches who are at their pettiest, angriest, most sound-bitiest.
Yes.
And it's going to be fun.
How are you doing
You and
this
I,
morning?
it's going to be a good show because you and I know it's going to be a good show because you and I are discussing what's the best way to present our white-on-white racism topic, where we confess all of the racist tendencies we have towards other groups of white people,
Caucasians, yeah.
whether they be Irish or Eastern European.
Thank Nick Wright for the tape that he had yesterday on the All-Star. Play that next segment.
The Boston whites, a
Yep.
particularly loathsome race.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, yes. If you're in a drinking contest, you want them on your side, though, I would say. You know?
Yeah.
So, yeah, all the stereotypes will come
You want
out.
to beat up an old dude who's a food vendor or something, Marky Mark style. Then you want the Boston.
You want a
whites
Boston white
on
on your side. Absolutely. How you feeling this morning, my friend? You doing good?
I feel good. I feel better than Josh Hader. I feel better than Yainer Diaz. I do because I have no either soreness in my shoulder nor my ankle, but both of those guys do.
Yeah.
And but I'm more worried about you and how closely you're going to be watching Imai potentially being a reliever for Japan in the World Baseball.
Oh, yeah. I saw that yesterday.
The Astros have managed to they've managed to find enough glitches in the insurability of some of their players that they don't have a bunch of guys playing in the WC.
Yep.
Imai he's not officially going, but there's a chance that Japan might use him. But if they do use him, they'll use him as a reliever.
Yeah, he's like on the equivalent of like the practice squad for Japan, where he's in like a pool of guys that might play for them, but he might not play for them. Yeah, I'm unabashed in my feelings about my players on the team I like, the Astros, playing in the World Baseball Classic. I don't want any of them there. I don't like that Jeremy Pena's going. I don't know. Is Yainer going to the World Baseball Classic? I know he got hurt playing winter ball. We found that out yesterday.
Sean, if I had remembered anything of the article I had just read about who is going to the World Baseball Classic.
Pena's the big one. Pena's the big one because he ended the season last year with the oblique injury that came kind of out of nowhere. The other injury where he missed time last year, you can't help that. He got beamed in the ribs and broke a rib. So that's not one where I'm like, well, I can't have this guy playing in the World Baseball Classic. Carlos Correa and Jose Altuve cannot be playing in it, and they won't be playing in it. And I don't blame the insurance companies for not wanting to insure them. Yeah. So there's that. Yeah. Why'd you have to bring this up at 6:02, the World Baseball Classic on me today?
You might have said last month he intended to skip this year's World Baseball
That's what
Classic.
I thought, and then I see this thing yesterday.
He was among the reserve pitchers submitted by Team Japan this week. However, as potential late-round additions to its pitching staff in next month's tournament. I messed up. So, yeah, he can be in the designated pool.
Yeah, he's in that pool. He's in the pool. But you alluded to it.
Yeah, okay, so 0 pitchers from the Astros organization on official WC rosters. Yeah. Jeremy Pena, Zach DeZenzo, and Shea Whitcomb are the only Astros players.
Yeah, DeZenzo's playing for Italy, I think.
Yeah.
That I kind of like.
You do?
Yeah.
No, well, when we get under white-on-white racism, Italy doesn't fare well, all right?
Yeah.
So just buckle up,
okay.
All right?
I
got a word or two for you Italians out there.
Okay. All right. You alluded to it, and people are probably like, you guys are going to talk? We'll talk about the Rockets. Don't worry. That was horrible last night. They lost to the Clippers. They were up by 15 in the second half. The turnovers this team commit. We'll get to them at 6:20. But yeah, Astros news yesterday. Boy, as it turns out, Josh Hader wasn't throwing for like 10 or 11 days. Come to find out.
Yeah, it turns out there was a setback due to soreness.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh, just.
And it's not. Hader himself gave an update yesterday, which we'll play here in a couple of seconds. But if you missed the news yesterday, the Astros started off pitchers and catchers with news on an injury to both a pitcher and a catcher. The Yainer news, I'm not as concerned about. It sounds like he's doing fine. We'll get to that in a second. The Hader one is the big one because he's a big. If this team's going to get back to the postseason, Josh Hader as the closer is going to have to be a big part of that. And the news yesterday was that he suffered a setback after his 4th bullpen session of the offseason. He suffered some inflammation in his biceps, and they had to shut him down. So he hadn't thrown for about 10 or 11 days. He did throw yesterday, and he met with the media after the Astros' first pitchers and catchers session yesterday, and he was asked, what happened? What happened with the injury? What happened with the biceps?
I was going into my 4th bullpen, and for me, when I was throwing catch play, I just threw a changeup. Kind of grabbed on me, so then kept going on, and then the next day felt it again on a changeup. So following that, tried to do it without throwing the changeup, and then the more intense I got, felt it again. So the bicep kind of got inflamed, so then I took about 10 days off and started just letting that heal a little bit, and now we're here today, and today was the first day of catch play. It was pretty good. So like I said, a little setback, but nothing too concerning for me, and so just building back up now and just get ready for the season.
Okay, we got another Hader
speech I've ever heard in my entire life. I am amped up and ready to go.
We got another Hader cut we're going to play here. You know, let's get them both out of the way here because I've got a take on this.
Wait, are you that eager to fall asleep, Sean? Is it this early in the morning?
Here's Josh Hader being asked, does he have a time frame to come back from this setback?
No, right now I'm just taking it week by week and just seeing how I'm progressing with that. For me, it's more of just like seeing how my body responds on everything, because if I start setting the table, I don't want to get to the point where I'm going to be rushing and then something long-term happens, which I don't think it will, but sometimes you got to be cautious with that. But for right now, it's just building back up to where we need to be.
Okay, real quick, credit Josh Hader for not applying a percentage to where he is right now.
Right.
Like Dana Brown.
Dana Brown.
Dana Brown used to do that. He's 62% back, and
once he gets to 65%, we'll be good to go.
So credit Hader for that. But I listening to the first cut, Seth, aside from the monotone nature of it, I don't believe anything anybody says about Astro injuries, and even the guy who has the injury right now. Like there was so much sunshine and rainbows with these injuries at times last year, and then there's another setback. Right. And then there's another setback.
Last year is being generous. This is how it's been for multiple years now.
Right.
Soreness basically means Tommy John surgery.
Yeah, so I just like that it's a biceps inflammation, and now he's throwing on flat ground again. It's all the Peanuts teacher to me. It's all wah. No,
I'll give you more than that, though, too, Sean. Because just yesterday or the day before, I was saying, you know what? I'm getting into this potential rotation they've got going on here. But now here we are again with, Josh Hader dealing with a setback and soreness. And
First day.
What?
First day of pitchers and catchers.
Then you also have, no Fromber, but, what are you really going to miss with Fromber if you set aside all of your upset feelings about Fromber and everything? Man, he's an innings eater. Don't worry. They did bring in Imai, who needs 6 days rest.
Yeah.
We got to be sure you give him 6 days rest. And also, by the way, he might be pitching in the World Baseball Classic.
Right. And when I say first day, obviously Hader suffered the injury before they got to he's back on the uptick from the setback that he had, but that we're getting Josh Hader news. I saw that yesterday because Espada and Dana Brown met with the media right about the time you and I were closing things down yesterday on our show. And I'm seeing this as I'm getting I'm seeing the Hader news as I'm getting in the elevator, and just reading the transcripts got me. I'm like, it was almost like reading it like, oh yeah, by the way, Josh Hader hasn't been throwing for 2 weeks.
It is. I don't know. Usually most sports fans always feel like, oh, this only happens in our city, et cetera, et cetera. I do feel like our city, specifically when it comes to the Astros, has a certain relationship with the word soreness.
Discomfort is the other one they like to use.
Discomfort, yeah, maybe discomfort is the one.
That's what they use.
I do feel there is something unique about that. That we've just had so many instances where some really, really bad news started off with a prelude of, soreness. And then 3 days later you found out, the guy actually got murdered by a steamroller 3 days ago.
Yeah.
But we classified it as soreness because we weren't quite sure whether he was going to come back from it or not. As he lay dead underneath a steamroller.
Yeah. I don't like this at all. I don't, and I know it's a different injury. It's the biceps. It's not the shoulder that he hurt. He made that clear that it's he had a shoulder capsule issue last year.
To be clear, steamroller operators kill people, not steamrollers.
Right.
But the outcome is the same.
Sure. Yeah. There's a lot of people out there wanting to get steamrollers banned. It's really the people operating them. Yeah. Yainer Diaz hurt his foot sliding in winter ball in the Dominican Republic. Here is Joe Espada with a Yainer Diaz update.
So Yainer Diaz, during winter ball, he slid in second base, and his left foot just kind of got caught underneath, and there was a left foot sprain. He's doing fine. Sorry that I forgot to mention, but I did want to mention that. He is doing all field activities. What we are doing with him is just progressing his running. So the intensity of his running, it's going to pick up here the next few days. But he'll catch Imai today. He's hitting, he's doing everything, but just forgot to mention that in mid-December, when that happened in the DR, he flew to Houston. Doctors looked at him, and there was a small sprain. So we want to make sure that that's why he did not finish his season in the DR, but he's here. He's feeling well.
So he's feeling fine. They're gonna ramp up his running. He's hitting. He's catching. He caught Imai's bullpen yesterday. Blah blah blah. How did we not find out about this? This was in December. Are you surprised? That Yainer Diaz getting sent back from winter ball to get a foot looked at wasn't news?
I guess I'm not 100% surprised. There's no injury report or anything.
No, I'm just surprised that flew under the radar like that.
I guess. I mean, especially when you do have your backup catcher at this point has a total of 36 games played in 3 seasons.
Yeah, I'm just surprised. I mean, literally, he's playing in winter ball, which is organized baseball, and he stops playing in it and flies back to Houston. I'm not throwing shade at the newsbreakers. I'm just surprised that flew under the radar.
I think it's probably just it's underreported and it's not monitored all that closely. I'm just guessing that when guys are playing winter ball, they take breaks off or don't play a full slate for whatever reason all the time.
Yeah, I'm just a little surprised that this is the first we're hearing about it. Is all. I'm not nearly as concerned about that as I am about this Josh Hader biceps inflammation.
But it is an illustration and a reminder that not having Victor Caratini is kind of a big deal. Yeah. Not having Mauricio, it's weird too because you're dealing with a situation now where you've got too many infielders, and yet at the same time, it feels like they cast Mauricio Dubon off into the void like it was no big deal, as you're really dealing with, 3 outfielders that you don't feel awesome about.
Yeah.
You've got some clarity with Jake Myers, but your corner outfielders, who knows exactly what's going to happen?
Yep.
Those two guys on the margins are a bigger deal than most marginal players are.
Yep.
Victor Caratini's switch hitting ability too, and what that provided for a team that hates lefties is another concern.
Yep.
It's day one, and I'm right back to the most frustrated that I can be in the middle of an Astros season.
I know.
And they haven't even gotten started yet. This is not how I typically begin things, Sean.
It's supposed to be a celebration of a return, a rejuvenation. They're going to get back to the postseason this year. And I got Josh Hader news at 10:01 a.m. on my phone about an inflamed bicep. And Yainer's got a foot that got smushed in the Dominican Republic in winter ball.
It's one hell of a way for me to start my birthday off.
Hey, today's your birthday?
Yeah, but don't worry about it. I celebrated yesterday.
You did?
Oh, I gorged. I feasted.
Good man.
It was unannounced, too.
Happy birthday, man.
Brandy, I don't really like celebrating my birthday.
I know.
But I did in quiet yesterday.
Yeah.
Brandy wondered as I was on my third glass of wine and grilled cheese sandwich what was going on. I was like, this is the way I celebrate my birthday.
Hell yeah, grilled cheese and wine.
A day in advance with grilled cheese and wine.
That is classy, yeah.
Nectar of the gods.
That does sound good, actually. I'm hungry right now.
It does. I was like, what's the most comforting comfort
I love
food?
grilled cheese, man.
I'm not all that jazzed about being 51. 50 was cool, no big deal.
Yeah.
But now I'm like, I'm on the other side.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm on the back nine. Unless, I got to hold on for some medical advances. Maybe we'll stretch
to
this
get to
thing out
100?
a little bit.
Yeah.
Our terminal, we've done a good job of keeping people from
We've been on the
dying.
back nine for a few years. I hate to break it to you, but yeah.
Not necessarily. Remember, we talked about this before.
We'll
It's
see.
easy to kind of think, I'm going to live 100 years or so.
Yeah, that's true.
And it's still
That's true.
a large minority.
Why am I
of people who
harshing
actually
you the
live to
day
be
after
100.
your birthday? That's a bad job by me. Yeah.
Shoot.
What? What happened?
Nothing. I got all kinds of microphones.
No, I know you. I didn't want to bring it. I didn't want to call it, to everybody's attention. But you were farting around with that microphone for.
I think this is like maybe a birthday prank somebody played on me. My mic stand has
Randy
like
would be the
7
only one to
loose-
do it, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm flipping out about it.
Okay.
But no, as far as me being miserable on my birthday because of the Astros, I feel like, all right, I'm okay starting off here. Hey, look, Texans started off 0-3.
Yeah.
All kinds of statistical reasons why they would never make the playoffs. The only team that's done it this century was the 2000-whatever Texans.
And what did they do?
Yeah.
Pulled a heroic season out of the fire, out of the
You're trying to
grease.
bring me down. Okay, when we talk to pessimism around the three major Houston sports right now, Houston pro sports.
Yeah.
You're trying to bring me down into the dumps with the Rockets because you pointed out that the teams, only 90% of the teams who have won the championship have gotten to.
Okay, I'm saving. I have it in the next segment.
We'll do that then. We'll explain my Rockets pessimism.
I've got the
coming up
perfect
next.
tease for it, which is if we go by the numbers, the Rockets were virtually eliminated from winning the championship last night.
Yeah,
That's the tease with the loss to the Clippers. So we'll hit that. We'll hit that in the next segment.
There's a lot of so yesterday I did. I was reading a little bit about where we are on trying to extend life indefinitely, and there's quite a few billionaires that are on the case. So
are they? Okay.
I'm just gonna, billionaires who bring us just so much joy and everything in the world these days. They are on the case, and they desperately. Bunch of billionaires desperately want to live forever.
Yeah.
So whatever vast number of resources and Silicon Valley brain power they can put on the task.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take it year by year and hope for a breakthrough.
I don't know if they want to live forever, but if there is technology that can extend life to where guys like you and I are living to 100 or 110 or whatever, there's money to be made off of it.
Right.
Right.
The profit motive by
it's more
far.
of a business proposition than a life-extending thing.
It's really the two greatest motivators in the profit motive and fear of death.
Yes.
Those are greed and fear are powerful motivators.
Powerful. Yes.
And we've got some of the best at both of those.
Got our
things
best men
right
working
now.
on it. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
People with huge egos who desperately want to live forever with vast quantities of cash
Bingo.
and intellectual power are on the case.
That's right. Happy birthday, my friend. Happy birthday to you.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Everybody wish that to happen.
Well, if I get through this day without one more report of soreness from the
kidding.
Astros, then it'll be a happy birthday.
Yeah, the text page right now is mostly people wishing you a happy birthday with little sprinkles of reminders that De Los Santos got shut down yesterday at spring training as well with a right knee injury.
That's right.
Injury.
Yeah,
So there are actually 2 pitchers dealing with stuff right now. All right. Speaking of the Rockets, as Seth mentioned, if the numbers hold up, there's a 90% chance the Rockets were eliminated from winning the title last night. We will explain and we'll dig into last night's horrific loss coming up next.
Hey, you want to make picks and win money on basketball? You can
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast. On a Thursday, good to be with you. We'll get to Nick Wright's idea to fix the All-Star game in just a second. We get a little edgy in the up in this joint here in a few minutes.
Yeah.
But the Rockets lose last night to the Clip 105-102. This was a bad loss. There's no other way to slice it. They had 21 turnovers in this game. They were up by 15 in the second half against the Clippers, a team they'd just beaten the night before. And at the end of the game, the Rockets had a chance to tie the game. There was only 2 seconds left, but they called a timeout. They were inbounding the ball on the Clippers side of midcourt, and they needed a 3, obviously, to tie the game. I don't know what play was called there. I don't know what Ime drew up. Whatever it was, I'm assuming didn't happen, because what happened was just a mess. To me, the most inexcusable thing was Reed Shepard was having a really good night. Reed Shepard had 2 really good games shooting the basketball against the Clippers. If we're looking for things heading into the All-Star break to feel good about, and there's enough to feel good about, but there's enough to feel bad about to where I'm not real confident in this team right now. Reed Shepard was 4 for 6 from 3 2 nights ago. He was 5 for 10 last night, and he's not on the floor on the final play of the game where you need a 3-pointer.
Yeah.
That's just my confidence in Ime Udoka on that side of the basketball, Ime Udoka is awesome at setting the culture, holding guys accountable. The Rockets have generally been a really good defensive team since he got here as well. The offense right now is a mess.
I think, there are a lot of people, Rockets fans, that are getting frustrated with Udoka, where after the games, a lot of times, look, yeah, he holds guys accountable, and yet it feels like at times it's like he's blaming the players without actually, doing anything to create a better offense or to provide the players with more answers and what have you. And a certain amount of pettiness, which usually we applaud, but with the why or when he holds players out, it's everything that you worry about with having a defensive-minded coach. It does not inspire confidence that somehow they're going to get this offense fixed.
No, and I don't, again, I don't know that they've got the floor general to cure these turnover issues. Like the turnovers are bad. It's not just the quantity, Seth. It's the nature of the turnovers that are bad.
No.
These are amateur hour turnovers that they're committing.
Look, you hold Kawhi Leonard. He had 8 points going into the fourth quarter. You should. The Rockets are leading by 6. Right? Wow. You got the Clippers exactly where you want them, but they end up. I mean, you just turned the ball over. How many turnovers last night?
21 turnovers last night.
21 turnovers.
Durant had 8. He had 5 in the first half and 3 in the second half. I have a hard time getting super upset with Kevin Durant just because he's been awesome for them this year by and large.
Yeah,
he's a deserving All-Star. But, I mean, some of the turnovers he commits are very James Harden-like. Just careless, just bad passes, just, dribbling the ball to nowhere. That's bad. The number that I brought up as the tease, 90% of the champions, of the NBA champions in the three-point era, so this goes back to 1979-80 was the first year the NBA had the three-point line. So we're talking nearly half a century here. 90% of the champions reached 40 wins before they reached 20 losses. Mm-hmm. The Rockets sustained their 20th loss last night. So by that rule, there's a 90% chance that our NBA champion is going to come from Oklahoma City, who's locked in. They've won 40 already.
Yeah.
Detroit won their 40th game last night. San Antonio can go 2 for 3 or 2-3 in the next 5 games and still be on track for that metric. And Boston's the only other one. If Boston goes 5-0 in their next 5 games, they'll win their 40th before losing their 20th. I tell you what, the 2 most frustrating ones out of those 4 teams right there, Boston, because they haven't had Jason Tatum all year, and they're still really good. And 2, that San Antonio is now backing up. San Antonio is the New England Patriots of the NBA. Like, I thought we got rid of these bastards after they started winning all these rings. Like,
those last two you mentioned, Boston's been annoying this entire century just by virtue of how many championships they've won in all of their 4 sports.
Yeah.
But it's been really, really good for Boston. But you're right, San Antonio is the New England Patriots, where they took a brief time off, changed over their legendary coach.
Yep.
And it's going to be, hey, Mike, who knows how long it is until the Spurs get back into it. Yeah, There they are.
So Nick Wright was on Bill Simmons' podcast yesterday, and All-Star Game is this weekend. So there will be two things being there were two things on this weekend with the NBA: people enjoying the All-Star Game and the All-Star Weekend, and people critiquing it, telling you why everything sucks about it. There's no doubt that it needs to be fixed, and we know this because the NBA has made multiple attempts to try to fix it over the last handful. They have the thing where they a captain for each team picking sides. Now they're doing something where there's a world team and 2 U.S. teams. Here was Nick Wright's idea to ultimately fix the NBA All-Star Game.
It's fixable in 4 years if your guy Con Knippel continues on this trajectory. And we just have to say, you know what? PC headlines be damned. White guys versus black guys. Luka, Joker, Flag, Reeves, Knippel against Wimby, whomever, and I'm telling you right now, guys would play fucking hard. Like that, there would be a real edge to the game.
It would get a lot of talking points going.
Get a lot of attention. Yeah. And we are getting close to a place where it'd be like, oh, that'd be a good game. Like, there hasn't been a moment in the NBA in the last 50 years where if that ended up just by chance being the game, it would be you could see either team winning.
Okay.
It is the fact that it might actually be a competitive game is notable, and the thing nobody could have predicted 30 or 40 years ago was that, hey, who's going to really help you out on the basketball side of things in the future? Soviet Union,
right?
The former Soviet Union is going to make and it's
makes for strange bedfellows. This new format.
It's Eastern Bloc countries. Yeah. It's going to be a big deal.
Yeah,
just you wait.
Yeah. You and I joked. I remember my idea for the longest time has been to do old guys versus the younger generation.
Right.
I think that would be similarly heated.
I think that you could do that, and it would be way less. There would be a way less, a lot less. Just it flat out could actually happen.
Far fewer think pieces and social media angst.
Immediately, the first thought I had was, man. On the white guys' behalf and why they shouldn't want this is because you end up being the champion for a lot of people that you don't necessarily want to be associated with.
Right.
And I can say this as an athlete who is a white athlete who played in a sport where the white athletes are a minority in the NFL.
Sure.
There was some website that would make repeated efforts to get me interviewed about is basically a white supremacist website.
Oh, wow.
It had kept a running tab of all the white players in the NFL and everything. And you're kind of like, anytime anything good would happen, or that you do anything good,
they'd approach
send an email being like, hey, we'd love to have you on. And I'm like, I don't want this guy. I really don't want this guy talking on my behalf or using me as a prop or anything else like that. So no, I don't. It's a fun and silly idea and everything, and it would be enjoyable. Except the problem is, I feel like 60% of people would be enjoying it for just fun reasons and whatever.
Yeah.
40% it would be a death match. Yeah, I don't know. No, we don't need this. And but if the cap to the fact that it might actually be a more competitive game.
That's the
these
thing.
Days than it
the goal is to try to get guys to try. That's the goal. I think the age thing.
No, but I think a tip of the cap to just the fact that it is it could be more of a competitive game in general.
Yeah. I think Mick Cronin of UCLA.
Not the motivation or whether or not guys play hard or anything.
Yeah.
It's that things have balanced out a little bit.
They have balanced out. Well, look, and this is what has guys like Mick Cronin, UCLA head coach, when he's asked last night after the UCLA game, he was asked, what do you have your assistant coaches looking to go find on the recruiting trail?
Get me the Just find me the biggest, nastiest vodka drinking Eastern European you can. That's what I tell Yogi's meeting with all these agents from all over the world are coming in, I guess. Mm-hmm. Just find some guy that used to like wrestle bears in Lithuania or something. The Big Ten is no joke, bud.
Yeah.
Everybody's big.
Yeah.
Everybody's strong.
Yeah.
I mean, almost. I shouldn't say that.
Yeah.
Okay, so that I like that. Actually, wasn't Pettycast Mick Cronin. That was kind of fun one-liner Mick Cronin right there.
Yeah.
I like that. The reason and all these agents are coming in, he's at UCLA. The All-Star game is in Los Angeles this weekend. So
I thought he said Asians. I was like, oh, where's that all fit in?
Yao Ming.
My brain was kind of primed for we're having a discussion here about this type of stuff.
Where would you, like Yao Ming would have been left out of Nick Wright's format right there? Would
I
he
still
have not?
don't know why. Well, one of my ideas in my big book of my big Google Doc of business ideas is to go start an academy in Eastern Europe somewhere for American football, and I would just take a reasonable 30 or 40% cut of future earnings from the NFL, and get some of these freak tough badass athletes where people still get in fist fights over there and everything,
Not a bad
and
idea.
teach them how to play American football.
Not a bad idea. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Let's get to headlines. We'll touch on the Rockets again. I know some of you just getting into your cars now. We'll retouch on the Rockets. James Harden made his debut in Cleveland, his home debut last night. We'll get to that. Astros news in the non-injury category as well. We'll get to all that in headlines coming up next.
Zadok Jewelers this Valentine's Day. You don't have to go over to East.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's start with the Rockets in headlines powered by the Men's Tea Clinic. Rockets lose last night 105-102. Bad loss. The Rockets were up 15 points in the second half of this one. They looked like they say they look like they could cruise to victory. They've not been a good fourth quarter team since the beginning of the calendar year. They haven't actually been a good team since the beginning of the calendar year. They've won some games, but 33-20, they're going to head into the All-Star break. They committed 21 turnovers last night. Kevin Durant had 8 of them. Kawhi Leonard was outstanding in the fourth quarter of this game.
Yeah, there's no cruising when you turn the ball over 21 times. That leads to 23 Clippers points. Clippers also had 22 points in transition to the Rockets, who had 2 fast break points. There is no cruising on a team like that.
No. And those two things play kind of hand in hand because a lot of these turnovers are live ball turnovers that turn into mismatch, turn into numbers the other way for the Clippers. So a lot of these fast break points they're getting because the Rockets are careless with the basketball at the other end. The hope was that when they lost Fred VanVleet for the season, so my hope was when they lost Fred VanVleet for the season, and there were a lot of people out there, just completely distraught. This is going to torpedo the season. And my tendency is always to try to be optimistic about it. Like, okay, well, what are the solutions that they have in the building? And one of the solutions might have been going and getting somebody else. They didn't do that. So the solution, clearly they feel the solution could be something in the building there. It feels like they're getting worse, not better, at initiating and generating offense. You know what I mean?
It's frustrating because in the first half it looked that way. It looked crisp. The passing was good. You saw all of that, but ultimately they can't handle pressure. And they can't get into their offense. And it's when it shows up in the first half in a good way, you're like, oh, okay, cool, they can do it. Oh, yeah. But when it's crunch time or when the other team really starts trying, it all falls apart.
Yep.
So the notion of cruising or somehow having a reliable offense is just flat out not there.
Yep. James Harden made his home debut last night in Cleveland. The Cavaliers beat up on the Wizards, joined the club, 138-113. Harden only took 4 shots in the game. He was 1 of 4 from the field. He shot a bunch of free throws, and he had 11 assists. And they are over the moon right now about James Harden in Cleveland. And when I listened to my friends up there talking about it this morning, they talked about how all the news outlets were out there last night to cover the game. It was a celebration. Anthony and Ken, the guys up on our sister station up there, were saying it was like opening night all over again. And yet both of them are self-aware enough to know that this could be a ticking time bomb with James Harden.
Yeah, it's enough.
They're doing what they're supposed to do, which is let's enjoy the moment.
The fun thing to watch when we talk about former big-name Rockets players going elsewhere, it was hilarious when Russell Westbrook went out to the Lakers, and you would see articles about, hey, what's going on with Russell Westbrook? How come he's not playing like the Russell Westbrook we thought we were getting? And you'd be like, you're getting the Russell Westbrook of the last few years.
Right.
What on God's green earth are you talking about?
Yeah.
In Cleveland, it seems like they at least understand, all right, we know the story with James Harden.
Yeah.
We know that the regular season greatness is still there, but it's just these absolutely atrocious, abysmal stat lines in the playoffs that we have to worry
in
about.
elimination games, particularly. Yeah, it's a little like, because I like those guys. I like our counterparts up there in that station. I like both of them. They do a really good job on their show. But when they're talking up James Harden, it feels like you're watching a friend who's, started dating a girl that's got a history. It's like, and they're trying to talk themselves into him. Like, I'm rooting for you, buddy.
It can work out, and you hope for the best.
I'm rooting for you. Yeah.
At some point when it happens, it's not a huge surprise.
No. Now I will say this is it's a gettable Eastern Conference. The Celtics, I don't know if they're going to, if and when they're getting Jason Tatum back, if that changes things. Detroit's really good, obviously. But James Harden could be a difference maker and then maybe get into the NBA Finals. We'll see. The Astros, news with the Astros, we dug into this in the open. Josh Hader we found out yesterday, had a setback. It was not related to his shoulder. At least the injury wasn't his shoulder. Who knows? Everything's intertwined. But he suffered some arm discomfort, inflamed biceps in his throwing arm as he was working his way back in the offseason. He had a bullpen session. It was his fourth bullpen session. Said he was getting it up to about 85 miles an hour, and then he felt something pull on a changeup that he threw, and they had to shut him down for 10 or 11 days. He's throwing again at spring training, but Seth, I think we've learned with the history with the Astros, any pitcher that's suffering from something, especially something that leads to something else, and it's a recurring thing, and we have no timeline on this, these things generally have not ended well. The solace I take in this is it's not an L with Josh Hader.
Right. Yes. Very good point there.
Yeah.
Setbacks are a normal part of recoveries, and yet the Astros fans have a justified pessimism when it comes to hearing about setbacks.
Yeah.
Because so often it just becomes a litany of setbacks along a delayed recovery, and all of a sudden a guy misses 2.5 years with a Tommy John or this or that or whatever it might be. So any Astros fans that are feeling guilty about being upset about just a mere setback, don't. It's justified.
Hunter Brown named the opening day starter on the opening day of pitchers and catchers. This is the earliest I can remember the Astros naming an opening day starter, but he is as clear-cut as it gets on this staff.
There's just zero.
There's zero drama with it.
There's no discussion to be had.
No, and that's an indicator of where this starting rotation is in a way, right?
Right. Also a reminder that we were spoiled. I'll say, hey, you're okay if you feel pessimistic about hearing about soreness or whatever. I will give you a little bit of a guilt trip if you're worried about the fact that Hunter Brown is so clearly the number one starter.
Right.
The Astros were just very few teams have two Cy Young candidates or finalists as their number one and number two at any given time, and that's the embarrassment of riches the Astros have had.
Yeah, there's no debate. There's no debate. Hunter Brown should be the opening day starter. Tiger Woods' son, Charlie, signs with Florida State to play golf at Florida State. Charlie Woods has had a really nice amateur career. If you go and read kind of if you read the back of his golf card, I guess I'll call it here, all the various tournaments that he's won. He's a junior in high school right now, so he's 21st on the Rolex American Junior Golf Association rankings. That's really good. Charlie Woods' dad at this point in his life had been on the Tonight Show. He was ripping through high school. He was a phenom. Is being Tiger Woods' son maybe one of the hardest sons to be in terms of the shadow that your dad casts over you?
I don't know. Yeah, like Dale Earnhardt Jr. or any of those guys. The
reason I say Tiger is he was a cultural icon that completely changed the sport. Now they seem to, look, Charlie seems to have a great relationship with his dad. They play together in pro-ams and things like that.
No, it all comes down to the individual psychology of Charlie Woods.
Yes.
That he's going to constantly be compared to his father, and he'll never, no other human being, very few other human beings in the next 100 years are going to be able to come close to that. And he only shares half of Tiger Woods' genes.
That's true.
So he's only got a 50% leg up on everybody else.
That's true.
The rest is up to Elin. Yeah.
Who swung a golf club one time that we know of. She shattered the window of Tiger's car.
She was a nanny for another golfer, right? That's how.
Yeah. Oh, which golfer? Yes. she was a nanny for another golfer, and I can't remember which golfer it was. I'm sure the golf gurus on the text page will text in who it was.
I wonder if Tiger is treated, and I know there's articles about this or not, the way Earl treated Tiger, because Earl did a whole lot to make him mentally tough and everything.
Yeah.
And
I don't know that Tiger is as militaristic as Earl was, probably.
He's into the military stuff.
He's into it, but I don't know that he parents
But
that
he
way.
wasn't an actual Navy SEAL.
Right.
Or his dad was a Green Beret, right?
He was in the
special
military,
ops of some
I'm
sort.
not sure exactly.
I think he was a Green Beret.
Yep.
But whatever he was, he wasn't actually that guy.
All right, I want to stick with the Astros here. Joe Espada has a new approach to spring training. And one of our colleagues here at Sports Radio 610 is not a fan of this at all. We'll get to that. We did some free agent shopping for the Texans yesterday during the show. How about some Texans-adjacent free agents? Where could they be landing? We'll do that in the 7 o'clock hour as well. We got a lot to get to on the show today, so stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast. Now, if you're snoring like this at night,
West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. I'm just looking at a tweet. This is the new thing going around on the internet, Seth,
What is it?
On the X. Touchdown passes versus teams over 500. Dylan Gabriel, 5. Drake May, 2. I love that the Patriots schedule continues to be a thing and will be a thing throughout the offseason.
All the ball knowers who are so indignant that people would bring up strength of schedule, and the Patriots having the easiest one on record since the late 70s. That's the 1970s, kids.
Yeah.
That it's going to be a thing all offseason long. They have to deal with it. They have to live with it. They have to wrap themselves at that stinky blanket and live with it.
I'm waiting for the Patriots fans' excuse on this one. Again, the tweet reads, and it's got pictures of the two of them, and the picture of Dylan Gabriel is so absurd. He's got like this hardo look on his face. It's really funny. Touchdown passes versus teams over 500. Dylan Gabriel, 5. Drake May, 2. I'm waiting for Patriot fans to go, well, we hardly played any games versus teams over 500. How's he supposed to get touchdown passes? Like, yeah, exactly. Exactly.
The other thing, too, though, they'll make excuses and they'll say, well, of course he had a hard time in the playoffs. He was going against all those good defenses. And you say, yeah, and he didn't have a single good game against any of them. The Texans was the closest, and it really was. I'll hand it to him. He had a much better game than C.J. Stroud. But other than the threes, when he wasn't – it's hard to put this without sounding extremely petty. He had 3 nice touchdown drives, but the rest of the game was absolutely horrendous.
Yeah.
So I give him credit for that. But that was it. That's what you can really take from those playoff performances when he actually had to face good defenses. He had 3 good drives.
Yep.
Boom.
Yep.
There you go.
That's it.
It's going to be fun.
Joe, it is going to be fun. And by the way, you're getting a lot of birthday wishes on here. It's Seth's birthday. Happy birthday, Seth. About 10 years ago, you signed a football for me in Lakes of Savannah. It says, happy birthday, Mike. So I'm returning the favor. Thanks, bud.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
What the hell is Lakes of Savannah?
It sounds like it sounds like a subdevelopment, maybe.
It's a subdivision. I think I did I emptied a 5K run for charity there or something. Or profit. Who knows what it was for. Realize I just threw that in. I wanted to glow myself up a little bit, be sure everybody knew how much I'm helping out the charity.
Hey, man, I just want to be clear. I'll do appearances for charity or for profit, okay? As long as I'm profiting, I will do
the 5K itself.
Right.
I assumed it was to raise money for something.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. I don't know of anybody who owns a 5K circuit out there because it's making a ton of money.
There is. Well, I think that those rock and roll marathons, I think they make money.
Do they make a little money?
Profit-making venture.
Okay,
yeah.
all right. Joe Espada, he manages the Astros. That is a sport that does make money, Major League Baseball. This is the change to the Astros routine that he is invoking with his staff this spring.
We're going to come out in smaller groups. He's going to allow our coaches to be more hands-on and work on specific things that we need to work as a club. Also, he's going to allow us to be more efficient, getting the guys off their feet. So you guys are not going to see everyone on the field at once. There's going to be, we're going to have different stations working on different skills to make sure that not only we're addressing the things that we need to as a club, but also getting the guys in and off the field.
Getting the guys off their feet and off the field. Know who's
well, look,
not
I'll tell you what,
yeah.
man, if there's one thing we knew last year is when they zeroed in on being more selective at the plate, or judging at the plate, all of those things, when they made that their focus, boom, they sucked at it still.
They were good for a little bit, and then it kind of waned. Yeah.
Well, Paredes was the one who was really good.
Paredes was.
We're trying to get him the hell out of there. But Perez Chica, as much as we get frustrated with him as a third base coach, is a very good actual fielding coach.
Yes, he's infield defense. He's very good in coaching
and guys
that.
love him.
Yeah.
And he does a good job with that. He just He needs. I hope he spent some time in the simulator in the offseason on his actual decisions at third base.
At third base,
on whether to send or just even. Sometimes it seemed like guys didn't even know what he was asking them to do.
That's a good idea. Virtual reality for third base coaches.
I'm not even joking.
Yeah, no, that's a really good idea. Ben, put that in the big book of Seth's business ideas.
No, I don't think that needs to because they're using virtual reality for everything.
Still
these
put
days
it in there, Ben. We might be able to hijack some trademarks or something. Yeah. You know who did not like that cut we just played? I know this because he retweeted it.
Mm-hmm.
Clint Stoerner.
Oh.
He said, this getting the guys off their feet and getting them off the field emphasis irks the bleep out of me. Go to work, be efficient, grind, get better, put in extra time, get extra reps, stop with this soft, S-A-W-F-T, ass approach to work. Now, there is a promoting on this station right now.
Yeah.
Where Clint Stoerner is expressing this very sentiment. And so and it was running before Joe Espada did media yesterday.
Yeah.
So Clint already felt this way. And then
he already felt this way, and now he's hearing about this super-duper load management they're doing to keep guys fresh.
Load management at practice at spring training. And we got the long version of it here, not the promo version of it. Here is Clint Stoerner. He is none too happy with this soft-ass, his words, Astro approach.
We ain't even go to spring training yet, and we're already talking about, boy, I got to keep these guys healthy.
We got to.
Espada can't get out. He can't get out of his own way. Every conversation, got to be able to get these guys the rest they need, keep these guys healthy. Man, go play baseball, man. It's always about load management. It's always about taking care of the players and getting the rest. And no, man, go play baseball, man. It ain't that serious. Go play baseball.
And what they're thinking is, we want him to go play baseball. And we want to make sure that he is able to go.
Whatever their thinking has been, it resulted in the most injured Astros team we've ever witnessed last year. So how about we change course? How about we start treating everybody like a baseball player? How about we quit the kid glove stuff? How about we get ready in spring training and we go play baseball? Quit the load management crap. It didn't work last year for anybody.
All right.
Now there's a part of me that really wants to jump onto this, and now I feel a little bit soft if I don't agree with Clint. How do I manage this? I get exactly what he's talking about and what he's saying,
right.
And 100%. But then there's also the part of me that says, all right, I'm happy that they're addressing the fact that they've had these injury issues, and they shuffled things up on their medical staff. If I gotta, even though all of the old school mentality in me wants to say, let's just go out and play baseball. Like, why are we making such a big deal about this? I don't know, man. They can't just go out and keep doing the same thing unless it was just flat out bad luck the last couple of years that they've had so many injuries. So I'm cautiously kind of just from the sneaking into the conversation and saying, it might help.
Yeah. I think there is. Look.
Hey. I ain't yellow.
No.
But who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Your body language on that is excellent. Yeah, you guys are the former athletes.
As I'm wearing a Mr. Rogers style sweater.
Is that a sweater?
It's a shacket.
Okay.
Shackets are all the rage these days, and I
Sure.
couldn't be a bigger fan of them.
Like a shirt jacket is what that's saying. Okay, is that fleece on the inside of that thing?
Yeah, that's fake lambs.
Yeah.
Something or other.
Yeah. It looks warm.
It's cozy.
Yeah, it looks cozy.
It's the most comfortable thing I've ever had.
Yeah.
Try to catch me not wearing this thing.
Okay.
Because my wife keeps the temperature about 47 degrees in the house.
I need Clint Stoerner's take on your shacket. That's what I need.
It either looks like I'm
your soft ass fake fleece on the inside right there. Yeah.
I think it's silly as hell.
I could either be going out to ride fences in this, or I could be sitting down to read a group of children book.
You could.
In this. It's either way. It all depends on what kind of sneer you got on your face.
It's a very versatile garment, no doubt.
Look, I ain't no wussy.
No.
But there was one thing I'm going to tell you, Clint, Sean. Look, they got to keep these guys healthy.
Yeah.
And if it's at the risk of my man card being called in or something, I'm willing to take that risk.
So you're okay with Espada's approach?
Shacket.
You're okay with it? With getting guys off their feet and getting them off the field?
I guess, grudgingly.
Yeah.
I think part of it is, hey, they got too many infielders to keep guys out there all the time.
That's true. There's going to be inherently some rest for guys. We'll talk about that here in a second. Jesper Parnevik, by the way, was the golfer that Elin Nordegren was the nanny for before she married Tiger Woods. We had several people text that. And we were talking about Tiger's son, Charlie Woods, committing to Florida State in headlines today.
Tiger's son and, his rough and tumble upbringing.
Yeah.
And how's he going to manage it, going off to college, being alone for the first time.
Do you think he's getting any NIL money from Florida State? You think they're
I don't know. Yeah, on the
he
golf
doesn't
side
need
of
it,
things.
obviously, but I'm wondering.
With golf, though. Golf's such a high-dollar sport. I would imagine the endorsements.
But it's not a revenue. He's probably that's true. He's probably
It's not revenue for the school, but when it comes to NIL and everything.
Yeah, he's probably sponsored by Nike or whoever.
Actually,
Tiger's doing
he's
stuff
getting NIL where the business actually makes sense.
Right. He's Tiger's kid.
As opposed to somebody paying an offensive lineman $500,000 where they're not going to get any ROI back.
You have no idea if he's even good.
Yeah, if you've got Tiger Woods' kid out there hawking a certain club or ball or something, there's an ROI.
Yeah, what am I saying? Of course he's getting NIL. He's Tiger's kid. He's getting NIL money. Dana Brown met with the media yesterday as well at Astros spring training and was asked about trade talks, which seemed to have heated up within the last several days for Isaac Paredes. But then when the Red Sox made a trade for a third baseman and the Pirates made a move, that sort of eliminated or quasi-eliminated the two biggest rumored suitors for Isaac Paredes. What are the trade talks like right now, Dana?
I think trade talks have slowed down quite a bit. And, we have some really good players, so there's always interest in our roster. I think right now our roster is really good, and we're set to win, and our guys are really focused. They were dedicated in getting down here, and we have some position players that are in here early, which is really exciting. And so I think the talks in general, though, have slowed.
Okay.
Yeah. The talks have slowed partly just because the deals that they wanted fell through. So I don't think that all of a sudden the Astros have decided, oh, yeah, you know what, we're actually cool with it. I know we thought we had deals in place with Boston and Pittsburgh, but those teams went and signed other guys, so we're just going to quit on it.
Right.
Talks are going to slow. Teams are going to start figuring out what they have in spring training. They're going to start feeling about what they feel good about, what they don't feel good about.
And there may be injuries, too.
Right, and the injury especially. So at some point here, I would guess, if I had to handicap it, it's more likely than not that Paredes is traded sometime before opening day.
Yeah, we'll see. The rumors I had seen, Red Sox and Pirates were at the top of the list, and then there were about 5 other teams that at least they'd been engaged with in talking about trades. So
what a weird twist of fate that Paredes got injured when he did, and that it ends up kudos to the Astros and making a good move to bring Carlos Correa in, except that it does now create this log jam where one of the guys that you actually felt really good about last year on the Astros is now somehow just a useless appendage.
Yeah, I think probably they may have, when they made that move, there's no way they just made that. They made the move for, I think, 2 reasons. One, in season last year, that Carlos Correa move with Paredes out, that made you a better baseball team with Carlos in your lineup, obviously. And number 2, I think there was a long-term thing with getting Carlos back where they knew what the leadership looked like with Carlos when he was in the building. They felt like they needed that in that clubhouse. We talked about that, how they had watched kind of all the guys with that leadership, especially Bregman leaving after 2024, there's a lot of good guys in that clubhouse. And Jose Altuve is the leader, but he's not the same type of leader that Correa or Bregman or guys like that might be. So I think bringing that back in was part of it. They knew when they brought Carlos back in that he was going to play third base for them because he wanted to play third base and Payne is your shortstop. So they didn't make it just like a split-second decision like that. They knew that there would be some sort of logjam issue there coming up in the offseason. They may not have anticipated how hard it would be to make a deal that they like for Paredes or how hard it might be to move. I think in their heart of hearts, they'd love to get off the Christian Walker contract at $20 million a year and put Paredes at first base.
The other part, too, with Christian Walker is I'm trying to remind myself, as I continue to try to boost up my own optimism and then you continue to dash it, you and Clint Stoerner and everybody else, trying to harsh my buzz on all this.
Yep.
That, hey, Christian Walker had that oblique injury during spring training last year.
Yeah.
And who knows? Who knows exactly how much that affected him throughout the entire season, just getting off to that slow start.
The slow start, he did get better throughout the year, so that leads me to believe the injury healed, obviously. The problem with Walker, he just strikes out too much.
Right.
He just strikes out too much.
Well, it's that whole thing we were talking about that they were supposed to be getting better at last spring.
Yeah.
The very reason that you brought Christian Walker in was that him and Paredes both had such good judgment at the plate. Exactly. They get back to the days of yore with the Astros and all of that.
Ooh, Clint's taking some on the text page. Someone tell Clint's dumb ass. This isn't a 17-game season like football. Stick to pigskin talk. Oh, wow.
He should have been wearing a shacket when he delivered it. People would have accepted it. It gives you a certain level of credibility when you're wearing a shacket.
There's a texter saying shackets were all the rage like 3 years ago.
Yes.
So you
I'm 51 years old, a-hole. This is where that's when the trends hit me.
That's it, man.
All right?
It's like time they set some Pacific time.
Radio Row is I look at it, I see Brady's wearing a shacket. I'm like, yeah, that's it. That's my fashion vanguard, all right?
It, man.
Tom Brady.
That's
if I'm 1 or 2 years behind Tom Brady, who's currently wearing a shacket, then I'm just where I need to be.
You're in a good place. You're in a good place.
I cannot tell you how awesome it is. Listen, bastard. They're telling me about how the trends were 3 years ago. Sorry I wasn't in Fashion Week in 2023. So I wasn't hip to all of it. The great thing about being 51 years old is you can just walk in any damn place, go to the clearance rack. That is high fashion for me, and it's brand new.
Yep.
There we go.
And it's low prices. It's all good. It's all good. One more from Dana Brown talking about the glut of infielders. He was asked about
Shaq, and I'm a little embarrassed that it's out of style.
He was keep it on. Looks good.
Dana Brown, yeah.
Dana Brown, happy for the competition. I thought was an interesting word in the infield.
We've always said, look, there's nothing wrong with having depth, and the competition is welcome. And so, we anticipate that all these guys will be here shortly. So we're ready to go, and we welcome the depth and we welcome the competition.
I thought that was interesting, the competition, because if you look at the players we're talking about here, it's Carlos Correa, who I think is locked down third base. I don't think Paredes is unseating Carlos Correa. Jeremy Pena is an all-star and a top 10 MVP vote getter. He is your shortstop. Jose Altuve is your second baseman. Jose Altuve is not in a competitive situation. Now, there may be games he doesn't play because of the aforementioned load management that Joe Espada was talking about earlier in this segment. But Jose Altuve is your second baseman, which brings us to first base.
Yeah.
Again, he used the word competition. Dana Brown's word. Used it twice in 20 seconds. Not my words, his words. I wonder if it is a competitive situation at first base where Isaac Paredes has a chance to really eat into Christian Walker's usage depending on how things look in spring training this year.
Right, and then that's the other moving
The only
part.
other infielder is Zach Allen, who ain't unseating anybody.
The other moving part of all of it is just at some point, okay, did somebody, for whatever reason, decide to offer up something for Christian Walker?
Yeah.
And then maybe it becomes an easier decision. I think Paredes may have had the most justifiable interest and maybe the deals that were most available, but it doesn't mean that Dana Brown's not going to listen to offers on anybody else. So at some point, even though it won't be as good a trade, if somebody wants to trade for Christian Walker and Dana Brown thinks the price is right, then there you go. You've got Paredes at first. If he so chooses. If he doesn't give us a no on
like Devers,
full-time first baseman. Yeah.
I think you'll be okay.
Okay, so the consensus in 2026 is that the classic ultra-heavy plaid flannel jacket is starting to feel a bit dated. However, specific versions are actually trending high right now.
Who's telling you this? Gemini?
Gemini.
Okay.
Yeah,
good
so
friend.
specific versions are trending high right now. All right?
Yeah.
So I don't know that
Settle down.
the guy dressed in rags right there that tried to act like he was Mr. Fashion.
Right.
You're out of sorry. You ain't RuPaul, buddy. I know you want to be, but you're not. Okay?
Yeah, RuPaul. Someone said, Seth, stop bringing up Radio Row. You're giving Sean PTSD. I moved past the Tide Pod incident, all right? I don't get PTSD. I didn't even think about it. You're giving me PTSD, Texter. I didn't even think about it.
I was wearing a dated shacket when I threw that at
That
you.
day you were, yeah, probably. That probably played into it some.
The lumberjack look is moving towards a retired status.
Okay.
But denim shackets are in.
Oh, you need a denim a denim shacket.
And then workwear and chore styles also. So
okay.
That's where when you see some fancy lad wearing a Carhartt jacket these days and you just want to punch him in every part of his body, that's why. It's because looking like you actually do real man work for a living is in right now in fashion.
So I know exactly what would trigger Seth, and that would be if Sean T. Pendergast came in wearing one of those.
If you came in,
I came
in your Carhartt jacket,
wearing gritty work clothes,
with a styrofoam with a fancy coffee cup though, yeah.
Oh yeah, fancy.
You've got a triple frappuccino something or other latte
to
go along with your Carhartt jacket.
Talking about how tiring it is to order people around. Yeah, God, exhausted. Telling people what to do.
In your big truck, in your big pickup truck, sitting in your truck on your phone all day, and then talking about how you're a blue collar guy.
I do drive a big pickup truck. That is true. I need it for when the work gets tough. My big pickup truck. We got to play this Joey Porter. We got to shift gears. We got to get off of baseball and get over to football.
Get off of baseball and shackets.
Yes. Joey Porter, this was on Cam Hayward's podcast, right? Cam Hayward has a podcast. Steelers interior defensive lineman.
And it looked like, who was sitting next to Joey Porter Sr.? Was that Diana Rossini?
Yes, it was Diana Rossini. So if you hear a female voice in this thing kind of confirming, you're like, oh, yeah, and confirming things. It was Diana Rossini.
So this is in the wake of Ben Roethlisberger and James Harrison. We'll get to him in a bit. Taking some shots at Mike Tomlin. And, getting a whole lot of buzz for all of that. Joey Porter Sr., a former teammate of both of those guys, felt the need to speak up on behalf of those guys, or on behalf of Tomlin, by tearing down Ben Roethlisberger.
He broke the brotherhood. Then 7 definitely broke the brotherhood because,
that's the one I don't understand.
The 7 dude that we don't talk about.
I know.
It's crazy. Like out of anybody should talk, he should never grab a microphone and really talk Steeler business. Yeah. Because if we talking Steeler business, his ass is foul of all foul. Like the that he's did is foul of all foul. He's not a good teammate. Won the Super Bowl with him, but the person, he's just not a good teammate. Like, he knows that. Anybody in the Steeler building knows that, but we protected him because I've only won 1 Super Bowl, and that was my quarterback. So do I love my quarterback? Yeah, but is he a good person? No.
I love my quarterback? Yeah, but is he a good person? No. It almost sounds like, too, Seth, and we're going to play Joey Porter on James Harrison here in just a second. From the follow-up that you've seen from players talking about, or I've seen from Pittsburgh media that have covered Ben Roethlisberger for a long time.
Yeah.
It's almost like Ben Roethlisberger is not a good teammate, maybe not a good guy, but he knows that he's not a good teammate or a good guy.
Well, there were some of the things, because I was trying to, separate what people are saying about Ben Roethlisberger now from when he was a player. And at least a few of the things were, for one, back when he was on his weekly radio segment in Pittsburgh, it was 93.7 The Fan.
Yeah.
He was critical of players at times and teammates. And I know teammates, there were times where people felt like, man, he's just a little too loose and casual with throwing guys under the bus. So that part, that's the public part that you would know about. There was also, let's see. Porter claimed in that same part, in that interview, or at some point, that they didn't initially vote Roethlisberger as a captain because they felt he lacked captain quality.
That is a damning thing if you're a quarterback.
Yeah.
If you're a quarterback and you're not voted a captain, I know they make a big deal. Remember Connor Cook, the quarterback out of Michigan State? A big deal was made of that, of him coming into the NFL. I think that is a big deal. Like, that's a leadership. That's as big a leadership position in team sports that there is. And if you're not voted the captain as a quarterback, you're either an awful player where they just go, look, he's so bad, we just can't vote him. It's not his fault. He's doing the best with a game, he's just not a good player, or you're not a good dude.
There was another story about him refusing to sign autographs for teammates' family members.
Okay, that's
when he was a young player.
That's a D move.
So yeah, it just sounds like Ben Roethlisberger was very high on Ben Roethlisberger.
Yeah,
and not necessarily a lot of other people. The part that I always wondered about that annoyed me when he was a player was, man, he sure seemed to be super dramatic about his injuries and always framed it in such a way that he was so brave to be fighting through this injury.
Yep.
I almost died, but I was back out there. I'm like, all right, just settle the hell down. If there was a chance for him to wear a walking boot in public, he was going to have on that damn walking boot.
Oh, for sure, right? Yeah, you got to show it off.
So I wonder how much his teammates actually thought of his actual toughness.
Yeah. All right, we got more Joey Porter here, Seth. I've not listened to this one yet.
This was Joey Porter Jr. on James Harrison, who's also been kind of critical of Mike Tomlin.
They tell the version of the story in Pittsburgh that they want to tell. And I told him, I said, how can you say he's not a great coach? Well, everything that happened good to you in football was under his watch. Your Debo name, when I played with you, you was James Harrison. Under Mike, 3 or 4 Pro Bowls, Defensive Player of the Year, played in 2 championships, paid you over 50-something million. You think the head coach didn't have his hand in making that player? Then why would you take a shot at the guy who changed your life? Because Coward didn't change your life. Coward cut you 3 times. I didn't agree with none of it because I just feel like you took a shot at Mike. And, in this space, Mike ain't going to defend himself in this space.
Yeah, so, Mike Tomlin's not going to fire back. But that part about Cowher cutting him 3 times, but then Tomlin being the guy. Because remember back when Harrison even when he was a player, remember when they brought him back to Pittsburgh?
Late in his career, yeah.
And they had him on, and they specifically said, look, we want to take care of you. We want to be sure that you're available in the second half of the season because you're an older guy, so we're not going to play you in the first half of the season. And then James Harrison started getting disgruntled in the first half of the season that they weren't playing him.
Yeah.
So he was complaining about not getting play time when he had agreed to having this specific plan. Tomlin's trying to take care of him. And James Harrison's a guy who's done very well in life by having a chip on his shoulder.
Yeah.
And it feels like at times when he's talking about Tomlin, I'm like, man, you gotta replace certain chips with other chips at some point. I agree with Joey Porter Sr. in terms of, all right, look, whatever you do or don't like about a guy, remember the sum total of the package.
Sure.
This is where you were an undrafted guy that people weren't going to give a chance and everything, and you turned into this guy who you were in this environment, and Tomlin was the captain of the ship at that time.
Yeah. I saw a video this week of Bill Cowher. You might have seen this too, Seth. He was telling the story of James Harrison as a rookie. And again, he'd been cut multiple times, gets brought back to the team. He was undrafted, turned into a borderline Hall of Fame player. But Cowher was telling the story of Harrison getting on the field for the first time as a rookie. And, they've got different packages where, guys are in a rotation and you got to come off the field. Cowher was saying he was yelling at whoever the position coach was for Harrison, saying, get him off the field. We're putting this package. He's like, he won't come off the field.
Yeah.
He won't. I'm trying to get him off the field. He won't come off the field. And ultimately, I guess they just left him out there. That was pretty funny. The other thing that you just said about Ben Roethlisberger being on 93.7 The Fan, doing a weekly up there and calling out teammates. Is there any better thing for a radio host than to have a guest, have the quarterback of the team on a weekly? And he's calling out. I'm saying from a content, it's not great. A
guy who's actually speaking more liberally than he should.
Yes, especially the quarterback, the biggest name on the team, on a good team, by the way. Look, I can confidently say that when Ben Roethlisberger, I have no idea what years he was on that station up there. I feel like I can say pretty confidently that while he was doing those hits, the Steelers were a good team because they've been a bad team under Mike Tomlin. They've always been over 500. Can you imagine doing a hit each week with the quarterback of the team, and he's calling guys out? What a great thing for your radio show.
Yeah.
Not good for your team, but good for your radio show.
No, I can remember playing clips of his or hearing clips of his and some of the things that you just speak really loosely about just who screwed up, who did all of that. It was cool. Probably as a fan, it was cool at times. And then I bet Steelers fans also kind of thought, like, all right, maybe we should back off a little bit.
Yeah.
Joey Porter Sr., who a lot of people were casting stones his way, saying, all right, is Joey Porter Sr. actually the best guy to talk about people's character, et cetera, et cetera? I think there's a difference. There's the teammate character, and then there's the off-field, a few every now and then got into a couple altercations off the field, but it wasn't with teammates. He pushed He pushed Cincinnati Bengals offensive lineman Levi Jones over a blackjack table in Las Vegas.
No way!
That's exactly that's the kind of off-field altercation that a guy who's a good teammate gets into.
Yes.
You want rivalry and hatred for your rivals from your football players? Like that's exactly what he pushed a Bengals offensive lineman over a blackjack table.
Dude,
that's the kind of trouble you want him to get into.
I wonder what happened. I wonder what was said or what was done. Can you imagine if he did that because Levi Jones took a hit on 12 while the dealer had a 6 showing? Like it was over a blackjack decision. Like, what are you doing? And he just pie faces him over the table. I've gotten that angry about stupid decisions made.
I guess he punched him. He didn't push it. It was over something.
I think that's still justifiable if he takes a bad hit on a hand.
Well, when was the big Vontaze Burfict hit?
That was 2015.
Oh, it was?
That was 2015 playoffs. You're talking about the Burfict hit on. You're talking about the Burfict hit on Antonio Brown.
Yeah.
In the playoffs. Yeah, that was.
This Levi Jones incident was in 2007.
Yeah, that was a long. Yeah, it was well after Vontaze Burfict. Well after that. Just goes to show you, man, the Bengals have had a history. I don't know what it was over, but if somebody made me mad at a blackjack table, I'm team Joey Porter on this one. The same way a lot of former players were team Joey Porter on social media yesterday. I mean, they were coming out of the woodwork yesterday.
Mason Rudolph and a couple other guys kind of confirmed or just agreed with it.
Yeah, Mason Rudolph. Let me pull it up here. Mason Rudolph, after Joey Porter said what he did about Ben Roethlisberger, he commented on the video of it. Mason Rudolph, who was a backup quarterback in the room with Ben Roethlisberger, go off at Jay Porter, Senior 55, with a arrow with a bullseye emoji. Basically saying you're spot on, buddy.
They
Mike Mitchell, Mike Adams, man,
Joey Porter Senior has become almost like there's a collegiate feel to it because he's a Steelers alum, and then his son goes and plays for the same team. So
he's a good player too.
He's almost standing up for. He's as much of a member of the fan base and representative of the organization, the city at large.
Yep.
That still lives there. His son plays for the team.
Does he still live there?
I believe so. Yeah. I've seen a few tweets at times of him showing how cold it is out. So I assume it's in Pittsburgh. Yeah.
I would guess that Pittsburgh is one of those cities that if you play for the Steelers, you stay in Pittsburgh. You probably don't pay for meal. If you're on any of those Super Bowl teams, you probably eat free everywhere you go. That's a big thing for me. I like that.
Jeremiah Trotter and then Jeremiah Trotter Jr. both playing for the Eagles. That's a pretty cool story.
Yep.
Jackie Slater and Matthew Slater. And that's a big one, too. You talk about, because Jackie Slater played for 22 years.
Oh, yeah.
And then his son ends up being the grittiest of all things, a special teams
maven. Hey, did you see Bradley Roby getting petty on social media yesterday about the Texans defense? Former Texan Bradley Roby.
No.
So the Texans social media team, which, by the way, you know what? I don't know that we've acknowledged them this year. Ben, give me an acknowledge me for the Texans social media team here.
Acknowledge me.
Thank you. They outstanding content all year long. They put up a highlight reel yesterday, just trying to kind of keep the vibes going in the offseason, Seth. They put up about a minute-long highlight reel of the secondary of Stingley pick 6 and Kamari Lassiter pick. Kamari Lassiter slapping his helmet. I'm literally just describing what I'm seeing. Jalen Petrie destroying Rashee Rice. All the things that we saw all year long. And the caption was, no fly zone in effect, with a red Ghostbusters emoji next to it. Those red circle with the slash.
Yeah.
No fly zone in effect. Not even proper noun no fly zone. Just, all lowercase letters and whatnot. Bradley Roby retweets it and says, look, I'm a fellow Texan, but please stop this, Houston Texans. Only one no-fly zone, all caps, with a trophy after it. The Young Boys 2 Live, though, have them come up with their own name, and they might lead the city to its first ring emoji. See what Seattle Darkside just did? Lead the wave. Don't ride someone else's. And I guess I had to look this up. I'm like, okay. Was Bradley?
So he's taking ownership of the no-fly zone usage of no-fly zone?
Yes, because I looked it up. I'm like, did Bradley Roby, was that his nickname or his mantra? The Denver defense that won the Super Bowl that Roby was on in 2015.
Yeah.
Their secondary was no-fly zone. So
wasn't that okay? So that's interesting because that was
Brandon Harris,
Wade Phillips' defense, right?
That in Denver, that was Wade Phillips' defense.
That was Wade Phillips' defense. And Brandon Harris, when was Brandon Harris on the Texans? He used to call himself no-fly zone.
2011 through 2014.
So did Wade steal it from him?
From Brandon Harris.
I feel like Wade Phillips stole it from Brandon. Somebody needs to give Bradley Roby a history lesson on the original no-fly zone.
Right.
Weirdly, Brandon Harris.
I was so mad, dude. I was so mad that because it is kind of a cool thing for a cornerback or a secondary. Yeah. I was so mad that got wasted on Brandon Harris. He was bad. He was not good. So
Brandon Harris wasn't. Yeah, he didn't go on to Denver after here. Brandon Harris was in Houston for 4 seasons, or in Houston for 3 seasons. Played in the NFL for 4 years. He went to Tennessee.
Yeah, Tennessee. That's what I
started 0 games in his career, and yet he's the original no-fly zone.
Yeah.
Sorry, and we love Wade Phillips, but Bradley Roby needs to know and understand that Wade apparently plagiarized that from Brandon Harris, which I'm guessing also. I'm not so sure that Wade Phillips was ecstatic with Brandon Harris being on the team. That was because Brandon Harris curiously stuck around, and there was some ties to
Rick Smith.
Remember? Yeah.
Yeah, there are ties to Rick Smith.
Rick Smith's college teammate.
Brandon Harris's dad or uncle. Or
it was something. There was some kind of connection.
Yeah.
So I feel like that was elite shade by Wade Phillips to take that and use it on a genuinely good defensive backfield.
You think Wade's walked into the meeting room one day and said, "We're going to be no-fly zone in this room"?
Say, look, I just, I don't know. I'll throw something out there if you guys like it. No fly zone. Hasn't been used by a good secondary yet. Yeah.
All right. So I said yesterday, no way I'm watching this Seahawks. I can't watch other people's parades, man, because I get too much FOMO. I do like when things pop up on social media from the parades. We will peek in on the Seahawks parade, R-rated parade from yesterday. You'll want to hear this audio. That's coming up next.
You need to peek in on your portfolio.
Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Seth, are you ready in a few minutes after we play Ernest Jones here to guess at a Pender Poll?
Oh, yeah. You know, there's nothing I love more than guessing at Pender Polls.
Yes. So we did the one yesterday about peeing in the shower in the aftermath of Ocho Cinco and Shannon Sharp talking about that. The follow-up poll to that was people peeing in the swimming pool.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
So I posted that yesterday, and several people voted on it, which we'll get to in a second. So the Seahawks parade yesterday got interesting. Ernest Jones, linebacker for the Seattle Seahawks, got up there wearing a T-shirt with a picture of Sam Darnold smoking a cigarette and flipping the bird, almost like he Jay Cutlered Sam Darnold.
Yeah, and by the way, I censored this and bleeped out a lot of the profanity, cut out some of the other stuff. But it's worth noting that I got this uncensored clip from the official Seattle Seahawks X account. The Seahawks are just feeling it.
Yeah, they don't care, man.
Yeah, they don't care. So all the kids who got the day off from school to go watch the to go watch the parade and everything, this is what they were treated to.
Ernest Jones.
Yeah! I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'm probably the last person they should have gave the mic to. But we finna turn up, man. Shout out to these bad-ass motherfuckers who play this game the right way. Hey, not only do we have the best defense in the world, we got the best team in the world. And quite frankly, if you got anything to say about my quarterback, you got anything to say about my defense, you got anything to say about my O-line, and you got anything to say about the city of Seattle, I got two words for you. You. Yeah! We here to stay, and we ain't going nowhere.
Ernest Jones is a great story, too. That's an underdog story. I guess in Seattle yesterday, all the school districts said no unexcused absences.
Oh.
They didn't let the kids go to the parade. Now, some parents may have just said, screw you, I'm bringing my kid to the parade. This is a once-in-a-lifetime thing, possibly, with my kid. The reaction to the Ernest Jones thing was probably a good thing. A lot of the kids weren't at the parade yesterday.
I guess I could see the school district's perspective on that. Is you open the door to like, hey, how come this is an excused absence, but not this, that, or the other? I support you, Seattle School District.
Ernest Jones is great. The other cut that I saw floating around yesterday, this was GM John Schneider, who's done a phenomenal job as a GM of that team.
And he is, as he's delivering this speech, is holding a red Solo cup.
Yeah. He's on one. You can tell when he's talking here. Here's John Schneider. Actually talks about Kenneth Walker III.
To Ken Walker being the MVP, let's go! Woo! He tried negotiating with me 5 minutes ago. It was really weird. Anyway, hey, MVP! MVP! MVP!
Schneider's wasted.
That felt... It sounds like that joke fell flat, but it looked like the guys on the podium were laughing about it.
Yeah.
It's not something that's going to elicit necessarily a response from the fans.
No.
Who might just start thinking a little too hard about it. Like, really? Did he? Just I am curious about what they said. If it was a complete and total joke, or if Kenneth Walker was like, hey, I want to be back here, but I also don't want a man on franchise tag. Let's do this thing.
He'd have been.
And he also, maybe Kenneth Walker III, again, more evidence that the Texans should try to sign him. Smart enough to know I'm going to talk to John Schneider when he's really drunk and see if I can get him to make a business decision when he's drunk.
I don't think he'll be able to do that with Nick Caserio. You think Caserio would ever get up there with a red Solo cup? If the Texans won the Super Bowl, would he get up there with a red Solo cup and at least maybe act a little drunk? I don't even know if Nick drinks, but
well, there's a lot of questions after the Bucs won this Super Bowl, and remember Tom Brady was looking really tipsy, whether that was real or whether that was an act.
I think it was real.
You do?
But I'm a sucker. Yeah, I'm easily sold too. It was.
Yeah.
I thought it was. He was doing. If it was acting, he was doing a pretty good job. He was getting.
It doesn't seem like the kind of thing that he would act. You know,
Brady?
I think he probably does a really good job of keeping keeping himself out of the camera's way when he is in that condition usually, and that just happened to be a moment where he hadn't kept himself out of. But at the same time, didn't he throw the Super Bowl?
Threw the trophy
from one boat to another?
Yes.
At a point where that's either evidence that he wasn't actually all that drunk, or that's how good his hand-eye coordination is, that he could he could toss that off drunk as hell, and it's no big deal.
I'm going drunk with Tom Brady in 2021. That's what I'm going with.
Okay, as I sit here in my 3-year-old shacket, which is the pinnacle of fashion in my 51-year-old mind, I'm wondering, am I an old man now that it does kind of bother me that the standards for public speech when it comes to parades and everything have fallen so far to where it's standard now at Super Bowl parades that you're going to get a whole lot of cussing and a whole lot of slamming beers and everything. I don't know.
What do you want? You want Winston Churchill up there doing a speech?
I don't know. Just a little bit more decorum. I do. Look, there's a. Yes, I do. Yes, I want Winston Churchill.
Decorum.
You
want decorum.
I do feel like the standard for when you can and shouldn't swear anymore is slid a little too far.
The swear, the cursing. I'm with you on that.
Yeah,
I'm with you on the cursing. People just being hammered, getting up there, not having anything profound to say. They're just up there celebrating. Yeah, the cursing. I
don't like. The biggest thing for me is it's not that I'm against young, people having fun and funneling beers and everything. There is something about the actual extreme drinking stuff in front of kids that I get a little bit old manish about.
I do too. You know what I get old manish about? Ironically, about a man who's much older than me. Nick Saban loves cursing on College Game Day.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why are you doing he's doing and it gets a reaction like, oh, look at Nick Saban he knows what he's doing, and that's why I hate it. He knows what he's doing.
Maybe maybe it's just jealousy from you and I because we're trapped in a format where we're not allowed to.
That could be.
I feel guilty about saying, I don't even want to say it again. We're allowed to say bleep hole,
right?
But I said it earlier, just the initial.
Yeah.
But I don't feel comfortable saying that.
Do you want to wait until the next segment when we've got a little more time to guess at the Pender Poll on peeing in the pool?
I do,
because we kind of teased it in this segment.
I don't feel like I'm emotionally or physically strong enough to do it right this moment.
In 42 seconds, right? Yeah. So, and that also gives us a little room to replay Ocho Cinco and Shannon Sharp talking about it, which is always entertaining. So we'll do that in the next segment. Also, there is a streak, a negative streak.
Oh, no.
That the Texans are on right now at one position that I think actually needs to continue next season if they're going to improve. I know that sounds counterintuitive, but I will explain that also in the next segment coming up next.
Hey, the offseason has begun, and teams are looking to upgrade their roster. And right now is the time to upgrade your
The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Good to be with you. A couple of texts on the Base Power text line. Several more birthday wishes for Seth, so we like that. Seth in denim cutoff shorts and a denim shacket will give me nightmares for months. You can only see on the YouTube, you can only see Seth from the chest up. So if he's got jorts on, unless he chooses to stand up for the camera, which, it's up to you.
I could start wearing short shorts, which, again, that's what the kids are doing these days.
It would create a lot of buzz.
It's hard for me. I got some guff on the text line earlier, on the Base Power text line from about the fact that I still shop in actual retail stores.
Yeah.
Look, that's a conscious decision I've made because I've realized that it takes less time to do that than to order something, have it show up,
try it on,
send it back, which 50% of the time I forget to do in the allotted time and everything. I like being able to just go in and be like, that'll do, try them on, boom, I'm done.
Yeah, that's good. Part of it for me, I do order clothes online, Amazon sometimes, especially things that I order on Amazon, and I don't order a lot of extravagant clothes. I like T-shirts and sweatshirts and hoodies. We live right across the street from the Whole Foods, which is owned by Amazon, and you can return things there.
Oh, you just drop it off.
Try it on, you drop it off, and it hits your credit card. It's nice, man. It's very, very convenient.
Yeah, that takes more planning than I'm typically capable
to
of.
walk across the street?
Like that bag. Sean, we're at a stage. My wife leaves things that I'm supposed to take care of in the middle of the hallway, and I will walk over them without even consciously acknowledging them. I'll walk over something, like a package that I'm supposed to return or something, 7 times, and she'll ask, "Hey, did you happen to notice that large box in the hallway?"
Yeah.
And I answer with honesty, "No, I didn't. I had zero clue about it."
Does she have any hope that you're ever going to get better at that, or is this just the ABCs?
No, it just makes her laugh now.
Yeah.
Now she just laughs at it. It's fun for her.
She does it to troll you.
She can take videos of me and send them off to her friends and laugh about how stupid I am.
Or just leave random things in the middle of the floor, and now you're trying to get better at it, and you have to figure out what exactly you're supposed to do with this thing.
Yeah.
Just a random noun in the middle of the floor.
I was so proud of myself yesterday because I noticed something that was standing and that was in the middle of the entry of our bathroom. I think it was like a moisturizer that she had asked if I could add it to our shopping cart, and I
did.
Yeah, and I saw it, and I'm like, oh yeah, that thing.
Yeah.
So I put it in my hand, went to the bathroom, came out, left it somewhere else, but noticed it again.
Yeah.
And then the second time I did it.
Added it. Good for you. Good job. All right. So this topic has grown legs for a couple of days. Urination in different places other than the bathroom, where Seth went to get the moisturizer and took care of his business, right? So then this all started with Chad Ochocinco and Shannon Sharp a few days ago on the Nightcap podcast, where Shannon Sharp talked about visiting Ochocinco and during that conversation, visiting him at Ochocinco's home and then learning in the process that, well, I'm probably not going to use any of the showers there because Ochocinco pees in the shower.
I don't wear shower shoes in my shower because my thing clean. Nah. You one of the ones to pee in the shower. I will get out the shower and pee. You pee? Oh, Lord have mercy. George, this man paused. This man pee in the shower.
Hold on. You don't pee in the shower? You got to get out? You tripping.
I'll stay at the hotel. Stay up at the hotel that's close by.
Who the hell gets out the shower to pee?
Me.
What are we talking about?
Me.
For what? Chat, y'all get out the shower to pee? I know, and they better not laugh. Hey, everybody trying to act all damn bougie. The water's already running. What you getting out? Aim down the drain. What
I'm
are we
good,
doing?
Ocho. I'm good. Like I say, just let me know the closest hotel to you. I'm good.
Ain't no hotels.
All right, we're good, man. We're good. The general consensus on that issue seems to be that people either pee in the shower or they lie about peeing in the shower. That seems to be the general consensus there. And I put up the poll per your request, Seth, a couple of days ago, and as it turns out, 75% of the followers of mine that replied to it said, yes, I pee in the shower.
Plus, you know what? When Chad said y'all trying to act all bougie, what I thought of was like, no, actually, peeing in the shower is something that you could feel like super rich and fancy about.
Yeah.
That's what one of those old French kings used to poop in front of an audience. That was because he felt like the people needed to see and know that his king was healthy or something or anything. So he would he had a special potty that he would use in front of an audience in the morning, like his court would be sitting there watching him poop.
Observe the royal colon. It works.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So don't be ashamed of it. Live stream it if you're a real man.
Oh, stop. Ooh. Okay, so I put up a poll.
Hold on, I'm going to put that in my big book of
about the big book of
ideas.
things that I don't want you to
Things
tell me
that
about
maybe
ever
there's a
again.
niche for me on OnlyFans.
Here is the follow. You're probably not lying there.
Yeah.
Here is the follow-up Pender poll from the one on the post above, which was about peeing in the shower. It's established that a majority of you pee in the shower. This one is even more important. Do you pee in the pool? I gave 3 choices. Okay, this is not a simple yes or no in my mind.
Yeah.
Yes, but only in my own swimming pool, like my backyard pool.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, any pool, anytime. No, I never pee in the pool.
Okay.
Okay, so it's your turn to get. Those are the 3 choices. Yeah. Now,
boy, the yes in my own pool is an interesting one. I'd never because when I've had a swimming pool, I never did in my own pool.
I don't think I have
now.
either.
I wish I had.
Right.
Because that makes sense.
Right, I feel like that's different than peeing in the pool at the Golden Nugget or something like that.
Right,
you know?
right. It's just the volume of pee combined with the fact that nobody else is. If it's just me out by myself in the afternoon or something.
I wish I'd peed in the pool that I had in my backyard when my neighbors came over and decided to use it without my permission.
Right.
I wish I walked up to them and peed in the pool like it was a urinal in front of them while they and their kids were in the pool.
Yeah, you wish you'd just gone ahead and done the full Monty, the 1 and the 2.
I wish I'd peed in a bucket for 4 days, and then when I saw the father of that family in the pool, grabbed that bucket and just dumped it on his head.
Yeah.
That's what I wish. Anyways, so...
okay, I'm guessing, that's an interesting one. In my own pool, what percentage of people have their own pools, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, factor that in because...
Yeah, that's going to be a lower
That hits
amount.
the numbers, yeah.
I think that, so the 3 choices are in my own pool, and then what are the second and third?
Yes, any pool, anytime, and then just a flat-out no, never.
I think yes, any pool, anytime. I think I bet there's people who have peed in the pool but felt like, it was a special circumstance.
Yeah, these are chronic
really
peers.
Drunk.
I'm talking chronic
I'm going
peers.
to say 15% of people would say that.
Yes, any pool, anytime?
Yeah.
No, you're off on that one. You want me to tell you the percentage on that one? 32.9%. 32.9%.
Oh, no.
Any pool, anytime.
And these are mostly adults.
32.9%, any pool, anytime. 8.6%, yes, but only in their own pool.
Okay.
So you add that up, and that's 40.5%.
It's an acceptable, yeah.
Sorry, 41.5% think it's acceptable to pee in a pool, whether it's their own or whether it's at resorts or public pools.
So whenever I'm in a public pool, I'm looking around, and one of 3 of these people is peeing. Is peeing.
It's peeing. Yeah.
If it's the owner of the resort, then also that might be a little bit higher too.
Yeah. But the bottom,
cool.
I'll tell you, I was actually encouraged that no got the majority. If you want to know the truth, 58.
1 in 3 is a pretty big number when you're in a crowded pool, man.
It is. But boy, so many people on that shower thing were just standing on business that, hey, man, just go pee.
You know what's weird is both Brandy and I grew up. Brandy grew up on a dairy farm. My family were all dairy farmers. Well, I guess I grew up partly on. It's complicated.
Yeah.
My dad, interesting dude.
Yes.
But like when you're on dairy farms as a kid, there's times in the summer where sometimes it's enjoyable to walk through the manure because it's nice and cool. You get to a point where manure is just no big deal whatsoever.
You do?
Yeah. It just you wade through it at times. You have to. It's you think nothing. Manure might as well be mud. And you don't think anything of it. So how have I gotten from that point as a child where I looked at cow manure as basically just another type of mud?
Right.
That now I can't handle the thought of a little bit of really dilute urine floating around me
hitting
when I'm
your
in
body.
a pool.
Yeah, hitting your body, right.
But I don't like it. I don't like it
No,
at
I don't
all.
like it either. I don't like it either. Do you ever go underwater in the pool, too?
A lot, with my eyes open.
I see.
Not anymore.
No, I don't go underwater. I'll stand in the pool just to cool off. You know, with the water.
But I'm the same. I'm a little bit of a fraud because we talked about this yesterday. I love swimming in lakes, and lakes are full of all kinds of excrement from various creatures.
Amy and I are looking for a lake to go to this summer.
Yeah.
We want to go to a lake this summer, like up in Idaho or Montana somewhere.
I got to get over this, I guess. I'm gonna have to. I'm just. You know what? Maybe the best way to get over it is to become one of the free and willing urinators in a public
That's
pool.
it, man. If you can't beat them, join them. Maybe that's the solution.
I await all of the forthcoming invitations to pool parties.
Yes.
As people can go, much like King Louis XIV, I will stand. Pope Zaza will come. If you're having a pool opening party this spring, invite me. I will come in full Pope Zaza garb. And I will christen your pool with my urine.
Thank you.
As I stand in it, arms outstretched, and inform everybody that I am peeing in front of you.
Dude, you're going to get at least a handful of serious invites for that.
I can't wait.
Okay, so the Texans have a negative streak going on that I actually feel like needs to continue next season if they're going to become a better football team. Did you know that the Texans have had a different player lead them in carries on offense each of the last 8 years? And I think they need a different one next year if they're going to become a better football team. These are the names. This goes back to 2018. Lamar Miller.
Underappreciated.
Tore his knee in 2019, which in training camp, which necessitated the trade for Carlos Hyde. 2019.
A man who, at the time, people would be angry at the Texans for letting Carlos Hyde go and walk out the door, even though Carlos Hyde ended up signing a deal for less money than the Texans had offered him.
That's right. That's right.
The Texans actually gave him his best offer. He said, no, I'm out of here. But then we somehow got angry at the Texans not for retaining him, even though they offered him the most money.
Yep. The next year, because Carlos Hyde left, of course, they traded for David Johnson.
David Johnson, who everybody in the Texans organization knew, because this is the way it works with running backs, is, hey, it's just a matter of time until he replicates his effort from 5 years ago.
Dude.
Yes.
I don't know if there's a player, and I think David Johnson still lives here in Houston. Amy and I were on a plane that his family was on from Houston when we went to Jamaica this summer.
Oh, yeah?
This past summer, yeah. So I think he still lives here.
Well, you run into it's a hub, you know. You run into a lot of people.
Yeah. No, well, but we saw him like in check-in and whatever. Like I think he still lives here. David Johnson, there may not be a player who has a bigger difference in film from like his heyday to the Texans get. Like he just looked like he didn't really feel like playing football much anymore by the time he was here.
He just didn't break tackles. He went down very easily. The one was it a Cardinals game? It was really annoying because the Cardinals were playing a very soft defense, and David Johnson had a few nice runs, and people desperately wanted to have something to cling on to, and they said, there he is, he's back.
The season opener that year in 2020 was the Thursday night game against the Kansas City Chiefs. That was the COVID year.
Yeah.
And he had like an 18-yard touchdown run to open the scoring of the season in the NFL, and Collinsworth was like, well, this looks like a pretty good trade the Texans made. Yeah.
Now let's get back to talking about Pat Mahomes.
Which he probably did. It was a Chiefs game. So David Johnson, not so great in 2020. Which necessitated Rex Burkhead leading the team in carries in 2021.
Yeah,
that's probably the lowest point in Texans rushing offense history, right there.
Anytime you've got a guy who is a nice complementary piece on a really good football team, you gotta try to take him and make him a feature back. Because that's worked out so many times with various running backs out of New England in the past. Yes, that was a great blueprint.
More depressing, David Culley as the head coach or Rex Burkhead as your bell cow running back?
Rex Burkhead, because, well, with both those guys, I felt bad for both those guys because both of them were good dudes who were put into a position that
they probably
knew
the
not
deal
suited to be in. So you always felt I still feel bad about David Culley I don't feel too bad about him because A, he knew what he was getting into, and B, they paid him a lot of money.
Yep.
He was handsomely rewarded. Burkhead, likewise, I don't think Burkhead ever in his dreams thought, yeah, I'm going to go and be the thing that changes Houston's fate. What I needed to be is the feature back down there.
This is the one that, in retrospect, if we were keeping track of this back in the day, we probably would have thought, okay, this is going to break this streak. Dameon Pierce, 2022, his rookie year.
That was genuinely something to get excited about.
Absolutely. He was the only thing to get excited about back in 2022.
Force, Swarm.
Yep.
He was Swarm before Swarm was even a thing here in Houston.
He absolutely was. He just couldn't run outside zone, just couldn't run the Slowick system. So, in 2023, Devin Singletary became the leading carrier.
There you go.
He's all right.
Yeah.
He had some good games. Not ideal. The Giants thought he was ideal. They gave him a contract, as we saw on Hard Knocks, which then led to, I think, the Texans finally, if you look at all these names, they finally found somebody, the next guy who you thought and hoped would be a multi-year guy. Hell, they gave him a 3-year contract extension. By definition, that means they thought he would be the multi-year lead back. Joe Mixon, 2024, who's probably the best out of all these names. Certainly had the best season out of all these names. He's probably the best player of any of these guys we've rattled off here. But that's 7 years in a row last year that you had a different ball carrier. So then Joe Mixon has this mysterious injury. So you're going to have somebody else, whether it's Nick Chubb or Woody Marks, leads the team in carries this past season, which is why, Seth, I say that this streak, which is not a positive streak, at some point you want to settle on somebody. I think a lot of the good teams have a running back over these last 8 years that they've leaned on for 2 or 3 years at a time.
Yeah.
I think this streak needs to actually continue if the Texans are going to be a better football team next year. In other words, Woody Marks can't be their leading ball carrier again next year.
Well, yeah, I would love for Woody Marks to be one of your leading receivers.
Yes.
In terms of number of receptions.
Yes.
And that works if you end up having a guy that's also just more of a workhorse back or whatever. It's interesting because like Jahmyr Gibbs would be the easy comp. That at the time Woody Marks got drafted, you were wondering if, okay, can this be kind of like David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs up in Detroit? Jahmyr Gibbs was definitively the lead back for the Lions this year, and he's a smaller guy, just like Woody Marks. So I don't want to count Woody Marks out from that completely, but they still do have that nice dynamic in Detroit where they can offset a bigger guy with a smaller guy, and just from game plan to game plan, just whatever's working, however your offense evolves over the season, then there we go. We're off to the races with that. And that's the dream scenario, is to have, if you had a guy like Joe Mixon, all right, that's that David Montgomery, Jahmyr Gibbs 1-2 punch.
Yep, absolutely. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. You can text in on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610. Do you agree with what we just talked about there? Does Woody Marks need to be not the leading ball carrier next year for the Texans?
He's had 77 receptions this year.
Who did?
Jahmyr Gibbs.
Oh, he was amazing.
Yeah.
Fantasy killer, man. Pitchers and catchers reported yesterday for the Astros. Why is it that one of each of those categories has to have an injury report on the first day? How are we feeling about one of the most important Houston Astros, and that would be Josh Hader? We'll hear from Josh Hader on his latest ailment up next. Oh, but first, Blue Chew. Now, there's nothing
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you on a Thursday. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. Pitchers and catchers reported yesterday for the Astros, and there was, at the very least, an injury report on at least one of each of those. Actually, two pitchers, one catcher. De Los Santos, they shut down because he had some soreness in his right knee. But the bigger story in the pitching realm is Josh Hader, who we learned yesterday had to shut down his offseason workouts because he was suffering after his fourth bullpen session that he was throwing leading up to spring training a couple of weeks ago. He had to shut things down because he suffered some inflammation in his biceps. Here is Josh Hader yesterday when he was asked what exactly happened.
I was going into my fourth bullpen, and for me, when I was throwing catch play, I just threw a changeup. Kind of grabbed on me, so then kept going on, and then the next day felt it again on a changeup. So following that, tried to do it without throwing the changeup, and then the more intense I got, felt it again. So the bicep kind of got inflamed, so then I took about 10 days off and started just letting that heal a little bit, and now we're here today, and today was the first day of catch play, which was pretty good. So like I said, a little setback, but nothing too concerning for me. And, yeah, so just building back up now and just get ready for the season.
You know, the wild thing about this, Seth, is that Josh Hader does not have a lot of experience coming back from injuries. If it were Lance,
that's a good point.
If it were Lance McCullers coming back,
yeah,
I would actually take his opinion on where he's at and what it takes to ramp up, because he's had to do it multiple times. Josh Hader has never been hurt before until the end of last season.
Okay, so, and again, I feel like we would normally, covering a normal baseball team, actually look at that as a reason for optimism. Like, hey, he's hardly ever injured.
No.
Sure, he has a little bit of a setback, some soreness. They dial it back a little bit, but we've just been beaten down to such a point of pessimism about all of these things that any news of any kind of a setback, even in a guy who's rarely injured, we interpret it as like, yeah, he hardly ever used to get injured,
right?
But now he's been with the Astros for a couple years.
No.
Here we go.
No, now he's getting initiated into the club.
Yeah,
he's going to become a made guy. They're going to have a ceremony for him where they prick his bicep and they draw blood and they rub it on each other's hands and they burn a card of his favorite saint and he rubs that. Like he's getting to be a man, the sword and gun on the table right there. Mm-hmm. He's getting initiated into the Astros injury club. That's what it feels like.
I'm choosing just out of sheer need to for mental health not to overreact to his little minor setback. This isn't one of those mysterious setbacks where at various pitchers everything's been going along just swimmingly, and then all of a sudden, hey, we haven't gotten any word on him in a while. What happened? Oh yeah, it turns out he re-ruptured his UCL. We haven't had anything quite like that.
Yeah, I don't like the out of nowhere part of this too. Like, oh yeah, by the way, guys, not that they're obligated to give us updates on workouts before training, spring training even starts. It's like, oh, yeah, by the way, Josh Hader, he didn't throw for 10 or 11 days. Here was Hader yesterday when he was asked, do you have a time frame for coming back? Could you be back for opening day?
No, right now I'm just taking it week by week and just seeing how I'm progressing with that. For me, it's more of just like seeing how my body responds on everything, because if I start setting the table, I don't want to get to the point where I'm going to be rushing and then something long-term happens, which I don't think it will, but sometimes you got to be cautious with that. But for right now, it's just building back up to where we need to be.
He is crucial. Like when this team was inside the playoff rope last year, Josh Hader, look, he was an all-star last year. He was awesome when he was right, and then, ultimately physically he wore down and he couldn't pitch the last however many weeks of the season. They're on the hook for another 3 years at $19 million a year with him. The other thing is like, oh, man, if this is Josh Hader, hopefully it is just one of those things like the shoulder's better, the bicep, he's not used to ramping back up after an injury, and the bicep inflames, and that gets okay, and he's fine again. If he's not fine again, if he's either injury-prone or not good, this is another Lance McCullers contract.
But it is. But, listen to yourself, though. And I'm kind of saying this tongue-in-cheek, but it's true. It's that if it were any other team with a normal injury situation or anything, this really wouldn't be anything that we might even be talking about right now. Other than that, okay, you had a little bit of a setback.
It's your closer. I think we'd be talking about it.
We'd be talking about it, but as far as looking at it like this is
Doomsday.
horrible news that he had a setback before spring training even began, that's usually not a big deal.
Right.
It shouldn't be a big deal. Right. But I'm acknowledging that it's impossible for us to accept it that way.
Right.
But the way you just framed it is, oh, my gosh, he had a minor setback during his rehab. Is this a sign that he's just he might never pitch again? I get why there's a tendency to feel that way. I'm trying to just look at it on a case-by-case basis and say, all right, it's normal for guys to have little 10-day setbacks during a rehab where they have to lay off and rest a little bit.
Yeah, and part of it, right, I brought up contracts, so you're absolutely right about that. So I was bringing up a longer-term thing. I am nervous about this season. This is not as talented a baseball team as they've had the last several years. Yeah. It's not as talented a starting rotation. Maybe as talented, but it's not as accomplished for sure, a starting rotation. I think they found a lot of things in the bullpen last year that they might have gotten lucky with for a while. I don't know that you can count on some of the journeyman guys again like they did. You just don't have as much wiggle room. And if Josh Hader is hurt, that means Brian Abreu is your closer, and you're bumping somebody else up into the setup role. We know how that kind of went at times last year. So that's I think my nervousness about this season is justified. Maybe I'm being a little bit alarmist about the bigger picture. And yes, it probably has 95% to do with the fact that it seems like every single one of these guys that suffers some sort of owie with the Astros and their pitching staff, it turns into something long-term. It's never short-term with any of these guys.
Right.
It's never a 15-day. Go back and find the last guy who mattered with the Astros who got hurt on their pitching staff that went on the 15-day IL, and it actually was only 15 days. Mm-hmm. Most of them turned into Tommy John surgery. So, and that's the only saving grace for me with this one is that it's a shoulder and now a biceps. It's not a UCL.
I think with pitching in general, we just have no clue exactly what the starting six, because remember it's going to be a starting six.
Yeah.
Looks like 1 month into the season right now. There's lots of guys to be intrigued by. Imai especially is like that's a reason to get excited. As long as he doesn't go pitch in the World Baseball Classic.
I don't want that, man.
After initially saying he wasn't going to pitch in the World Baseball Classic, there is a chance that Japan might end up using him. It would be as a reliever, but still, it's ramping up earlier than you would otherwise normally ramp up.
I thought he just wasn't pitching in the World Baseball Classic. I thought I didn't have to worry about that one, about Imai, but he might have to. Here was Joe Espada with an update. Turns out Yainer Diaz sprained his foot in December in winter ball in the Dominican Republic. And so that is impacting how they handle him here early in spring training. Here's Joe Espada with an explanation.
So Yainer Diaz, during winter ball, he slid in second base, and his left foot just kind of got caught underneath him, and there was a left foot sprain. He's doing fine. Sorry that I forgot to mention, but I did want to mention that. He is doing all field activities. What we are doing with him is just progressing his running. So the intensity of his running, it's going to pick up here the next few days. But he'll catch Imai today. He's hitting, he's doing everything, but just forgot to mention that in mid-December, when that happened in the DR, he flew to Houston. Doctors looked at him, and there was a small sprain. So we want to make sure that that's why he did not finish his season in the DR. But he's here. He's feeling well.
I'm glad he got injured. Just as a reminder that, look, as much as we like to talk about how the corner outfielders are unsettled, the infield is too jam-packed. Yeah. But they also do only have – they've got Yainer and they've got Cesar Salazar, who's pitched about 10 games a year in the last 3 years at catcher, after Victor Caratini has just unceremoniously shown the door.
Caratini is – I think we're going to realize this year how valuable he was last year. And I'm not even just saying as a competent backup catcher. Yeah. I'm saying as a guy who could play first base if you needed him to, as a switch hitter.
The switch hitter especially.
Yeah. I got to go see what Minnesota signed him for so I can get agitated over the Astros being cheap with Victor Caratini.
I asked Gemini to give me 5 reasons to get excited about A.J. Bluebaugh.
What did it do? I got to hear this.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's this. The unhittable changeup.
Okay.
In his first 11 Major League appearances, he threw it nearly 100 times, didn't allow a single hit when he threw his changeup. 0 for 29 batters were against his changeup.
Okay, that's number one.
That actually, I had written that down in my notes because Astros Future, AstrosFuture.com, and on X is a good follow.
Yeah.
I like him or her, whoever it is.
Rapid fire the other ones here. I need all
0 for 29. Okay. Small school success because he came out of the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee.
Okay. Whatever.
So you should be excited about that.
Okay. Good for him. I'm happy for him.
This I genuinely got excited about. In an era of specialization, Bluebaugh is a true three-sport athlete at Clear Fork High School in Ohio.
Okay.
He wasn't just a pitcher. He was a starting wide receiver in football and an all-district basketball player.
Okay.
Led his high school baseball team in stolen bases.
Okay, we can use him as a pinch runner in the playoffs.
Yes.
Okay, I like that.
And possibly on the Rockets. He was all district in high school, Sean.
Was he? What did it say he was? He was a point guard?
It didn't say.
It didn't say because they could use a point guard.
Nice way to assume based on his race, but still.
I'm assuming based on his height.
He's a Swiss. I don't know how big his high school was. He could have a center at.
That's true. With those smaller schools, 6'3", you're the center.
Let's see. He's thrived as a piggyback starter and long reliever.
Okay.
In 2025, he posted a dominant 1.69 ERA across 32 innings in the majors.
That's reason number 4?
Yeah, okay. I don't know. I mixed and matched up here. Let's see. Oh, and then the fifth one was their statistical highlights. Had a .88 whip. We know all of that. What's that?
I'm a little disappointed in Gemini's lack of a sophomoric sense of humor that his last name isn't a reason to really like him.
They did point out that it's pronounced Bluebaugh. I don't know. Maybe with the implication that it's not blue ball.
Yeah. It's not pronounced that way by me or other people with a sense of humor.
The thing about E.J. Bluebaugh is you do have to remember, okay, this is a small slice. It's a small sample size. When he got called back up to AAA last year, he had a 9.70 ERA over his next 8 outings in AAA. But then he reeled it back in. But I'm really getting excited about A.J. Bluebaugh, but I also have to keep reminding myself, look, it's a very small sliver. We've seen that there's a lot of upside there, but let's not pretend that just like we like to pretend with Cam Smith last year.
Yeah.
Hey, he had an awesome spring training.
I know.
Look at this. It's off to the races. Here we go.
I know. I'm going to be holding back this year. We were so excited about Cam. I'm still excited about Cam Smith, but I'm going to pump the brakes a little bit this year probably. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you as we roll on here on a Thursday. The Athletic dropped more questions from their anonymous NFL player poll. Do you like Bad Bunny as a selection for halftime? Do you gamble on sports? And I like this one. Have you ever tried to hide concussion symptoms from a doctor? We'll get into those questions, and we'll circle back to the Texans and some free agency shopping at the top of the hour. We'll do that coming up next. Stay there. But first, Men's Tea Clinic. Have you made your appointment at the Men's Tea Clinic yet?
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Top of the hour, there is an expert on ESPN.com that's picking the Texans to win the Super Bowl next year. We'll let you know who it is and why at the top of the hour. But before we do that, the Athletic has their poll of anonymous NFL players that they dropped. And we hit some of that last week. You know, most of the players, they were surveyed about Tom Brady's role as a broadcaster and an owner. They don't have a big issue with it by and large. Players don't. So we talked about that. What do the players want the NFLPA to be focusing on in the next round of CBA negotiations? And the highest votes came in for turf. You know, they all want grass turf instead of artificial turf. Here are the other ones that dropped this week, the other questions. How do NFL players feel about Bad Bunny playing the Super Bowl halftime?
Oh, okay.
Have you looked at any of these?
I haven't looked at any of these. I
Okay.
wanted to guess them like I would guess a Pender Poll.
Okay, good.
So let's see. I did see some of the quotes.
The choices are just yes or no. There's no nuance.
I'm going to say, I don't know. I think like 80% say yes.
You're on the right. Okay, you get a ding for being on the right side.
Yeah.
Yes won the poll, but it was.
I know a lot of them aren't necessarily Bad Bunny fans or anything.
Yeah.
But I figure like, yeah, whatever. They don't. The young folks don't seem to care as much about nailing the perfect halftime performer.
58.6% said yes.
Okay.
Yeah, 58.6. An NFC offensive player said, I don't even know who Bad Bunny is. I always think it should be an American. I think they're trying too hard with this international stuff.
He is an American.
He's an American citizen,
but
yes.
Puerto Rico is America.
Yep. He's an American citizen. Different NFC offensive player said, I don't like it. I'd prefer anyone who's synonymous with football and football culture. I feel like there's tons of artists out there who are fans of the game.
It was the biggest thing about it. It's weird because the halftime show has become much more about pulling in people who aren't hardcore football fans. Yeah. So I feel like, and then it's just going to become, you're never going to be happy, no matter what. It's not like this is the first time people are upset with a halftime performer.
Right.
This year you have the added element of the Spanish language and all that. But I feel like it wasn't until, I want to say 1991 or 92 was the first time that they had anything other than just a marching band at halftime of the Super Bowl.
Well, 93,
it was NSYNC, I think.
93 was Michael Jackson, which is still one of the highest rated ones.
That was, and a lot of people errantly think that was the first time they had a pop music performer.
Right.
But they had Gloria Estefan. If I'm remembering correctly, they had Gloria Estefan, and then the next year it was either NSYNC or some other boy band.
Okay.
And then it was Michael Jackson, and Michael Jackson is what all of a sudden took it to another level with the halftime show.
Yep.
But beyond that, I looked this up yesterday. It was a lot of marching bands. It was like a normal halftime show.
Like a college
There'd be
football
somebody
game.
I'd never heard of singing some patriotic song, and then there was a marching band or something. But it wasn't really a big deal until then. And then at various times, there's never been unanimous approval of any of them, because if it's somebody that guys like you and I like, then all the young people are like, why are all these old guys up there?
Yeah, well, that's,
if it's somebody young, then it's all the olds are PO'd.
That's the big thing compared to this one. Like it used to be an age thing. Now it's a political thing. You know, and that's
right. Whatever people are upset about, I don't know, whatever.
Yeah. So let's move on to gambling. And this is the poll. 78 players voted on this. Has a fan ever confronted you or contacted you about their sports betting loss or fantasy football loss? You know, and that'll be anger.
Yeah.
You know, so and so. I had you over 78.5 yards.
Gosh.
How could you get tackled in the backfield that many times?
I feel like anybody who has a social media account if they're counting that as an encounter, then they didn't say like an in-person encounter, did they?
Has a fan ever confronted you or contacted you about their sports betting loss or fantasy football loss? Yeah.
I bet it's 84%.
You're on the right side of the yes one. It's 70.5%.
Oh, you know what? Probably very few offensive linemen, defensive linemen, and linebackers necessarily.
I bet Will Campbell got some.
Right, yeah, he would definitely. But as far as the percentage,
sure.
I'm thinking of the big time guy. If you ask every quarterback or receiver or defensive back, it's probably close to 100%.
Yes.
But the non-skill positions, probably it's much lower.
That's a great point. Knowing the makeup of the voting constituency probably would help. In that, probably would have helped with the Bad Bunny question too. Honestly, for to know the truth. The other thing that they were asked in the gambling realm was, do you bet on other sports?
That's a tough one. Help me out on this one. I'm going to phone a friend. Have you ever looked at and seen what percentage of people in their 20s gamble on sports these days?
I have not.
Yeah, I'm curious just about that in general.
I know of the two 20-year-olds, of the three 20 through 30-year-olds I have in my family, two of the three do. The one that doesn't is my daughter. Yeah.
Of the two young men in your family, 100% of them do.
100% of them do. Yes.
So I don't think the 20-year-olds in my family gamble online. So I would say probably. Let's say I'm just.
Do you bet on
35%?
35% say yes, they bet on other sports.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're right in that no is the winner, so you get that.
The
balloons. No. Yes. 10.7%.
Oh, really?
Only 10.7% say they bet on other sports. Now, I wonder if there's a few in there that are just trying to that don't trust the anonymity.
They don't want to mess around. Yeah, that's a good point.
They don't trust the anonymity of the poll.
Remember when the baseball steroid results were going to be anonymous?
Yeah.
And then they weren't? Yeah. So there's a certain level of distrust of telling it to anybody.
You know what?
Even though it's not illegal.
I'm going to give you a ding for 35% because I feel like with Roger Goodell as the commissioner, you can't trust that guy as far as you throw him. So I'm going to give the margin for error 25% either way. So I'm going to say you got that right.
Okay.
All right, let's make sure we hit this last one.
Based on a cynicism over people's honesty.
Absolutely, yes. Okay. Yeah, I think it's perfectly valid. Okay, as a former player, I can't wait to see your guess on this one. Have you ever tried to...
What is it, a math problem?
Have you ever tried...
What a jerk. What a jerk.
If I have 10 oranges and I'm traveling 8 miles an hour...
What weighs more, a pound of feathers or a pound of lead?
Well, what does? Have you ever tried to hide concussion symptoms from a doctor?
Oh, okay. Oh,
yes, yes or no?
Boy.
Two choices. Yes or no?
I bet this is pretty low on the yes side. I bet only. I'm guessing only 10% said yes to have they ever tried to disguise symptoms.
You are on the right side. You're even in the neighborhood too. But I got to buzz you because 5% is the margin.
Okay.
19.5%.
Oh, wow. That's actually, obviously higher than I thought it would be.
But still, really, I thought yes would be much higher. I'm not a former player, so I'm just guessing. I thought yes would be much higher because guys are trying to stay on the field.
There is, and it's tough, too. I would imagine on the margins of things where, all right, now they'll tell you that every time, what we used to call getting your bell rung is actually a concussion.
Right.
But, having had my bell rung so many times, there's times where, all right, I don't feel like it's actually affecting me that much, and it's not something that's I bet in situations like that, or where guys may have hit their head and they're afraid that they're going to get, have to go into the protocol, even though they really think it's no big deal.
Yep.
Then it's probably a lot of situations like that. It does. I feel like when guys, and I know it shouldn't be in their hands to make the decision, but at the very least, when guys feel like, okay, there's something going on here, it seems like they're pretty forthcoming with it.
Yeah.
So that part of it, but it is good because of everything I talked about at the beginning. That's why it's good you do have independent observers and everything. Yeah. When you're in the heat of the moment, no matter how much you know about the importance of recognizing, diagnosing, and treating concussions, you just want to get out there and smash your head again. I just really, no. I want to go bash my head against other people's heads.
Get out of my way.
Why are you making me go into this tent?
Give me my helmet back.
Yes.
You're not going to give me my helmet? I'll smash my head without a helmet. All right? All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday here. One particular ESPN writer has picked the Texans to win the Super Bowl next year. Does the explanation hold water? And there's also a former player who says the Texans are just one off-season away. We'll get into that in the 9 o'clock hour coming up next. But, hey, what is it, February 12th? You got 2 days, all right? You got 2 days.
Lincoln and West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I don't think it's hit me yet that Sam Darnold is a Super Bowl champion. They're just showing, they're it's 9 o'clock, so they're leading into first take, so they're still talking about the Super Bowl, as are we on this show. And they're just showing Sam Darnold walking off the field with the championship T-shirt on, kind of over his uniform, and he's got the hat that says they're Super Bowl champs, and he's waving the hat. And I'm like, man, we live in a world where Sam Darnold is a champion.
And not only that, though, too, Sean. Talk about the aura that the Super Bowl championship gives you. Same way Eli Manning went from being dopey-faced Eli to, wow, he's the picture of just calm, cool, and collected. His face went from being goofy, I don't know where I am face to, wow, that guy's just unaffected by the pressure. Because he won a couple of Super Bowls.
He's an assassin.
Sam Darnold all of a sudden has a little bit of a Joe Cool feel to him almost. Yep. There's that clip of him going up to Julian Love after the game and saying, hey, how about a pick in the soupy? And have you seen that one?
No.
He goes up to him and is like, how about getting a pick in the soupy? And then you're like, wow. I didn't know people called it the soupy, but because you just won one, I'm going to act like that's not a stupid thing to call it.
No, now the soupy. Yeah.
That's what people who win soupies do. They call it the soupy.
Oh, my
Because
God.
he was calm, cool, and collected.
Yeah, he was an assassin.
He just doesn't treat it like anything more than it is, another football game.
No. His 50% completion percentage was better than other people's 50% completion percentage.
That, honestly, though, that is something that's really, really important because that is the difference between Sam Darnold, who's been in the league a long time, has learned a few things about when to turn it on, when to turn it off. I mean, he had to this year. He was kind of turnover heavy this year, then didn't turn the ball over at all in the playoffs. But that game was kind of a picture of, man, all right, CJ, it's okay to be at 45% completion percentage. You've still got a lead in the game.
Yep.
It might not be that kind of a game. Just don't turn the ball over.
Yes.
And Darnold, man, he put the ball in harm's way a couple of times.
Early, especially.
I don't think it didn't look as bad from the end zone copy as it did on in real time on TV.
Yeah.
But he didn't turn the ball over, and that ended up being really the most vital thing in that game. Aside from, the Seahawks were just beating the snot out of the Patriots.
Yeah, the defense is really good, too. Yeah, no, for sure. Well,
their defense is really good, so it's okay. All right, I'm only completing 50% of my passes. All right, cool. I'm just not turning the ball. We got to get first downs. This is a game of getting first downs. That's all it needs to be.
They played 3 playoff games. They didn't turn it over in any of them. So he had no turnovers the entire postseason. Here was Ben Solak. We played it yesterday. There's a reason we're playing it here again. But Ben Solak, ESPN.com writer, who was on Kay Adams' podcast, right? Seth is
Up
with
in
Kay
Adams.
Up in Adams. He's very bullish on the Houston Texans.
That entire defense is going to be back. And they obviously they were quite healthy this year, and so you always worry about the health. But that defense was one of the 3 elite defenses, right? Denver, Seattle, and then Houston. And then offensively, that was an unbelievably young offense, right? You have a rookie running back in Woody Marks. You have rookie young receivers in Jaden Higgins and in Jalen Noel. You have no Tank Dell for the entirety of the season. You have a rookie starting left tackle there, the offensive line, and they were shuffling the offensive line over the course of the year to try to figure out the best group because they had multiple free agent ads, right? You have C.J. Stroud, who's still a young quarterback. You had Nick Caley, who was a first-year OC. And over the course of the back half of the regular season, they were figuring stuff out, and they were getting a little better. Running game was improving. Jaden Higgins was taking steps forward. They obviously got deleted by the Patriots in the snow. Bad game. It leaves a sour taste in your mouth. But in general, that offense was never going to be in its final form after one season. And I think that you're going to see some more investment on the offensive line this offseason. And I think you're going to see a much better, more polished and controlled C.J. Stroud over the course of next year. That plus just this defense, right? That defense is going to auto-print you 8 wins, 9 wins.
11 ESPN analysts made their picks on 2026 champion, MVP, a couple categories. One of them is Ben Solak. Of the 11 writers picked their Super Bowl champion, their Super Bowl matchup, and who's going to win. Ben Solak. Texans over Rams in the Super Bowl next season. And he echoes, they each write a paragraph about it. He kind of echoes what he said in that sound right there. I'm buying all sorts of Texans stock as that defense is staying together and the offense was showing positive signs of growth in a season with a new OC and a totally retooled offensive line. I'll add this, which might get retooled again, the offensive line. I mean, there's probably going to be some new faces. With an improvement, just to finish out, with an improvement in the running game, Houston is set for an explosion, he says.
Okay, this is the interesting thing about that. It's going to have to come most likely with some improvement on offense, obviously.
No doubt.
Especially in the playoffs. So that's a given. I spent most of this season talking about the likelihood of winning a championship when driven by your defense. Really hard to win a championship just with just the defense driving you. This is a year where you could have made the Super Bowl with that performance. You could have made it to the Super Bowl. I don't think the Texans had a very good chance of beating the Seahawks in the Super Bowl. Even if C.J. Stroud had been playing like the normal version of himself, Seahawks just have a better offense than the Texans.
We saw that matchup in Week 7.
Yeah, the defenses kind of negate each other out, and then you've got a Seahawks offense that's a really good offense versus a Texans offense that's very mediocre. I mean, obviously, they're not going against each other, but of the four main platoons, the Seahawks have an advantage there.
Yep.
So I think that but this is a year that you could have made the Super Bowl led by your defense. That's what the Patriots did. They fenced the Super Bowl.
Yep.
So the Texans could have – this is a season where the Texans could have done it. I don't know if it's going to be like that next year. You know, there's a good chance that either the Bills or the Ravens or the Chiefs or some other team that we're not thinking about right now ends up having a really potent offense, and you're not going to be able to just ride your defense to a championship. So for me, it's not as simple as, well, hey, look, if they just get a little bit better on offense, then there you go. They need to maintain where they are on defense, and then they've got to get a lot better on offense.
Yeah.
They got to be a legitimately top 10 offense if you want to be realistic about winning the Super Bowl.
There's two things that broke the Texans' way this past year that I just think it's hard to believe they're going to break the same way in 2026. One is what you just talked about, Seth, that the AFC broke in such a way that you had three very inexperienced quarterbacks in the top 3 seeds with Trevor Lawrence, Drake May, and Bo Nix, who didn't even make it through the entire postseason. They had to finish out with Jarrett Stidham. And that Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow, like at least one of those guys is going to be, odds are, or more, are going to be back in the postseason next year. That whole dynamic. And then the fact that they had 5 total missed games among top 7 players on defense. The 7 guys on defense that got recognition for either Pro Bowl or All-Pro, and I'm throwing Jalen Petrie in there because I think a lot of people thought he should have made one of those two.
Yeah.
So I'm throwing Petrie in there. They missed a total of 5 games. Those two things are just very, very, very unlikely to happen next year. And in fact, the likely thing is that both of them don't happen.
Right.
So now you're dealing with a better AFC, or at least a more accomplished AFC, I'll call it, a more decorated AFC with guys who've actually won MVPs and things like that back in the mix. And a defense where you better have some depth, especially if you lose one of these guys like your 2 corners or either of your edge rushers. You can probably the guys you have at backup there aren't Danielle Hunter or Will Anderson.
Well, but I mean, it's a big deal. That's a driving force of why you're allowed to play the coverages that they do play. You know, one of the reasons they can keep it simple on defense is because they generate a really good pass rush with those guys on the edge. But yeah, like where the injuries really hurt them this year was a defensive tackle. Yeah. But they had really good depth there.
Yeah.
And the drop off from the starters to the backups wasn't as big because those weren't guys who were the caliber of Will Anderson or Danielle Hunter.
And Togiai becoming what he did was kind of unforeseen.
Right,
you know, that was some house money that you got there. Of those two things, of those two dynamics, the AFC being better, the defense being healthy, the one that concerns me more is actually the defense being healthy. Because I think if the defense does stay healthy, then I think you can go against some of those teams. You know, like if you start losing guys on defense, I don't know that it matters too much what the AFC makeup is like. You know, like you've got to. So of those two things, the thing I'm more worried about is the stuff inside the building there and those guys staying healthy more so than what's happening, you know, around the AFC.
There's one thing just off the top of my mind, because I've wondered about this at times. As a former defensive lineman, look, you rotate your defensive linemen, and it's good. It's the right thing to do. You keep guys fresh. You keep them coming in there. You know, as Matt Burke says, you want them throwing fastballs all the time. Yeah. But it is I wonder how much analytics is dove into just exactly how to rotate everybody. Because this is what will always be frustrating for me as a defensive lineman. Sometimes you're giving guys breaks, you're trying to keep them on a pitch count and everything, you're trying to keep them fresh for the fourth quarter. But then there's times in a game where all of a sudden you've got your entire backup defensive line out there, and the offense is backed up on their own 10-yard line, but they convert like 3 first downs in a row. So what, and it all, back in my day, in the dinosaur days, it was very much a combination of the coach doing it by the seat of his pants, the individual players and where they were on the pecking order and deciding when they were going to play, like inserting themselves back in. Yeah. Because a lot of times the starter himself sees a couple of first downs and he's
going in.
Screw this, I'm getting back in there.
Helmet on, yeah.
But yeah, it's a big part. I'm guessing Caserio has dug into this, and maybe the Texans are advanced with it.
Yeah.
But because it's like a fresh backup a lot of times is a better player than a gassed all-pro guy.
Totally, yeah.
But you got to find that balance, but still have your key guys on the field in the fourth quarter and fresh.
Yep, that's interesting. Manti Te'o on Good Morning Football had this to say. I guess the question they were doing is name a team that's one offseason away from being in the Super Bowl.
The defense that you have over there in Houston, you just need an offense that won't lose you the game. You don't even need an offense that's going to win you the game. There's so many times that we saw last year, especially in the postseason, that it was a defense that kept giving you opportunities. Not only giving you opportunities, but was saving you from bad opportunities. When you have a defense like what DeMeco Ryans has over there, you need an offense that just gets the job done and doesn't mess it up. And so if there's one team, guys, that I think is just one offseason away, just one free agency signing away, it's the Houston Texans.
Okay, that last part where he says one free agency signing away.
Yeah.
I feel like there's a little bit more work to do.
It's funny because he's saying a lot of the same things that I was a proponent of in the first part of this segment, and yet the one catch there is you do need more than that. I mean, you need to get to a point where I think the Texans, the way they were constructed this year, where in the regular season, it was an offense that was just, you're not losing the game. You're taking where you are and you're doing just enough to win the game because the defense is so good. And that was enough, and it probably would have been enough to get to the Super Bowl if you would continue to play that way in the regular season or in the playoffs. But I don't think it was going to be enough to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So that's where it's whether it's one free agency signing or one draft, it's going to be more than one player. Yeah. But it's also got to come along with the development of Ariante Ursary,
sure.
C.J. Stroud continuing to get better, a running back. I would say 3 offseason acquisitions via the draft or free agency.
That's the thing I was gonna kind of frame it like when he says one free agency sign. Look, they're gonna sign more than one free agent, obviously, but I can see it being one big splurge at free agency. Yeah. Assuming that you hit on your draft picks. They got a lot of draft picks, and they got 3 in the top 59. If you can hit on those 3 and they're contributors, they don't even necessarily need to be starters. I'd like one of them to be a running back who is your starter. And it's funny, we'll start doing mock draft injections here in the pretty near future because the mock drafts are starting to flow now. They all, that I've seen, have the Texans taking a running back in the first or second round.
Mm-hmm.
That is an acknowledged need. Even with the rookie year that Woody Marks had, the experts out there in the draft seem to think the Texans, they need some more juice. Even if, forget about what you think Woody Marks' role is, they just don't have enough guys.
Well, and part of that, too, is I think that the development, the hopefully continued development of Jaden Higgins and Ariante Ursary, that's still a draft playing out. Those first 3 years, those guys hopefully will be. Think about Jalen Petrie in his third year versus Jalen Petrie, in his second year, especially when he got benched. Jalen Petrie got a lot better over the course of his first 4 seasons.
Yep.
So hopefully Jaden Higgins becoming more of an impact player. Ariante Ursary, I think, is going to be just fine. Could potentially be really good at left tackle, but he's going to be better next year than he is this year. And just either a running back, an interior offensive lineman that comes in and plays like the Seahawks had Gray Zabel this year, who started for them all season long. The running back and somebody on the interior offensive line, if they hit home runs on those draft picks, that could be a big, big deal.
We went through that Fox Sports list of the top 100 free agents yesterday, more through the lens of the Texans' own free agents and guys that the people who wrote this article had the Texans actually signing. The only outside free agent they had the Texans signing on this list was Braden Smith, the right tackle for the Indianapolis Colts. You and I were both, I think, kind of so-so on that, on them bringing in Braden Smith.
Yeah,
to play right
he's been injured every year for the last. He feels like an offensive line version of Christian Kirk.
They had them bringing back Sheldon Rankins. Yeah, they had Christian Kirk going to the Colts on a low-level deal. They had them bringing back Sheldon Rankins, which I like. They had them bringing back Ed Ingram, which to me is show me the sticker. You know, show me what the sticker price is, and I'll tell you whether or not I like that one.
I'm curious about that one because Ed seemed like the kind of guy that maybe they reached out to during the regular season. And
to try to extend.
Yeah. And I wonder if Ed Ingram, because especially with a guy like Ed Ingram, who had a rough go of it his first few years in the NFL, was a starter, but then was benched midway through 2024, and then had the best season of his career. They probably thought, okay, maybe there's a guy might be primed to sign a reasonable deal, but he might be thinking, no, dude, what do you think? I just had the best season of my career. I'm going to test free agency.
Yep. I saw a graphic earlier today, and I think we'll see a lot of this. Breece Hall.
Yeah.
Breece Hall and Kenneth Walker III are probably the two best running backs out there on the market. So if the Texans chose to fill that need through free agency, and the Texans, they had like 4 logos on the Breece Hall graphic, Seth, and one of them was the Texans, and I would imagine we'll see quite a bit of that.
Well, yeah, and Breece Hall I think he's 24. Yeah. I don't know if he turns 25 or not, but it'll be his second contract, but he's still a young player. So, yeah, he'll be 25 years old next year.
Okay.
And the second contract for a running back doesn't concern me nearly as much as it used to, especially if it's a guy who's still young. You know, Joe Mixon was an older guy, and the Texans extended him after they traded for him. And now it's been the old cautionary tale about signing older running backs. Great. Yeah. You got some good usage out of them, but then you had an entire season of 0 out of them.
Yep, you did. And we'll see what happens with Joe Mixon over the next weeks. Nick Caserio said on this show they're going to sit down with him at some point, and they're going to figure the whole thing out. All right, let's dip in on the Seahawks parade, which is kind of in a way still bathing in the Patriot tears. Cursing at the parade, drunkenness at the parade, bad jokes at the parade. We've got all that. And Tom Brady took a swipe at a genre that I am a big fan of. So we'll get that for you in the next segment as well. But first, West Point Lincoln. They had a great event at West Point Lincoln.
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
They had a fairly entertaining parade yesterday for the Seattle Seahawks, your Super Bowl champions. Here was Ernest Jones, linebacker, who stepped up to the podium with a T-shirt that they had to digitize out on SportsCenter this morning because it had Sam Darnold with a cigarette in his mouth and a middle finger raised.
The Seahawks official social media account had no issue with it, and they delivered the clip we're about to play unedited.
Yeah,
with all the profanity or whatever. I had to cut out a couple parts where people in the crowd were swearing in this also.
Wow.
Or it's probably somebody up on stage off in the distance.
All right, so appreciate this cut. This was a labor-intensive cut for Seth to go
Spent
get.
45 minutes.
That's it. Here's Ernest.
Sleeves rolled up and everything.
Here's Ernest Jones at the Seahawks parade.
Yeah! I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'm probably the last person they should have gave the mic to. But we finna turn up, man. Shout out to these badass motherfuckers who play this game the right way. Hey, not only do we have the best defense in the world, we got the best team in the world. And quite frankly, if you got anything to say about my quarterback, you got anything to say about my defense, you got anything to say about my O-line, and you got anything to say about the city of Seattle, I got two words for you. You. Yeah! We here to stay, and we ain't going nowhere.
That's pretty good. I would say as turns at the podium go at a Super Bowl parade, I would say that's a solid A- right there.
Yeah, it was emotion. It was, hey, we got each other's back.
Yeah.
And he also, is a key. If I ever have a chance to get up and speak as a member of an athlete of a national championship winning team, defend the city.
Yeah.
Pander to the city that you're in.
Always.
They'll love you for it.
Cheap pop, man. You get a cheap pop out of that. It's nice. It's funny. We had a text.
Well, Manny is the classic one of that, right? That was
Manny.
Was it Manny Ramirez?
Oh, probably. Yeah. Texter said, really, is this what we're laughing about? This is from the first time we played it, but I wanted to read it to you. Really, is this what we're laughing about and celebrating players, people that are role models dropping F-bombs in front of families and kids? It's another reason why I don't watch professional sports anymore. I only listen to Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, my gosh. Oh.
So I was reading that whole text, and I'm reading it, and I'm 90% of the way through it, and a little of me is like, get over yourself. And then he's like, I only listen to you guys. And I'm like, oh, that's a smart guy right there.
He's a fan by proxy.
Yeah.
Well, the first time we talked about it, I did confess. I don't know if confess is the right word. I do feel a little bit like a grumpy old man or something, or just I'm a little Southern Belle like I wish they could do without all the profanity. There are children watching, and I would like to maintain a certain level of decorum when I try to celebrate my team's victory. I'm Southern Belle, Pacific Northwesterner.
Can you say decorum again?
Decorum.
Love that. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that. Like the superfluous. I curse. You curse.
You?
Yeah. Yeah. But like not into a microphone in front of
kids, it gets me weird.
Yeah.
I just, man, when I see people, this is from the time I was a young man. I get really uncomfortable when there's a group of people just swearing it out loud in public around families and everything.
Yeah.
I just, come on, man. Clean yourself. Have some respect. What the hell are you doing?
Here was John Schneider, the GM of the Seahawks, who seemed to be having a good time. He had a red Polo cup in his hand and talked about negotiating with Kenneth Walker during the parade. Yeah.
To Ken Walker being the MVP, let's go! Woo! He tried negotiating with me 5 minutes ago. It was really weird. Anyway, hey, MVP!
It was a good pivot by John Schneider.
Yeah, you know what that was? That was your drunk friend at your wedding.
Absolutely.
That's a best man speech that's a little a little too out of control or whatever. He's just throwing all kinds of inside jokes and everything, and maybe a lot of people in the audience will get it, but he's having a good time.
I was thinking the exact same thing. I'm like, this is a wedding toast going on right now.
Yeah.
He just yells, woo! Like for no reason. Yeah.
And then remember that time, and then there were, you remember that deer? Woo!
Remember that time we stole all those signs?
And
there's 3 accidents.
Marbles, am I right?
Marbles. Squibby.
It's Tony Romo giving a toast at your wedding.
It is. So that was John Schneider. Here was Cooper Kupp. I think this was an attempt at a jab at Boston. Because we know Good Will Hunting is a Boston. One of the most famous lines in the movie was, "How do you like them apples?"
One of the dumbest lines, yeah.
Right. So here was Cooper Kupp, I think, trying to take a swipe at New England.
Hey, Washington.
Hammered too.
Yeah. How about them apples, huh?
No.
Hey, thank you guys for embracing a couple kids from Eastern Washington, from Yakima and Tri-Cities. I appreciate you all.
These guys are bombed.
Yeah, they're good time.
We played 3 cuts, and those guys, the cumulative or average blood alcohol content's got to be over 0.2.
One of the big parts, you got to factor in all the sleep deprivation that goes into it, too.
That's true,
A lot of those guys have probably not had much sleep over the last 72 hours.
Right.
And then you introduce any level of drinking into it, and it gets ugly, sloppy. Yeah, a little bit of a double whammy there, too, because Washington known for their apples also.
That's right.
Yeah,
they call it the Apple Cup as their rivalry game with Washington and Washington State.
Louis C.K. has a really funny bit about how stupid that line is in that movie. How do you like them apples? Because he goes in on how Matt Damon writes the movie alongside Ben Affleck, and of course Matt Damon writing the character for himself is like, okay, who is this Will Hunting? Okay, he's this incredible badass that fights people all the time, but he's also a super genius.
Yeah, he's got a 180 IQ.
This is the character I'm playing. But then also in just that put down, like how stupid it is and how unrealistic it is that you're writing this script and you're saying, okay, I'm going to ask him, do you like apples? And this insult's only going to work if the guy answers yes.
Right.
Meanwhile, the guy who has some drunk Southie asking him, do you like apples? I'm not Louis C.K., but this is hilarious. In many ways, I'm not Louis C.K. But the guy who gets asked the question is like, well, darn it, I do like apples. I can't lie.
Well, and that guy goes to Harvard.
Yeah. Yes, I like apples.
It's funny you should.
How you like them apples?
You stepped right in my apple trap.
Which even though he stepped into his apple trap, it's still so corny and stupid.
So corny.
It's one of the corniest, dumbest put downs ever in a movie.
Yep.
But because it's in the script, they get to act like, we got you.
Yeah.
Thought you were smart,
All his buddies are patting him on the back about what a great line it was.
You got him with the apple joke. You got
no, you didn't.
It's the worst version of a D's nuts joke ever.
Yes.
It would have been better if he said, do you like apples? And he said, yes, I like them apples.
Oh my
and then
God.
he said, D's nuts.
Yeah.
That would have been better.
Trust me, kids, it'll be funny in 8 years.
Do you like pistachios?
Here was Tom Brady. I want to make sure we get to this because I teased it. He was having a conversation with Logan Paul.
Which Paul is that?
He's the one that's in WWE. Jake Paul's the one that boxes.
Okay.
Logan Paul is a WWE superstar.
Is Jake Paul the more of the two? Is Jake Paul the more famous one?
I don't know. I think they're both pretty famous.
He's the big brother of the little brother.
Don't know
Logan
the
Paul.
age sequence.
So Logan Paul's in WWE.
WWE, and Logan Paul is going to go. He's going to be playing in this flag football game in Saudi Arabia for Fanatics, which Brady is also going to be in. And here's Logan Paul touting his athleticism.
I'm told that I'm being flown out to Saudi Arabia to compete in a Fanatics flag football game with you.
Yeah, you know what? I'm actually a little worried for you because I know
for me.
Well,
you're a good athlete, but you're like,
No.
These guys
Great.
are another level.
I am the highest level. I am the level.
No, you're not the level.
I am the level.
You're a good athlete, but honestly, when I'm thinking of Saquon Barkley and I'm thinking of like,
bro, can Saquon
Odell
Barkley
Beckham
do
and Justin
a
Jefferson,
flip off the top rope?
Have you
a
not
180
seen him
moonsault
jump
off the top
over
rope
someone's
onto
head?
LA
It's
Knight?
cute. It's a great, I love WWE. It's very cute. But honestly, this is like real football. This is real competition.
I was an all-state linebacker. I rushed for 1,200 yards, 19 touchdowns my senior year.
Well, let's see what you see. I mean, we all had a great pass. I won 7 Super Bowl. Who don't gives a You know what matters? This game, March 21st in Saudi. I'm glad you're going to be there, and I'm glad you're finally going to participate in like a competition that matters.
This guy's insane. The audacity of Tom Brady. I can't believe it. Wins 7 Super Bowls, thinks he can just go around and talk about his flag football game.
All right, we're good. We're good, Ben. He called WWE cute, which I need to go see how all the WWE guys reacted to that.
He was so Logan Paul he ran for over 1,400 yards, scored 18 touchdowns, while also playing defense as a linebacker. I know he and his brother were both actual good wrestlers too.
Yeah.
In Ohio, which is not an easy place to be a good wrestler.
Logan Paul is incredible.
Yeah.
He is an incredible athlete. He's not. He's only been in professional wrestling for a couple of years.
Yeah.
And they put him in high spots on the card. Like he is a very front-facing guy for them. He put up a video after that. I don't know if you saw it. It doesn't make for good radio because there's no audio in it, but he did
I saw the video.
He showed a video of Saquon Barkley's run where he jumped up backwards over the guy 2 years ago. And so Logan Paul kind of impersonates it and jumps up and kind of looks at the camera like, what's so hard about that?
Yeah.
And then shows like 7 highlights of him doing moonsaults from top of the turnbuckle down to the announcer's table and stuff.
Yeah, okay.
He does some incredible stuff. The one incredible one he did, I forget which event it was, he did it with a drone in his hand.
Oh, really?
Which looked really...
and he does impressive things and all that. I would say just from having watched him do stuff on social media and everything, both of the Paul brothers, I've never bothered to learn the difference in them. But he's not as twitchy as obviously as Saquon Barkley.
Of
the many people who have run for 1,400 yards in high school, very few of them have gone on to have Saquon Barkley's career.
That's very true.
I'm not trying to take away the impressiveness of being that good in high school, but still, it's not quite this. It's not equivalent to being Saquon Barkley.
He's not as twitchy, is what you say.
Yeah.
Okay. We're going back to Nick Wright's thing on the NBA All-Star game.
No, it's not a black-white thing or anything. It's just him. I'm actually watching him play.
Gotcha.
And
Scouting him.
He's more like a Derek. I would say if I had to do a comp, Derrick Henry style.
A little straight line. Yeah. I got you.
Saquon Barkley's twitchier than Derrick Henry.
Saquon Barkley's twitchier than everybody. He for sure. All right, final segment coming up. Joe Espada said something about the way the Astros are going to handle spring training. They got one of our fellow hosts here at Sports Radio 610 a little agitated. So stay tuned for that. We'll find out what the guys on In the Loop have going on today. We'll have a question of the day from them as well that we'll get to. Stay there.
Hey, if you have been injured in an accident that was not your fault, Mokaram injury.
610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
We'll get to one of the greatest excuses ever for a Super Bowl loss in just a few minutes. We'll get to Joe Espada here in a second. Real quick text. On the heels of us playing the Tom Brady-Logan Paul conversation where Brady said, Logan Paul said he's an elite athlete, and Brady said, yeah, WWE, that's cute what you do right there. And Logan Paul cited his high school stats in football. Sean's indignant rant about Tom freaking Brady, all caps, negatively commenting about a WWE wrestler's football ability may be the LOL of the day. He was negative commenting about what Logan Paul does for a living, which is WWE. He said, oh, that's really cute what you do, the WWE stuff. That's what I was talking about. I'm not here to say that Logan Paul's 1,400 yards and 19 touchdowns he rushed for should have been anything he even brought up. He should have just pulled up video of him doing all the crazy stuff that he does in WWE. That's some athletic stuff. I mean, that's crazy stuff right there. So
yeah,
that's the thing. I'm not taking up for Logan Paul's football career.
Brady, Brady's he's playing the game there. He's being a little bit of a hype man, calling cute and all of that. So he's getting into that world.
That's a great point. I am more interested in this March 21st flag football game now than I was. I didn't know it existed until yesterday, and now I'm like, I think I'll
That's
probably.
What you got to do. You got to hype it up a little bit.
Yeah,
you got a little smack talk
okay,
like the boxers do.
Yeah, good job, Brady. Okay, I take it all back. Good job, Brady.
Known hype man. I've often felt that he would become the next Don King.
Yeah.
He's basically got that same flair, that same personality, that everything. Yeah.
Right. Here was Joe Espada saying this is what the routine is going to look like at Astros spring training. Take a
We're
listen.
going to come out in smaller groups. He's going to allow our coaches to be more hands-on and work on specific things that we need to work as a club. Also, he's going to allow us to be more efficient, getting the guys off their feet. So you guys are not going to see everyone on the field at once. There's going to be, we're going to have different stations working on different skills to make sure that not only we're addressing the things that we need to as a club, but also getting the guys in and off the field.
Getting the guys off their feet, getting the guys off the field.
I heard this and I thought, okay, cool, whatever, man. You guys got to figure. You know what? It seemed like they went years without addressing the mysterious injury issues that they were having. So whatever they're doing, cool. I'm cool with it. Just figure it out, streamline it, make it better. Stop getting injured.
It's one of those times I'm a little sad that the drive with Stoerner and Hughley doesn't come directly after our show.
I know, because they took a much more grizzled and manly approach to this.
First, Clint retweeted that video and said, the getting the guys off their feet and off the field emphasis irks the bleep out of me. Go to work, be efficient, grind, get better, put in extra time, get extra reps, stop with this soft, S-A-W-F-T, ass approach to work. This on the heels of Clint Stoerner saying this earlier in the week in advance of spring training for the Astros.
We ain't even go to spring training yet. We're already talking about, boy, I got to keep these guys healthy.
We got to.
Espada can't get out. He can't get out of his own way. Every conversation, got to be able to get these guys the rest they need, keep these guys healthy. Man, go play baseball, man. It's always about load management. It's always about taking care of the players and getting the rest. No, man, go play baseball, man. It ain't that serious. Go play baseball.
And what they're thinking is, we want him to go play baseball. And we want to make sure that he is able to go.
Whatever their thinking has been, it resulted in the most injured Astros team we've ever witnessed last. So how about change course? How about we start treating everybody like a baseball player? How about we quit the kid glove stuff? How about we get ready in spring training and we go play baseball? Quit the load management crap. It didn't work last year for anybody.
All right. So there you go.
That's, I guess the part where I wish Clint was on, actually, or maybe I'll talk to him about this later. I guess, whatever they were doing the last couple of years didn't work. But so now they're doing something different. The part that I'm always intrigued by is there's usually better and more efficient ways to run practice. There's just so much wasted time in a lot of practices that it didn't sound like the guys would necessarily be getting less work. It's that it was going to be more focused work when they were out there, and then you get them off, get your rehab and all of that and everything. I don't know if load management's even the right term to use when it comes to this type of stuff, because you're just structuring your practice differently. And if it's something that's different than what they've been doing the last few years, yeah, hopefully this will work.
Yeah.
Whatever they were doing the last few years, that wasn't working. That wasn't stopping the injuries or messing with these recoveries that would take forever. So if you think you got a smarter way to do it, and maybe it's a little bit more focused and you're actually getting better skill work done, I'm cool with it. His overarching sentiment, yes, I agree with part of it, where sometimes you get just frustrated and say, can we please just go out and play baseball?
Yeah.
Yes.
I understand.
But that hasn't been working either.
I had heard the promo. We have a promo running on the station with Clint's voice, as long as that cut we just played, but Clint lamenting the soft load management, hey, just go play baseball thing.
Yeah.
And so I had heard that promo yesterday. And then I saw the video of Espada saying what we played, and I didn't even really connect the two. You know, like when I heard Espada, I'm like, okay, well, it sounds like they're just trying to get more done in less time. They're trying to run an efficient camp. And then I saw Clint's retweet of it, and I'm like, man, am I soft? Should I have heard this? Should I have heard this? Should I have listened to this Espada clip and gone, you know, cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs that he's handling these guys with kid gloves? So I just want them to. I just want fewer injuries, and I think they took some steps with the staff in the offseason. We know they made big changes to the medical staff. I wonder if the policy is going to remain where nobody from the medical staff ever meets with the media to talk about anything.
There's one quote that still sticks in my brain that I always think about every now and then, and it was something along the lines of, I'll paraphrase. It was Ichiro talking to his teammates at some point and basically saying, well, you need to work more. And it was some, and I think he was talking about Americans in general.
Yeah.
And when it comes from a Japanese guy, that stings, man. That stings. Because what I'm going to say, like, yeah, when have you guys ever worked really, really hard to the point where, to where the point where you're entire,
Yep.
And then I thought at the time, like, okay, he's probably onto something there. But let's see how he holds up. Oh,
boy,
he held up all right. Yeah.
Okay, so Clint Stoerner always spitting facts is a text, and then stop playing this clip of Clint. No one likes him. What are you talking about? No one likes him. I like him, and I'm somebody. All right, let's play this, and I'm glad we're about to play this clip because Paul Gallant is in for John Lopez today on In the Loop. Reggie Atatula's here. Colin Neal in for Figgy Fig. This is Dave Portnoy of Barstool. Does this excuse for the Patriots losing the Super Bowl hold water?
I think it's a huge advantage for Seattle playing the Super Bowl on the West Coast where they live and not having to adjust to the time difference. I'm still all out of whack. I was out of whack when I got there. Patriots had to be out of whack. It's unfair. I get that people do it, but it seems like every Super Bowl is on the West Coast. It's a huge advantage for the West Coast teams. Your body isn't, like, ready. Whatever, I won't make excuses.
He won't make excuses, though. Which, by the way, I just want to read you a list of Super Bowls that the Patriots have
I knew you
participated in, and these drastic time zone differences that they've had to deal with. By the way, real quick, the game was played at 6:30 p.m. Eastern.
Right.
So
right.
let's not act like all of a sudden, oh my gosh, how are they battling this time?
No, it's not like they played at 8 o'clock at night, and this is 11 o'clock for the Patriots. Patriots played in the Belichick area, New Orleans, right?
Oh, well, okay, now you're gonna go order. Okay, yes, New Orleans.
New Orleans, here.
Houston. So 1 hour difference there.
Jacksonville.
0 hour difference there.
You were the Jacksonville one, Paul? Mm-hmm. Jacksonville. And then we fast forward. Or were you just doing the ones that they won?
No, just the ones they attended. Okay. All of them.
Okay, then you continue because those are the first.
Arizona,
yeah.
Which is, what are they on? Are they aren't they like but then aren't they like
they
Pacific?
Flip around sometimes?
They don't follow daylight savings or something.
Phoenix is weird.
Yeah, Phoenix is weird. Yep.
Indianapolis.
Oh, yeah.
Weirdly in Eastern time.
Like a third world country, that one.
Yep.
Isn't Indianapolis Eastern time? Weirdly, that's always a surprise.
Indianapolis is also like Phoenix, I think, at times. It's central. Either way, it's
so
your
what,
body
1
clock's
hour.
fine. Yeah, 1 hour.
Arizona again. Yep. You've got Houston.
Yep.
You've got Minneapolis.
Yeah.
Atlanta.
Yeah.
So the vast majority of times they've played in the Super Bowl, they've had to deal with at most
1 hour.
1 hour difference, with a couple of times having a 2 or 3 hour difference.
Yeah. If this is a real thing, and I don't think it is, because like you said, the kickoff is in late afternoon, which everybody's body's adjusted at that point. And by the way,
what are we doing? They're in Santa Clara for a week.
Yeah, for a week
before.
Right.
What are we talking about?
Well, and I love how Portnoy compares his adjustment to the time zone to that of players who are working on a very strict schedule of being in bed at certain times.
He's playing into the arrogant Patriots fan, caricature. And as someone who can be that at times better than him, I would say that what he should have said is that since San Francisco is so close to Seattle, there were more Seahawks fans at the Super Bowl, and anyone who was there will tell you it felt like it was a Seahawks home game, and that provided the Seahawks with an advantage over the New England Patriots.
Mike McDonald brought that up.
It's the reason the Patriots lost. They had to play in unfair conditions.
They were basically a road team.
It was more than a road team. It's Seahawks fans. They're crazy.
They're loud. Well, and you worked in Seattle, so you know. Yeah,
they're loud. It's crazy.
Yep.
You know the weirdest thing about Indiana is it's
exists.
It's in the Eastern time zone, except for a few counties in the Northwest and Southwest that use Central Time.
Yeah, I
can't get their crap straight.
I went to school in one of those counties, St. Joe County. I went to school. That's where South Bend is. Oh. When I went to Notre Dame, they may have stopped doing this, but they were like we just described Phoenix, where half the year they're Central, half the year they're Eastern. And when the time there was at least 2 years when the time change happened where I missed class. I forgot that. Oh yeah, that's right. All of a sudden, it's a different time zone.
There's a few states, Indianapolis, Kentucky, and Tennessee, where the time zone splits down the middle of the state.
I feel like you have strong takes. I feel like, Seth, you have strong takes on it being those three states.
I don't think it's a surprise.
Indiana, Kentucky, and Tennessee.
Vans ain't going to have a better sunrise than I do. I tell you, those fancy folk in Memphis think that they can watch the sunset at an inappropriate time. That ain't God's plan.
Oh, my God.
North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska as well, but that makes more sense.
Yeah.
They barely have clocks up there.
That's right. Reggie Atatula, Paul Gallant in for John Lopez. Colin is in for Figgy today. All right, fellas. So what is the question of the day? Wait, actually, before we do that.
Yes.
You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And Crosstalk is brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing.
Love to hear it. All right, gentlemen. Question of the day. What is your craziest it just might work sports fix? Inspired by your former co-worker, Nick Wright, seemingly fixing the All-Star game and its competitive.
Did you like his idea, by the way?
Yes.
The race war?
Yeah. Yeah, I did.
That'd be fun.
I actually did.
I did I think three of us here can tell you that the only reason that three of us like it is because this is the first time in recent memory when it might actually become competitive.
Right.
If you had suggested this 15 years ago, I'm like, no.
Yeah, 15 years ago, I need to know.
Laugh at us?
I would need to know. I would need to know. Well, what's the spread? And can if they just cover, then I'll be happy.
You weren't looking forward to the Luke Ridnour-led team?
Luke Ridnour and that moppy hair. Yeah, hell yeah.
It really, ultimately, it's come to this. Finally, the reason to dissolve the Soviet Union and tear down the Iron Curtain was that so someday our people could be more competitive in basketball.
Did you guys see? And we'll get to we'll answer your question, Reggie, in a second.
Yeah, you don't have to.
I guess I haven't listened to it yet. KD calling out the Eastern European guys.
Yeah, there was a little bit of that happening.
Yeah, did you?
What did he say?
Do we have it? Did you get?
Yeah,
the audio?
we do have the audio of it. We'll play it a little bit later.
Okay, yeah, play it later. I just
Michael Shapiro.
In the loop.
Yeah, you will, because Shapiro asked KD about his self-referred old head team, because they have the three teams, two world teams, and one of them tends to be a little bit older.
Yeah,
and KD took a little issue with that, because he's like, basically nobody's talking about the Eastern Europeans, and if they take this thing seriously, they're out here throwing half-court shots from their backside.
Yeah,
like, they don't seem to be trying to compete in this game, so why does it all come to the old heads?
Getting a lot of attention.
To the Americans.
Man. Yeah.
I like that, because we could also play that Mick Cronin clip today where Mick Cronin says, I want a bunch of Eastern Europeans to drink potato vodka.
We played it in the same segment we played Nick's take on the All-Star
game.
Well,
we'll have to do that later, too.
Yeah.
This is my idea that I think is probably the most brilliant idea that's ever come out of American football since the days of Walter Camp, and it's this. You guys have watched volleyball sometime in the last 20 years?
For sure.
And you've seen how much more exciting it is than the version of volleyball that we had growing up, when you could only score a point if you held serve. So it was as unwatchable as tennis, because it was just back, oh, I won the serve, and now I can win a point. They changed the rally scoring, where there's a point on every possession.
Yep.
And it is awesome. It makes things so tense. Things move along so quickly. It's so competitive because there's a point on every possession. I want to do this with American football.
Yeah,
where
talked about that.
You can score every possession, a point is scored. If an offense doesn't score a field goal or a touchdown, the defense gets points. I don't know exactly how much yet, whether it's 1 or 2 or 3, but basically you incentivize going for it on fourth down.
Yep.
You end up you end up maybe kicking longer field goals or just going for it more often. There's a point scored, at least 1 point scored on every possession.
I like that. I need to see what the details look like, but I like the broad strokes that you present right there.
You play it in the All-Star game, and then you start to figure it out.
That's true, yeah. You workshop it a little bit.
I like that.
Yeah, or in the preseason maybe, you know?
Yeah, preseason might be the place to do it, because I don't know if we can get the toothpaste back in the tube when it comes to the Pro Bowl.
On the Pro Bowl? Yeah, probably,
I think that one's
probably
gone.
not. Probably not.
Yeah, when I give them the speech about the advantages of rally scoring, the players' union will say, wait a minute, we need to play this game.
Where are my helmet and pads?
Yes.
I must play football. Mine is one that I think I probably use as an answer to other questions of the day, but I feel strongly about this.
Okay.
Is that I would add an element to interviews with head coaches in the NFL where I would make them – I probably used this 2 weeks ago. I feel like I just said this last week. But I do think it would help make clear decisions on head coaches. They have to play blackjack with me at a blackjack table. I need to see what their in-the-moment decisions look like. You have to make quick decisions based on probability and things that are happening real fast. It's a little tense because everybody's probably going, you better not do this, you better not do that. I also feel like if that coach didn't know how to play blackjack, I wouldn't hire them because I want somebody who actually can be fun at a casino. I think adding that would make the decision-making on coaches and game management 10% better.
Head coach interviews at the casino is what we've got to do.
We would do the interview part at a private room at the casino or over a steak, and then we would go, all right, now it's time for the blackjack part of the job interview. And we would sit down at a table, $100 table, something like that. That's not my table I normally sit down at, but the team is paying for it.
Sure, fair enough.
I'm a $25, $15 guy. But that would be part of my job interview. And I think teams would make better decisions.
Yeah, you know what, though? But part of me is like, okay, but I want the guy that's never played blackjack in his life. Can we come up with can we just actually use actual game situations for this stuff and figure it out? Because it's a bias. You've got a bias test there towards people that have spent a lot of time in blackjack in casinos.
Cool rally scoring idea, bro.
What's that?
Cool rally scoring idea, bro.
Right. Yep. See, I can tell by virtue. Yep. That's it. You're one of them. You're against me. You're either for me or against me.
I like
and I can tell. Yep.
I'm just giving you a hard time.
I do
like the idea, actually.
You have to mute the dealer. You can't let the dealer talk.
No, you can't.
Because I am a big believer that the dealer is going to tell me what to do, and I'm going to tip my dealer well if I do well.
Yeah. No,
is that your MO when you're at the table?
I don't know how that game works. I get stressed playing it. Someone gave me their own money once to play the game.
It's a stressful situation.
They gave me their money, and I won, and the entire time I'm biting my knuckles.
Yeah.
I couldn't. I was too scared. I didn't like it. I don't like gambling.
I like the blackjack idea, but if only there were a way to actually replay football games and situations on a TV and have the coach watch and make the decisions in those moments.
No. You got to get them out of their element, man.
Yeah.
You got to get them out of their element.
Right. I do like that element. And one of the things I like is I feel like the best blackjack players have a system. And I think that is the thing that frustrates me to no end with a coach is at least you have thought about this ahead of time and you think, all right, in this circumstance, this is what I am inclined to do.
Dealer has a face card. He has 16. You can either hit or stay, and it's a 50-50. Like, it goes either way. Yeah. Whatever it is you're doing, have it make sense. Do it. Like, if you're a stay guy, then stay. If you're a hit guy, then hit.
But if you're haphazard,
if you're just haphazard,
I can't have you as the head coach of my team.
That at all.
Sean,
yes, thank you.
What if your coach gets up and says, Hey, listen, I understand statistics pretty well, and I also understand that unless you're going to allow me to card count or something, I'm not going to beat the house. That's how well I understand statistics, so I don't play this game.
Oh, that's interesting.
Long term, I'm losing versus the house.
Okay.
So let's go play poker or something instead.
And then he got the secret answer that we didn't even tell him was available, and now he's definitely the head coach of the team.
That is next level thinking right there. Yeah. That means he doesn't play blackjack, which means inherently I don't like him. But if he gives the reason, if that's the reason he gives, that's pretty good. Pretty good chess move by you right there, Seth. I got to admit. That gives me something.
And then you
to think
get
about.
into an argument with all the friends who claim that they're lifetime up on the house in various games because of the system. Yeah.
So why don't you go there every day?
Right, how is this not your full-time job?
Yes.
Rally point scoring to Seth on that argument.
What's that?
Rally point scoring to Seth.
Definitely, that was you did. You rally pointed me just now.
Well, Sean will sit here because we've been through this like 800,000 times, and every time Sean will say, "I don't like people who don't play blackjack." Like after I've said, I don't play blackjack.
No.
Well, I don't like you.
Yeah. No, I just wouldn't want him as my coach.
So Seth, you could not coach his football team. That's all.
Yeah, he doesn't like me,
and I don't like him. Yeah, I don't. Yeah. Clearly, I don't like Seth. I will still wish you antibodies, though, even though I hate you.
Antibodies and a split the face cards or something to you. I don't know what any of it means.
Yeah, don't do that. Do not split the face cards at all. All right, we're done. We are out of time. Reggie Attitula, a crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Reggie Attitula, Paul Gallant in for John Lopez, Colin Neal in for Figgy. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Yeah, let's get this Thursday going here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. Jump in on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610. Also, we always appreciate the Mokaram Injury Lawyers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
Sports Radio 610 on YouTube, 610 Houston on Twitch. Get involved with the program. I see you all in there. Appreciate you rocking with us. How you doing, Paul?
Doing well. Good to see you.
Good to see you as well. I would like if we could start the show under different circumstances. However, the Rockets did the thing where how the hell did they lose this basketball game, Paul? That's the thing that I've been thinking about since I woke up after the game had ended and had to go back and rewatch the fourth quarter because I fell asleep. How the hell did they lose this basketball game?
Because they keep doing the same thing over and over again. Getting out of football season into basketball, into baseball season, you realize that you're going to be without the world's best sport, but you also start watching the teams more attentively once the football season's done. And what I have been noticing out of the Rockets of late, what I've been watching of late.
Manchester United played just 2
and I'm not watching the Olympics either. Nope, I'm not getting up in the morning.
Wait, all of the Olympics or just the Winter Olympics?
No, the hockey finals at 8 in the morning. I will be hungover. I'm not watching that. So to bring it back well, listen, I'm just being honest, okay? If we're playing American sport, I'll watch that. But we've got to play all these damn foreigners and such. Screw that. Look, it's just been the same thing in the last couple of weeks now that I'm focusing on the Rockets. It feels like in the second half, and in particular in the fourth quarter, they are really getting discombobulated. And I thought that's what they brought Kevin Durant in to fix. And now I'm starting to wonder, okay, does the All-Star break a week away? On the other side, do we see less of the same things that are happening? But last night, Reggie, they kept on turning the ball over.
Yep.
They were not very good shooting the ball. It was a rough night for Kevin Durant. It was a rough night for Alperen Şengün. And, hey, Reed Shepard had his moments, but he's on the bench at the end of the game when got to make a three-point to actually tie things up and potentially send it into overtime. So a lot of things to be frustrated with, and I know that the team's 33-20 going into the All-Star break, but I feel like that honeymoon's worn off, and I'm starting to get annoyed watching Rockets basketball, even though this is a good team.
Oh, welcome, because the annoyance watching Rockets basketball has been there at least for the last month. Yeah, no, this was very much some of a microcosm of the issues that have been there. For me, the big thing that hit me, and obviously I see it in big letters on the YouTube page, you mentioned it in your first statement there, turnovers ends up being such a big thing. And the thing that I've been watching with this little mini baseball series with this Clippers team that you had over the last couple nights was this is a team that has a very slow pace, as slow as you. Both of these teams don't get a lot of possessions in basketball games. And the thing that I was thinking as I was watching the end of this game was, you can't afford to not have a lot of possessions and then waste so many of them late, whether it's turning the ball over as I think there was Kevin Durant had 2 really big turnovers late.
13 turnovers his last 2 games.
Yes, 13 in the last 2 games. We'll talk a little bit about that and hear from what Ime said about that. But you can't have those turnovers. You can't also wait so late to get into your actions so that the defense can load up on you. And you can't just be so comfortable taking difficult contested shots. And those are all things that have, like, in various different points of the season have nagged at me that maybe I haven't talked about. Turnovers absolutely have. But it's like, how are you this, to use your word, discombobulated? Where's the detail-oriented nature of a team that you expect to be a playoff team? Because I can look around the league, and I understand it's the dog days. You're heading into the All-Star break. Everybody is always, like, taking a sigh of relief when they get to this point. So I can understand it getting a little bit, off the rails at the end. But this isn't just last night versus the Clippers. This is the night before versus the Clippers. This is, a week ago. This is 2 weeks ago. This has been the last month of basketball for them where details have been falling by the wayside for them. And that's really frustrating for a Rocket team that wants to do important things this year.
The offense is gross. Is it because you don't have people on Ime Udoka's coaching staff that can draw up one in crunch time situations? Reggie, far too often, I'm seeing, to what you were talking about a little bit ago, as far as contested shots, how many times have you seen a super athletic Rockets player drive through the lane, going 130 miles per hour, only to have his shot at the rim be contested?
Damn, don't talk about Tari Eason like that.
I mean, it could be Tari Eason. It could be Amen Thompson at the very end of the game. We just see a lot of that. And, hey, you're athletic and you're fast and all that stuff. But that's for fast break situations, which, by the way, the Clippers had 20 fast break points last night. The Rockets had 0. Wild. I didn't know that was possible. It's the NBA.
And this also, again, points to the idea of it just feels like the way that they're situated right now, especially against a team like the Clippers, where I would have imagined them going at your pace as well. You should be able to just be as efficient as you typically are and make this work. You're not playing against a team that's just going to beat you in possessions and get up and down, and then that changes it. You're giving them all the advantages in a game that's a very already narrow margins, right? You need to make sure that you're making your shots. You need to make sure that you're not giving them easy buckets, which you did give away. And when you do have opportunities, they need to be good ones. And you mentioned it. Amen Thompson, there was one of those plays late, and they ultimately got points off of it still, off of that possession.
Right, there's a foul.
But there's a pick and roll. Amen Thompson is diving, and he goes up against Brook Lopez, and Jayshawn Tate is sitting in the dunker spot where it's like one more pass, and that's an easy layup. And that feels like it happens a lot. There's a lot of not wringing the most out of, the opportunities, on top of the fact that you have so many limited opportunities. You have so many instances where it's just ISO basketball and not a lot much else, especially down the stretch. And that's for me, the most frustrating thing, because in a ISO game, even though Kawhi Leonard has been fantastic over the last couple of months, I called him a couple of times the best player in the league right in just this short period of time. You still have 2 guys that should be able to give you answers in that way, and a more full team than the Clippers, so that if it comes down to clutch time, which it did, you should be able to win that basketball.
You should have the athleticism and the legs to last a whole game. You should have the ethic, given the Ime Udoka mentality, to also last a whole game. And look, Kawhi didn't do much until the fourth quarter, but when he took off, he's doing it by himself. The Rockets might not be the best at handling the ball, but there are guys that are around Kevin Durant that you would think can create some versions of offense, but maybe we're at the point where that can't happen. What you said just a second ago, not only is this a team that is missing one of its best players this year now that they've traded him in James Harden, this is a team that is down that guy that is about to go into the All-Star break on the second night of a back-to-back. And I'm not going to act like this is some sort of playoff loss or anything like that, but I think it's inexcusable when you're about to go into a week-long break to look the way that you did at the end of a game against a team that should honestly be demoralized. And you've also got questions about what Ime Udoka is doing in the game, whether it's resting Alperen Şengün for a while. I get you're managing minutes. Again, he's about to have a week off. No Reed Shepard in at the end of the game. So there's a lot of things to question coming out of it, even though it's just 1 of 82.
That's a great point about the defense for offense substitutions that happened late with Alperen Şengün sitting at times. He did, Ime Udoka, in the postgame say that that Alperen had something happen with his leg. What was it, yesterday that he meant, or the day before rather? So they were managing minutes, and I did go, damn, you're going into the All-Star break. Now, he will be participating in All-Star festivities, so maybe that changed the way that they view this a little bit. But
well, he shouldn't. If he's banged up, he shouldn't.
Right. That was the thing that was kind of wild for me. You mentioned the Reed Shepard, and I want to get into, like, how you felt about this, because Reed Shepard, at least earlier in the game, he gave you some really good stuff.
He was awesome early.
And it felt like it was necessary because the way that this Rockets team has been situated, at least the last week, in my recent memory, they haven't been getting anything from the bench if Reed Shepard isn't giving it to him. And he gave them that, not just with him scoring, but it felt like he was actually making the right decisions a whole bunch, where coming off a screen, he knew when to make that pass, and he was making some really good passes, including a skip pass all the way across the court, which finds his guy in the pocket, which is usually a really good thing to see from anybody who's a playmaker. He was pulling shots at the right time. He was attacking downhill at the right time. And all of those things in a game where he was largely good, even though when he started getting hot, he started making a little bit less good decisions. I oddly enough understood why Reed didn't play late. However, it feels like I understand also why people are mad at him, because this has been a trend even when he can be useful.
To make a cross-sport comparison, a lot of people were frustrated this past season that Jalen Knoll didn't play more than he did.
Yeah.
And Christian Kirk's performance against the Steelers shouldn't vindicate that Kirk played so much more over Knoll. But who's the person in the way of Reed Shepard right now? And I Freudian slip there. Fred VanVleet, he's not here.
Sure.
So you might have some reservations about what Reed Shepard does defensively and all that if you're Ime Udoka. But if you want Reed Shepard by playoff time to be the best fit he possibly can be in this team, he needs minutes.
Yeah.
You don't do it by sitting him on the bench in crunch time, especially on a night where, to what you were saying earlier, he was great early on. So give him more opportunities on a night where Kevin Durant isn't just missing shots, he's turning the ball over, where Alperen Şengün isn't playing particularly well either. Nice missed free throw at the end. He's one of the worst in the NBA when it comes to clutch time free throws, I saw.
He was 9 for going into that, and then he goes 1
for 21. Yeah.
Or 1 for 2, rather.
Something like that.
Yeah. Deeply frustrating game all the way around for this Rockets team. And I know that you said, well, this wasn't a playoff game, but actually, in my mind, it was. And I'll tell you why, right? Because it's not just that the Clippers are playing better basketball. One of the things that I've used to kind of calm myself at times with the Rockets and some of the ways that they've played, especially offensively, is, okay, but their style of play translates a little better to what the playoffs will be when some of this slows down. They tend to be a little bit better in some of these half-court circumstances, especially in a moment where we're just going to go to ISO, we're just going to get the ball to Kevin Durant. That is what this game is. Yeah. The Clippers are going to play slower with you. They're both these teams playing ISO basketball. And with that being the case, even though they had some good possessions down the stretch, they weren't able to string them together. And the big ones that really hurt you were some of those ISO possessions where Kevin Durant is throwing the basketball away. So this did feel like what the Rockets, I think, can reasonably expect in the playoffs, and you ended up with the loss. And that is one of the things that frustrates me the most about it.
The things.
And a number of things. Not a singular one.
So many of the things. It's getting frustrating. It's better than it was, but when you've seen some good, you come to want more, much like you felt with the Texans from 2023 into 2024, and all of that honeymoon sunshine feeling is wearing off. Like that's where you're at with this Rockets team, and I really wonder if after the All-Star break and the few remaining weeks before the end of the year, hearing Fred VanVleet says it's all about March basketball. March basketball's BS. None of it matters. No one cares. No one's trying anymore. Everyone wants to just get to the playoffs. How much can you really develop from here until now to give yourself a chance of achieving your goal, which is at the very least to go further this year than you did last year, which is to the second round, not the third, obviously the finals, and winning one.
Especially when it was very clear what the things you need to develop are, and it's been fits and starts to that end. Small silver lining, you don't have to watch Rockets basketball for a little bit. They got some time off, so you can decompress. You can let some of the stress off from the 7-1-3. They said they watched their first Rockets game last night, picked the wrong game. Rough for you. Yeah. Rough one to jump in on. But yeah, they'll get a little bit of a break, and hopefully they can come back with the right energy and effort to help make this a better final stretch of their season. Still 33-20. Have you ever heard of the 40-20? The idea that I think 90% of champions in the National Basketball Association have won 40 games before they lost 20. The Rockets will not do this. Don't lie. So, I mean, take that for whatever you ultimately Will.
I don't like that.
No, I don't either. I got to be honest. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's Paul Gallant in for the OG John Lopez. Colin Neal on the ones and twos. I'm Reginald Atatula. Coming up next, pitchers and catchers have reported things are happening in West Palm Beach. So a simple question for you when it comes to the Astros. Actually, I said the Astros. Let's go to the Texans because I went the completely wrong way. Have there been any mini victories to start this offseason for the Texans? Let's see if we can find some silver linings there. 713-572-4610. We talk about it next.
All right, March Madness is upon us practically, right? Well, get there. March 20.
meets.
The best sports talk around anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, tune in, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Seemed like they got off the, off the slide.
Oh, God,
if you listen to Lil Kiki.
I was crazy.
Hey, no, Lil Kiki is a legend in these. If Lil Kiki said it's off the slide, then it's off the slide.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Thursday to you. Hope that you're doing well out there. You're rocking with In the Loop. I'm Reginald Atatula. Paul Gallant in for the OG John Lopez.
Boy!
And expect to hear that voice a little bit because the OG John Lopez is in Costa Rica. He will not be back.
Costa Rica.
Yeah, he's deep sea fishing. I wonder if he's doing any karaoke. We were talking about this in the break because all of a sudden Thin Lizzy came out of both of us in a weird way.
Yeah, it was hot.
And yeah, I wouldn't have characterized it that way, but I appreciate you doing so.
The boys are back in town.
The boys are indeed back in town. And I would never I haven't done Thin Lizzy. And I was telling you the reason why is way too long of a music break.
No, you got to be smart about that.
It's one of the errors that I think a lot of people make when they're choosing a karaoke song is they don't think enough about, oh, you're about to stand up here awkwardly as you do this weird air guitar because you didn't realize there's 16 bars of a guitar solo in here that you did not plan for.
Only one way to make it right, and I do this occasionally at T-Bones, which I think is the best place to do karaoke in town on Saturday nights. This is where you go to the bar and you get a drink. You know,
in the middle of your you can't do that.
You can make it cool.
You can't do that because also you don't know if the bartender's going to be quick enough, and now you're like, actually, I got to come back for my drink. I got to get back to singing.
Well, if you tip your bartenders well, it's not a problem.
Also, if you vacate the stage in the middle, I feel like they just cut off the song. That's what I would do.
No.
They just let you walk off the stage like you own the place?
You got to go to a place that understands you, that knows that you are the star and that you can make it into more of a show during this break you didn't know about when you picked the song by getting a drink along the way.
Man, apparently you're doing karaoke at Cheers or whatever where everybody knows your name.
I'm going to try this next time and see if I can get away with
it. You've never done this before?
No.
Get the hell out of here. I thought he was actually trying to give you game. Nah, man, he's just making stuff up.
Listen, the thing about karaoke is that it's supposed to be bad music, so why not make it fun bad singing, rather, I should say.
Maybe. That's Colin Neal, producer on the show.
Are you a good singer, Reggie?
I'm a decent singer. I'm good enough where I'm good enough where people, I think if I try too hard, people go, "Oh, look at this guy." You know what I mean? So I don't try too hard. So it ends up being in a place where people can respect.
Don't let people shame you into not singing your best.
Oh, it's not about shame. It's more about being able to read the room, right? Because I'm trying to have a good time, but also I have a good time when everybody else is having a good time, and nobody's having a good time when the tryhard's up on the stage.
No, I like having good tryhards out there. It's fun.
I think you're unique in that. 713-572-4610 is the base power text line. Are you having fun when a tryhard's on the stage?
Yeah.
I think that the text line will prove to be opposite from you.
I feel like whenever it's an actual show up there and the person's putting effort into it, it's better than when someone lazily goes up there and half-asses it.
Or when they end up not thinking of the right song, and then there's about 20 bars of the chorus over and over at the back end of the song, and they're just like, I don't have enough for this.
Right.
I'm done.
I don't like that.
I did not think ahead.
I like somebody who is trying to put on a show, because I'm trying to put on a show. Generally, I or something.
I hate
literally
you so
thinking
much.
that too. I'm like, Paul,
God,
definitely Creed.
Hello, my friend.
Oh God, I throw things at you.
There.
Why? It's so good.
I don't, that's not the word I would use for that either.
That should have been the turning point halftime show.
Okay.
Creed.
But speaking of shows, let's get back to doing the radio one that we're supposed to be doing right now. Have there been any mini victories this offseason for the Texans as we head into it? Obviously, there's a lot of hand-wringing. Your quarterback, how do you feel about him? Should he be your quarterback? All those types of things. I'm not saying that that's the question that I would ask, but that's the type of things that's in the ether with the Texans, how they go about things. And it could be fairly negative, especially when you lose the way that you did, when you end the season the way that you did. Are there any moral victories, any small victories, any silver linings that you can cobble together? 713-572-4610.
I'm trying my best to find these positives because I realize that, especially when it comes to C.J. Stroud, I have been extremely negative since that god-awful performance against the Patriots. I don't think that we should all just wash our hands of it. I do think that it needs to be in the back of our mind as often as possible. But
as often as possible?
Yeah.
I'm trying to have a good time sometimes.
Well, again, I like it's got to be in the back of your mind. But if you're looking for the positives,
Negativity Paul over here.
I'm trying to be better about this. The girlfriend's trying to make me a better person. I'm trying to embrace the good that's in my life. The good for the Texans. Your coaching staff is largely the same. I know that's going to frustrate a lot of people when it comes to the offensive side of things, but you didn't lose your defensive back coach, Dino Vazo.
And he's very important to what you do.
You kept your defensive line coach. I mean, you got the entire defensive operation after a historic season by your defense all together.
I think outside of an assistant linebacker coach?
Right. And I mean, listen, I'm okay moving on with an assistant linebacker coach, but I think that the current structure that you've got, You've got pretty much the exact same group going into next season. Hopefully you have injury luck. But I like that at the very least you did not have any of your significant defensive coaches poached away this offseason.
How much – okay, so you put that on the defensive side, and I think that by and large our entire audience goes, yep, with you, dog. I'm with you. Dino Vasso helps, these young guys jump in and immediately be successful. Think Kamari Lassiter, think Kalen Bullock, even the Jalen's, Jaden Reed and Jalen Smith jump in and are pretty effective in their short periods of time before they have injuries this past season. So I think you feel good about that. Does that at all translate to the offensive side for you? How much does continuity matter for you, even though, I don't know how excited anybody was about what this offense was this past year?
It was better with Nick Haley, for what it's worth. Much better? No. It was better with Cole Popovich as your offensive line coach,
that
for what
one for
it's
sure.
worth.
Yeah.
How much better? I don't know. It wasn't better with C.J. Stroud, and I do wonder if the Texans were hoping that Gerard Johnson got a job elsewhere because they are wondering, is he going to be able to unlock whatever it was that seems to be now in a box? And Stroud his rookie season. You can't find it anymore.
Well, I don't know that they were hoping that Gerard Johnson moved on. I understand the question, but I go back to the reporting. Was it Aaron Wilson of KPRC2 that put out that if they did move on from Gerard Johnson, that it would probably be Jerry Shaplinski?
Yeah,
that'd be the quarterback coach. He's already in building. It's not like that changes anything of what you're doing here.
I'm with you, but I wonder if they looked at that possibility and say, oh, yeah, we got a little bit more of that Patriot touch.
I mean, he's there.
Yeah.
They could not listen to Gerard, right? Not saying that they would, but I think also sometimes we can, on the outside, be really beholden to the roles that are given when, I think you know this, especially with your history being a Patriots fan. Bill Belichick was just giving dudes the titles. They'd be doing anything and everything in that building, actually. So if they really wanted to, Shaplinski could be effectively the quarterback's coach at any given point.
Theoretically, yes, that is true. This text, how do you feel about this one, Reggie? Tank Dell's projected to come back. CJ clearly misses his favorite wide receiver. That is a silver lining, a positive to take this offseason into next year.
That's a silver lining with additional clouds on the outside of it as well, because Tank Dell coming back has it's wrought with its question marks itself, right? What kind of Tank Dell is coming back? And is it the Tank Dell that creates separation? Because if it's not, throw it away, right? And I say that, that sounds callous, and I don't mean to be, but one of the things that's most important in this league as a wide receiver is being able to create separation at this point. And that was something that Tank Dell did with incredible gusto. And I wonder if that's the same when he tore all the damn cells in his league. It was all of them. It was the A, the M, the P, like L. I think it was the LCL as well, like just all the CLs.
Yeah. There's probably more that he tore too.
You know what I mean? Apparently I learned about a new one. There's a POL on the backside of your knee or whatever that's in there. I don't think he did that, but I just learned about more anatomy, weirdly enough, and I wanted to share it with the class. But yeah, those are questions. But I am interested in that, if no other reason than CJ Stroud, like there's clearly the mental aspect of it somehow that deals with this. How much comfort does he get from another wide receiver that is very much a settling aspect for him?
I'm looking at him as, if you get him to play at all this season, that's a win. I'm not looking at Tank Dell as the same old Tank Dell. And sorry to put a cloud of doubt over the guy, because we all loved what we saw from him, and obviously one of our beloved Cougs. But I'm looking at Jalen Noel as somebody that I have more expectations for this coming season.
Go Cougs. Okay, fair enough. And we didn't even mention one of the ones that you wanted to get to here.
The last one. So the Seahawks had their victory parade yesterday. John Schneider.
With none of the babies there.
John Schneider's their GM. He could throw a few back. And he shared a story that maybe should have been kept behind closed doors because it got a little awkward up there about how Super Bowl MVP Kenneth Walker had gone up to him at some point during the parade and approached him about the idea of a new contract since Walker is a free agent.
To Ken Walker being the MVP, let's go! Woo! He tried negotiating with me 5 minutes ago. It was really weird. Anyway, MVP.
That's like when you realize I got to get out of this. Just USA it out, man. Like, just see if we can USA this out. Everybody will get behind the USA chant. Okay, so you're taking this from the perspective of that's a running back that might be out here?
Oh, man, you win MVP in a contract year as a running back, someone is overpaying you this offseason. So, do you want the Houston Texans to be that team? Because if I hear them talk about Joe Mixon one more time, I'm just going to snap. He's not coming back.
I don't think so.
Can we stop with this? Can we stop? Like, you're not going to tell us what happened to him.
Paul,
wasn't skydiving. Wasn't
but Paul, he posted a thing on Instagram saying that, it's revenge in 2026.
Cool. You have to actually have functioning whatever the hell you injured to be good this coming season. And if it kept you out the whole year and the Texans are being secretive about it to the point of it's like, well, are they nervous that this would potentially keep him from getting a job elsewhere? Say he doesn't make the roster. To me, I'm looking at this and saying, okay, you might have to overpay on a running back because the running backs you had this past season weren't good enough. Kenneth Walker, good enough for you? The patience he showed in that Super Bowl, the entire playoff run that he put together, his awesome stand, practically straight up stance that he has before he gets the ball. This is somebody who will be available. Silver lining of the last couple of days, he could be available. Do you want to take a shot on him?
I don't know if I want to go to that spot, especially because they don't have a ton of cap room. They will need to do some maneuvering. And I would like them to very much utilize some of that cap room for a veteran offensive lineman so that you have a dude that can play football as opposed to a bargain basement. But you could sell me maybe not even just specifically on Kenneth Walker, but just the running back free agency class in general. Go get one of them, right? I know y'all like some Breece Hall. Go get one of them. And so the idea that there's going to be some appeal for Kenneth Walker, I think, creates more, more inventory in the running back free agency class, and maybe that sends teams there where you might then get a little bit better look at a Breece Hall or what have you. And I don't know, if that helps or hurts or whatever, but I do think that just the idea of a free agent running back very much gets me going to possibly get this team looking better next year.
They need a better running back, and they can't roll into next season with Woody Marks. They got to stop the Daria Gunbawale thing. He's a special teams player. He's not a running back. And I'm hoping that they put some serious investment into this position, either in the draft or in free agency. And I think Kenneth Walker is going to be there for them.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Thursday. Coming up next, let's get our question of the day, which, of course, is inspired by a former 610er, Nick Wright, and his interesting way of trying to fix the All-Star game. What's your craziest, it just might work sports fix? 713-572-4610. Let us know yours, and we'll talk about it next.
All right, people, the 51st
Century Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez Giatula.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, where I can't bring the take that I was just giving to Paul on air.
I like it, though.
Maybe I'll do. You know what? I'll save it for confessions.
Okay.
Just for you, so I can send that to the world, and people can be mad at me if they so choose. But now the time is to get to the question of the day, where you can be mad at Nick Wright if you so choose. Question of the day: what's your craziest, it just might work sports fix? 713-572-4610 is the Base Power text line, because yesterday, I believe this was on the Bill Simmons show with the Ringer. Nick Wright, former host of this show, jumped on, and he gave a very interesting and very crazy to some degree fix for the All-Star game, which is coming up this weekend. See if you agree with him.
How would you fix the game on Sunday?
Well,
is it fixable? Because I don't think it is.
It's fixable in 4 years if your guy Con Knippel continues on this trajectory. And we just have to say, you know what? PC headlines be damned.
I know where you're going.
White guys versus black guys. Luka, Joker, Flag, Reeves, Knippel against Wimby, whomever. And I'm telling you right now, guys would play hard. Like that, there would be a real edge to the game.
We would get a lot of talking points going.
Get a lot of attention, and we are getting close to a place where it'd be like, oh, that'd be a good game. Like there hasn't been a moment in the NBA in the last 50 years where if that ended up just by chance being the game, it would be you could see either team winning. But right now, like Cooper Flag and Con Knippel and Austin Reeves doing a lot of work
there. Yeah.
Right. But they also get all the Eastern Europeans. Like, you get Luka, you get Joker, you have real talent. That's something. In the meantime, I don't know what the hell you do.
A race war. Hold on a minute, bro. Hold on a minute.
All right. Thank you for your limited fake, Nick Wright. I appreciate that, Colin. I know that you like race war in basketball, and I'm sure there's a lot of people rolling their eyes. It works for combat sports, particularly boxing. Like boxing for literally like a decade and a half has sold so many of their fights on the basis of racial animus, if we're going to be entirely honest, right? Didn't Floyd Mayweather, I think his uncle used to call himself the Mexicutioner, and he would always be fighting on Cinco de Mayo. What do you think that was about? It was like, hey, man, we're going to get all these Latinos on one side. We're going to get these black folks on these other side, and they're going to buy these fights. I think people would tune in.
Nationalism does play. You've obviously seen Conor McGregor supporters from Ireland. You saw what we saw in the Four Nations Cup for hockey last year, the first time that they did an international move for hockey's all-star game, and now you've got the Olympics that are upon you. I think it's interesting.
Would it possibly tear the league apart? Yes, possibly. But
I don't know if it would do that, though.
The fans of the league, I'll tell you that for damn sure. If basketball fans aren't already in a place where they get into it with each other, you don't think that bringing it to the race war won't do it?
Well, I can't speak for other people, Reggie.
I bet you can't. I bet you can't.
I don't see color.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I love to drop that as the most annoying thing anyone can say.
Yes.
You know what would be more annoying is saying, like, as a black Irishman, which is an actual thing, like, you know, it's tough for us on these streets. I'm kidding on that front, too.
Yeah, I was like, I'm not following you there. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, Jennifer Connelly and Colin Farrell. Apparently, it is a thing. I have no idea how it became a thing.
I would like to know less about that.
Anyway, I think when it comes to this, what would make me have a tough time feeling really passionate about my supposed people is that, well, I got to root for a bunch of commies. You know, I got to root for a bunch of Eastern Euros. Got to root for a bunch of Dragos. Screw that. USA. You know, if there were more Cooper Flags, or maybe we got Jason Williams back from the past with white trash on his knuckles.
More homegrowns.
Yeah. I need some homegrowns to really feel like we're in it.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, no, you know what he means by that. All right,
exactly,
so we can move past the Nick Wright of it all. Do you have your own for the question of the day? And again, 713-572-4610. Do you have your own just like crazy, so crazy it just might work fixes for sports?
Yeah, 30-game baseball season. It's too long.
30?
30 game.
Like we're not even hitting a COVID shortened season. 30
once a week. Let's make it like football. Let's see how it works.
Out.
People will care a lot more about every single game. I'm sorry. For me, it's more as a sports talk show host. The day-to-day of baseball drives me crazy. I'm supposed to care about what happened last night when something that happens the next night.
You didn't even go to like 80. You didn't even split the season in half.
No,
30?
No, let's do 30. Let's do 29 NBA games. Less games. Scarcity makes the games that you watch feel like they matter a little bit more. As opposed to them all being meaningless. So screw the statistics and all you people. As you can tell, I'm not the biggest baseball fan. Less games. Thank you. Pitch clock was nice. Let's go even further. Less games.
He's like, and all the games are 2 innings.
Yeah. Let's just get it over with. Get back to football.
And while we're at it, no unions.
Oh man, I do think that lessening the number of games in some ways would be good for both of those sports.
Definitely.
I think both of those sports. I think you got to the number of games that you did in an era where people were not consuming every single one of them. And I know baseball also, people were consuming more of that, especially in the radio aspect. I think that we could probably pare that down and make this go a little bit better. Basketball, I've always said 65 feels like a number that they should probably pare back to. But just in both of those aspects, nobody's giving the money back. Like, nobody's giving the money back that they have for the TV deals and all of this, ultimately. But I do think that paring this back, I just don't. You took it to the crazy when you were like 30.
Yeah.
We're barely getting any of these in.
Well, here's the big problem. Even if you reduce it to 65 in the NBA, the load management stuff is still going to happen.
Oh,
they're just gonna go further with it. And I think because Adam Silver is such a bad commissioner of basketball with absolutely no balls, I feel like you're in a point right now where no matter what you do to try to make teams care, not tank, and on top of that to make players want to play every single game, like it's too late. So let's just shrink the whole thing.
Well, I think one of the things that you can make teams not tank, and this is one that I always advocate for, a balanced draft. Why are we incentivizing being bad? Wait, where else in America are we like, you're so bad that we're going to give you stuff? But bleep that, man. Be better if you want people to come to your team. And I always hear all the people then complain, and they go, oh, but all the players are going to end up on certain teams. Yeah, then be better. Like, incentivize them. Sell them. People are good with this in college sports. Oh, man, we build a water slide in the locker room to incentivize the 5-star prospect to come here. How about y'all do this?
I'm with you there. Open books for owners, another idea, which would, I think, contribute to this. If you're a baseball team, it's BS that you get to act like, oh, it's so tough for us. Every single one of these teams makes a profit. Every single sports team makes a profit. It's the constantly appreciating asset of all constantly appreciating assets.
Yeah, why do you think like the Saudis and all this private equity is trying to get it? Like, it probably is one of the easiest investments to make in all of investment right now.
And now on top of that, all these teams are looking to get real estate investments in addition to the franchise that they have that is constantly appreciating. Now, shout out to the Houston Texans, who actually do have money. I respect that. They spend the money that they have. They're willing to fire a coach and then fire a coach and then fire a coach. Not a lot of teams that do that. The Bengals. So I like having open books for teams. That would be a nice idea, too.
I did see one on the YouTube page that somebody said fix soccer with hockey subs. I just kind of have them rotate in and out, have the lines. I don't know how much I go to soccer with that. Have you ever picked up basketball with hockey subs? It is really good, and I'm like, I would like to see that in the All-Star game where we just keep this thing rotating and just roll them in the midst of games. I would love to see that.
That would be nice because there's a lot of people that refuse to sub themselves out of games. I say that from my last experience with flag football. When you're getting beat on the right sideline and you got an all-district safety that should be in there, I don't know, maybe let that person get in.
Hey, Colin, just a real quick aside here. Do you think Paul is the all-district safety here?
I don't know who you're talking about.
I don't know, man.
I am Gladiator.
Okay.
My fix for soccer, every single time a flop happens, ejected on the spot.
Y'all be talking about flops like it happens all that much.
It does.
It does.
It does.
Come
And
on,
whenever
Reggie, I like soccer, and you know I like soccer, and I even see like the flopping is ridiculous.
There's definitely flopping that happens. I'm not trying to tell you it's not there. Y'all be acting like the whole thing is it's oops all flops.
When it happens once, it is the most unmanly thing that I can possibly see, and I just do not want to watch.
I'm gonna take you to Dynamo training when we go.
You get.
I want to see Paul get kicked.
What if I get kicked? What's gonna happen? Would you think I'm gonna like drop to the ground? No, I have honor. I'm not gonna be on camera falling to the floor.
Oh, clip all this because I want to then put it immediately.
Reggie, do you know what hardo I am? Like I when I play,
and I know, and I want to see if I can break you.
The only reason I wanted to play soccer growing up is so that I could prove to my parents that I could play football. And the entire time I was just decking kids and
you were the kicker. You were Scott McTominay. Okay,
yeah, essentially. Yeah,
very good.
No, I think the flopping in soccer is bad, and the ref should at the very least get to slap you if you flop, and it's found out upon review that you because here's the.
Corporal punishment sports. The answer you brought.
Bring it back because listen. Here's the thing. Bring back corporal punishment for this because if a game gets paused for a while,
he was doing a lot there,
and you constantly see the replay of what actually happened. I'm talking football. I'm talking basketball. I'm talking baseball. I'm talking anything that involves slow-mo replay where we're trying to figure out what happened on replay. If somebody embellished along the way, at the very least, that person should be immediately ejected after making us wait all that time, or they should be slapped in the face. Why not? Punishment. Real punishment. The ultimate shame of being slapped.
I see. That is something that we can agree with, though. I think shame is a very powerful tool in society. You know, we just need to use more shame in these sports.
People don't have it anymore. That's why they're flopping.
Agreed. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where what exactly is Bobby Slowick cooking? We'll talk about that more next.
What up, y'all? It's Ricky Fig holding it down. Getting around H-Town is a lot easier with
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
We're about to go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Paul Gallant in for the OG, John Lopez. Colin Neal in for Fig. I'm Reggie Adatula. And Paul, right before the microphones goes on, says, I got to get back into flag. How old are you?
36.
And you like are I need to go do this. I need to go do flag football right now.
Well, I miss it. It's how I get all my
cardio,
anger, and rage.
Oh, anger.
It's how I mean, you guys all know me if you've listened to me long enough to be a bit of a narcissistic egomaniac. Well, you should see me playing flag football, which I am not nearly as good as I was 5 to 6 years ago, but nothing brings me more joy than playing that sport. And
how do you get your rage out in flag? Like, I feel like if you were doing adult tackle, which I don't think you should, that would help you get your rage out.
Well, you're sprinting as hard as you can.
Oh, okay.
So at least you got that. But you are right. Yeah, I can't inflict violence on anybody.
Or you shouldn't, at least, because I feel like you could.
Oh, I got in trouble for that.
Yeah, that sounds right.
A couple of times.
I bet Paul likes to imagine himself in like those Ray Lewis edits, like in the.
He wants to be what's my office linebacker? Why am I forgetting his name?
Terry Tate.
Terry Tate. There we go.
Well, listen, it's sometimes belief happens, but when I was playing up in Seattle, we had a really good team, and I would usually get like one flag a game for going a little bit too hard, like a hip check somebody or just trampling somebody. No, I'll show you the clip in one of the commercial breaks.
I know you have it. That tells me plenty about what's happening.
We had film sessions, man. We won like 20 games in a row.
Way too much.
Listen,
this
right here, we don't need that.
Yeah, way too much. All right, let's go around the NFL now. From one corner of the contiguous United States to the other, from Seattle talk to Miami, Florida, where a man that we're very familiar with, Bob Slowick, jumped onto Jeff Hafley's staff as their offense coordinator, and he's making his hires. Recently, he added Kevin Patullo as his pass game coordinator. This comes on the heels of, remember, they tried to hire Nathaniel Hackett as a quarterback coach. He ultimately took the offensive coordinator job in Arizona. But the question that comes up is, what exactly is Bobby Slowick cooking with this staff? Because this is going to be of interest, at least to me, and I think on the station, and I imagine of just Texans fans in general, especially of the people that go, ooh, should they have gotten rid of Bobby Slowick? Well, let's see what his next stop is. And right now, if we're just talking about the hires, there's a little bit of questions.
I agree with you there. There are questions about who you have as your offensive coordinator and your entire coaching staff on the offensive side of things outside of maybe Cole Popovich. But I see that the Dolphins have Bobby Slowick as their offensive coordinator. I see that the Dolphins hired another ex-Packer, forgetting that they've hired another ex-Packer in the not-too-distant past to be their head coach who sucked. The Dolphins are one of the worst-run organizations in the National Football League. And if Bobby Slowick is working with either, one, Tua Tagovailoa, who doesn't seem to care anymore, or working with insert young quarterback of the future, I think they're screwed.
It's going to be Malik Willis. They're going to have Malik Willis as the quarterback.
Quinn Ewers.
I could see that happening. The trade, because of how he looked subbing in for Jordan Love this past season, if Hafley wants to bring him in.
He's the dude who's going to get the come up this offseason when it comes to quarterbacks. He's going to be the next attempt at, and I don't even know if this is fair, but at like being the next stopgap quarterback that maybe you can stick, right? Is he the Baker? Is he the Sam Darnold? It does feel like he's going to get that opportunity after what you said, filling in for Jordan Love.
The Dolphins are just a joke. They're always going to be a joke as long as that idiot Stephen Ross runs the team. He's an embarrassment to the league, and he should have been forced out of his job. I think he's awful. Awful. What's one thing the Dolphins have done right since Dan Marino?
Oh, it's a long time.
Exactly.
The what do they call it? The Miami Miracle?
Right.
Gronkowski didn't have the ankle.
Yeah, I don't have.
The Patriots still won the Super Bowl that year.
Yeah, I don't have a good answer. No, I wish I had a better answer for you. I mean, the way that they did invest for the talent they got ultimately, and if Tua Tagovailoa's hip had not taken away all his capabilities, I do think that probably would have worked out a lot better. But no, it's fair to acknowledge that.
I don't know if Tua has it. And by it, I mean, that's such a subjective word.
I don't know. I saw him in that national championship game for Alabama. He looked like he could get it done. I just think that hip injury stole a lot from him.
Maybe to what Darren Waller was saying on that one podcast, a couple of concussions took it away from him. But I just see a guy that when he was speaking over the last couple of years did not seem to have the level of accountability that you need from a quarterback. And to just bring it back to Stephen Ross, the idiot owner of the Dolphins, I mean, he was waffling on bringing Mike McDaniel back for a large part of this offseason.
Yeah.
You know, like long enough where you're like, wait, what? Really? I mean, look at the start you guys had. Cool. He finished the season strong. He deserves credit for that. This clearly wasn't a fit. You got tons of talent.
I actually thought that I could have very much defended the return of Black Mike, as I like to call him, Mike McDaniel.
I would rather have McDaniel than a defensive-minded coach who's trying it for the first time, no matter how good he made that defense in Green Bay. It's one thing to make a defense that's got some pretty good pieces on it look good. It's another thing entirely to go and be a head coach where, like, the last time around when he was at Boston College, it's not like went great. Now, don't have a lot of resources there when you're there, but the Dolphins are always going to be the Dolphins in the same way the Jets are always going to be the Jets. When you are stuck with a bad owner, you can't do a damn thing about it, and these people should be called out for being bad at what they do as long as they can be called out until they hopefully hear and actually do something different and stop acting like an idiot. I have no respect for Stephen Ross. None at all.
I didn't expect a promo to be cut on Stephen Ross in there, but again, I forget the associations that you have then make this a little bit that way. Well, I know that that's not the reason why. I think that you've come to these thoughts independently.
I'm thankful that he's in the AFC East, you know? But if you're a Dolphins fan, you've been stuck with this idiot for like 20 years. Like, what are you supposed to do?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Oh, wow. That's really strong. But, yeah, I think that this is going to be interesting to watch for me, particularly because, you know, Bobby Slowick is going to have the same type of leeway. I think Hafley's going to allow him to handle the offensive side of the football. And, you know, to be fair to Kevin Patullo, when he was the passing game coordinator in Philadelphia, there was good things happening. It was just when he was the offensive coordinator, it looked really bad. Now him back in that role, what does it look like? I don't know, but we'll see. That's going to be something to watch. Some other things around the NFL. Apparently, Steelers are willing to cannibalize, like the greats of the team are willing to cannibalize themselves to some degree, as for some reason now Ben Roethlisberger has come into the frame, into the lens of sorts, as Joey Porter, not Joey Porter Jr. but Senior, was on a podcast talking about Ben Roethlisberger, as former Steelers linebacker James Harrison has been extremely vocal in criticism about Tomlin, going as far as to say that he isn't a Hall of Fame caliber coach. Roethlisberger has also kind of had some of those. And here's Porter talking about Ben Roethlisberger.
He broke the brotherhood, then Seven definitely broke the brotherhood because, like,
that's the one I don't understand.
The Seven dude that we don't talk about.
I know.
Is crazy. Like out of anybody should talk, he should never grab a microphone and really talk Steeler business. Yeah. Because if we talking Steeler business, his is foul of all foul. Like that he's did is foul of all foul. He's not a good teammate. Won the Super Bowl with him, but the person, he's just not a good teammate. Like he knows that. Anybody in the Steeler building knows that, but we protected him because I've only won one Super Bowl, and that was my quarterback. So do I love my quarterback? Yeah, but is he a good person? No.
That was on Cam Hayward's podcast, I believe. And there on the video on Instagram, we've seen a number of like current Steelers, current and former Steelers, in fact, chiming in support of it. I'm not surprised that Ben Roethlisberger was viewed not just in the wider lens, but in that locker room as a bad teammate. I did find it interesting, one, that he came so hard in the, now afterwards about that, but then two, the way in which he was very clear about, in the moment, we knew he was a bad guy, but we defended him because he was in our building.
And he was really defended, considering some of the crazy personalities that have been in the Steelers locker room over the years, specifically at the wide receiver position. A guy that was twice accused of sexual assault.
Mm-hmm.
Never heard anything about that. One of those sexual assaults, he got suspended as long as Tom Brady did for allegedly deflating balls. You've also got the incident where he was on a motorcycle and he suffered a broken jaw and other injuries. And there was a moment in time where I believe somebody in Pittsburgh, a TV station, actually caught him riding on the motorcycle again. And I think he flicked him off. things were covered up for Ben Roethlisberger in Pittsburgh on a level that if this was a bigger city and one that was perhaps not under the thumb of the NFL franchise that has been one of the Tiffany franchises of the league for such a long time, yeah, a lot of this stuff would be out in the open. He was a bad dude. And, I don't think any of the stuff that he tries to do and, I'm a reformed guy, because I've seen a lot of that from him over the last couple of years. That doesn't make up for what he did back in the day. He sucks.
Agreed. As a dude, 100%. But I don't know. There's something about hearing it stated plainly like this. It's something that we know, right? Teams are willing to put up with whatever guff depending on how good you are. And it's undeniable how good he was as a quarterback up to a point. Remember the latter portion, he was just terrible and people wouldn't admit it. But I think hearing it explicitly is kind of interesting for me, where players can be in that locker room and know to a man that, no, I don't like this dude. I don't like who he is, but this is how strong football culture is. And to bring that back home, because I don't think C.J. Stroud is anything like Ben Roethlisberger in that way. Do you at all wonder how dudes in that locker room actually feel about what C.J. Stroud has delivered? Because
yes.
they are defending him to a T. You heard Dalton Schultz on these airwaves with the drive last week and on Radio Row defending him to a fault. Yeah,
he blamed himself because he got injured and he didn't come back into the game. And I thought that was extreme. I like that this locker room seems to have a lot of camaraderie right now. Hopefully it maintains. It seems one of the things the Texans really have going for them. It's a close-knit group, and very few state secrets fall through the cracks and are made available to those who cover the team.
Which sucks for me, I'm going to be honest. But I understand how that could be beneficial to hold the line.
And I would say some of the people that cover the team have a rather friendly relationship with them. But, hey, listen, I understand access is access. I do wonder if you were to give all the defensive players truth serum, what are they thinking about what happened this past season and what's been going on for the last 2 years? I will always remember back in 2016 when I used to go into the Texans locker room and interview players just about every single day. And there was one day where I remember walking in and it felt like all the defensive players were in the corner. And I'm not acting like they were conspiring, but it did feel like coming into a scene in a mafia movie where all at a table like talking about something. And I figured to myself, they got to be talking about how bad Brock Osweiler is this year. They got to be talking about it because that was a pretty good defense.
Yeah.
And Osweiler was not getting it done, and it was frustrating. And then you heard about the podium, and it was tough. And credit to Osweiler, he's become a very good broadcaster. But I bet there are some Texans that are at the very least thinking that quietly to themselves. Credit to them for all having Stroud's back publicly, but there's got to be some people privately that don't feel the way that they are at least publicly showing.
Is there any level of thought for you on the value of that defense? Like, do you think that can help change the situation? Because obviously, the way that I asked that was weird, because obviously there is value in just insulating him and not allowing, the outside noise to break the line, so to say. But do you think there's any like restorative value, anything that you think can actually help C.J. Stroud out? Because I know Ben Roethlisberger was a good quarterback, but it's gotta be some level of comforting to not have to worry about the outside noise when you know you're actively being a bad person.
Yeah, they all like him. That's great that all of his teammates support him. I think that the Texans believe he should do less going forward. I think that talking about all the turnovers that he had in the playoffs after the fact is in further reflection of that. It does help to know that your teammates do have your back even when you are struggling. There are some places where that isn't the case. I would say covering the end of the Pete Carroll era in Seattle and hearing some of the stories about the Legion of Boom, and if Russell Wilson had a bad practice, Rich Sherman was going to be on him immediately. Like, that was just a different kind of team. They were always competing, as Pete Carroll used to say to me when I was doing a weekly show with him. Some situations are completely different, and they can still work. But this is one of those ones where they have his back, and he's going to have to actually give them something back for having his back. He's got to be better this coming season, as we're going to be saying for the next couple of months.
For sure. All right, a few more things around the NFL. Brian Callahan, former Titans head coach, is joining the Giants staff. So he will jump on the John Harbaugh staff, and he will be the offensive coordinator. He'll be the quarterbacks and coach and passing coordinator. He had interviewed for the offensive coordinator job, but that ultimately went to Matt Nagy.
I don't think that situation is going to go so well. Like, yeah, God, they brought in Nagy.
Yeah, I don't know, because there's a lot of belief from me that John Harbaugh knows how to run an organization. It's very clear that things have shifted in the Giants organization, which is just generally good, because you talk about the the Dolphins. The Giants have been another one of those organizations that I look and I go, why the hell do y'all run like that? So it does feel like they're setting some of that up. But I don't know that I look at very many of the hires on the staff and I go, I'm very inspired.
I would even start with Harbaugh. I mean, Harbaugh had Lamar Jackson these last couple of years, and I mean, what did he do with it? It seems like he hired coaches that alienated his quarterback. And I mean, if we're being honest about John Harbaugh, no one's made more out of a guy completely biffing on a deep throw by Joe Flacco against the Denver Broncos during the 2012 playoffs. No one has made more off of Joe Flacco going Super Saiyan for 4 games than John Harbaugh.
What an incredible month, though.
It was.
That got a lot of people paid.
But, I mean,
that month got a lot of people paid.
Flacco should be getting a cut of what Harbaugh's getting.
Flacco got his cut. No. Flacco's got his cut.
And he should still get his cut.
Flacco got a lot more contracts afterwards off of that month than he probably should have.
I think Harbaugh is put on a pedestal because of his last name, but he is not his brother. And I don't think this is going to work out well for the Giants.
Paulie coming with a lot of the hot takes, and I'm going to be honest, a little bit of hate. And I like it. I like it here.
John Harbaugh didn't know the rules once in a game and whined about it.
I mean, who amongst us, right?
And the competition committee changed it the offseason afterwards.
Who amongst us hasn't been in a place where we don't know the rules and we complain anyways?
You're an NFL coach, though.
That sounds like me every Sunday. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with this. Coming up next, we mentioned it, the Astros. They're now into pitchers and catchers have reported. There's some position players there. We're starting to look towards Astros season. How many things do you think will be different this season compared to the 2025 campaign? 713-572-4610. Text in. We'll talk about it next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Big questions for the Astros as the team's heading to spring training this week.
Join us following every weeknight baseball and basketball game with Area 45. Reaction, analysis, and your thoughts on the action immediately after the final buzzer or final out. It's H-Town Postgame, energized by base power on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, and again, I'm going to do the thing where I pull the curtain back. Not fully, though, Paul. I just love the dichotomy that happens with the conversation that happens off air to the conversation that happens on air, where I don't even know how to describe what was just happening before. We're talking about like moral hangups with stuff, and now we're going to talk about the Astros.
I have an idea for the future, and anyone listening at Sports Radio 610, I think you could sponsor the off-the-air conversations that take place during a commercial break, and that would push people to watching things on the social media side of things, like YouTube and or Twitch, which you can do.
I like what you're doing here. That'd be very interesting at times.
Normally we go to break, though, in the middle when y'all are having those conversations, but sometimes I feel like we need to put like a camera up there while the breaks are going just to see y'all's reaction, because sometimes the reactions when y'all are talking, because I'm on the side of the glass, I can't hear what y'all are saying.
Yeah.
And sometimes the reactions y'all make, I'm like, man, what the hell are they talking about?
Colin feels left out.
I do.
We should have pressed the talk back button.
We'll come in there and talk as well. But you can talk right now. Or, I don't know, if you ever feel like it, you can just text in on the text line, the base power text line, 713-572-4610, and we'll interact that way. Jump in. What do you think is going to be different this year about the Astros from last year? Because that ends up being a little bit of the conversation as we go into this spring training period for the Stros, and we're trying to figure out what the season is. Honestly, I'm trying to figure out what the tone and tenor should be of our conversations, because last year it made sense, right? You're coming down to, is the window closing? Can you pry it open? Is it still that? Because you're kind of still in that place. You didn't make the playoffs, but I'm looking at projections that have the Astros winning something like 87 games, being one of maybe like the fourth best record. And we were talking about this yesterday. PECOTA's Baseball Prospectus's projection metrics have the Astros scoring 785 runs or something like that, which would be the second most in all of baseball. And I'm just like, where is this coming from? So I'm trying to wrap my head around it.
Not the outfield.
And to that end, like, what will be different this year for the Astros compared to last year?
Well, the way that they're framing it, just based off of that corny slogan they came up with,
Chase the fight, baby.
Chase the fight, is that they're scrappy underdogs.
Yeah.
You don't like Chase the fight?
No.
I think a lot of Astros fans, if I'm reading Twitter or X or what have you correctly, it seems like people think it's kind of corny.
You missed the playoffs 1 year. You're not underdogs all of a sudden. Chase the fight. Now, I would have found a way to make fun of any of the slogans because I'm a bit of a hater, but
I'm glad that you recognize that.
They're framing it as if we're this scrappy, plucky underdog team. Like, okay, fine, whatever. But I do think,
well, if they're not the dominant team in the AL right now.
I think that this year with Carlos Correa here for all of the spring training, I think that is going to make a big difference. And there was something he said at Astros Fan Fest a couple of weeks ago. We had too many injuries last year, and upon my arrival, players lacked the necessary routines to withstand the season. Is that a shot at the training staff? Or is that a shot at the players?
I think that speaks at least specifically to Cam Smith. Did you see what Cam Smith said yesterday out there at camp? He said it to the flagship, and I think I had the audio here. He said that he was talking about what he worked on the most this offseason. Quote, focusing more on the preparation before the game. Last year I was kind of trying new things every day, every week. Now I have a good foundation of things I need to do to get my body ready to play every day. And I was like, personally, that's great for Cam Smith to help him get through the season. But I could see there was a lot of young players, a lot of quad A guys that were bouncing up and down that I don't know if they had the routine of being a professional.
Chandler Rome had an interesting piece about Cam Smith when he first came up and talking about his pregame routine and how he's listening to a lot of Bob Marley before a game, and maybe he settled into something else in the middle of the year. Whatever it was, I mean, he stunk for a lot of the season to the point where
that was harsh.
Well, he did. He stunk to the point where his roster spot on the opening day roster is not necessarily guaranteed, at least based off of what Dana Brown's saying. Do I buy that? Not necessarily. I think they're trying to light a spark under him. I don't think you really need to do that with Cam. But to continue with this Carlos Correa quote from a couple of weeks ago, for young players or those new to injury, it's easy to go motion daily. Whoa! But specific things need to be done before and after games. And he keeps on talking about the routines and all of that. Correa being here, it brings some more leadership into the building. And it's not to say that Jose Altuve isn't providing it, but Correa has always been extremely vocal. I think it's big to have someone like that in the clubhouse. And you're also hearing some of the same things from Joe Espada as well. So I think there's going to be a little bit more urgency and perhaps less of an idea that, yeah, this is just what we do. We win the division every single year. We're the Houston Astros. And obviously it hasn't happened in a couple of seasons now, but I think there's going to be a little bit more urgency. Does that net different results? I can't say, but just what you're hearing sounds good going into this season.
Well, I mean, it's the time period where everything sounds good.
Correct.
Unless you're an abject failure of a team. And some of those exist in sports where you start the season, you go, all right, we're not doing this is our year and we have optimism. This is the time where you sell hope. I'm willing to get behind you here on the Carlos Correa thing, because if I could take you back to last year, I vividly remember the conversations that we were having circling around the idea of who is the leader guy with the recent, at that point, departure of Alex Bregman, because he was very clearly the leader guy of all leader guys. He feels like he was built in a factory to be a leader guy, in the vein of like a J.J. Watt. Like, he felt like he was just in one of those leadership factories, and they spit out an Alex Bregman. He was here to learn the language of his fellow teammates and to teach us how to play his position, even though he's not a pitcher, right? He felt like he was built to be that. And I looked around last year and I was like, who is that? And you could say, yeah, Altuve's a veteran, but for some reason he doesn't strike me as that. Is that a problem on my part? Possibly, but he didn't strike me as that type of leader.
He's a lead by example guy.
Right. Correa is that kind of guy, whether or not it's like put upon and he wants to be that guy and he's going to do the work for that. And I think that's going to be huge, especially with some of the things that it felt like Joe Espada wasn't able to get that he wanted in theory, but didn't end up in practice. Like all these damn free swingers where he's talking about we want to see more pitches, and you have a few guys that you bring in that see more pitches like Isaac Paredes, but the dudes who you really need to see more pitches are seeing just fewer pitches. How much does a guy like Carlos Correa, having the large personality that can reach across the different factions of a clubhouse, how much is he able to take things from the manager and really make them stick on the level of the players? I think that could be a big deal.
Yeah, and I mean, just go back to when he was speaking to us. This is America. If you don't know the facts, you better shut the bleep up. Like, he's the kind of person that I think would get in the face of a player who is underperforming. And
Chris Walker, sorry, had something.
If you don't know the facts, then you gotta shut.
Thank you for that.
I think that it's huge to have him for an entire spring. I don't know that it nets different results, though, and I'm seeing a lot of comments on YouTube and on the text line about the outfield. The outfield, I do not know what to make of it. I mean, is Jose Altuve out of the outfield now? Yes. Do you need to put him back in there?
They made it clear that he's now a second baseman again. He's going to make plays. He's going to have some spot starts at left, which makes it seem like we're just going to keep this for the stability. He's back to being a second baseman.
We're going to try Cam Smith in center field. Jordan's mostly the DH. Like, there's a lot of questions about that outfield. There's a lot of questions about who the hell their starting rotation is going into the year. Yeah. So if you want one thing that's not a question mark, it's that you have a strong alpha male in the clubhouse in Carlos Correa.
I've often said that would fix all issues if we just had strong alpha males everywhere. That's definitely the type of person that I am.
That sounds sarcastic.
Why would you say that? No, and it's funny because it's weird. We harped on this one thing of leadership, and it feels kind of like, I don't know, damning with faint praise in some ways, but it does, in my brain, it feels like it's going to be notable because there's a number of times last year. Now, injuries also is a big thing. And what do you believe with the new training staff? How much do you believe that? I just don't have enough data points yet to lean in. But if you are healthier, I do think that the idea of having somebody that can pull everybody together could be really big for this team.
And I mean, it didn't go so well after Framber Valdez versus Cesar Salazar. You would have thought that Carlos Correa would perhaps remedy anything that might have been going on behind the scenes in the clubhouse after that. Now he is out. And it does feel, at least just the way that Correa's talking, Espada is talking, is that buy-in. No more time to wait around. And you hope that comes because Espada is a little bit more experienced as the head honcho. And Carlos Correa now has a little bit more authority in the clubhouse, given that he has been here for half of a season and now for an entire spring.
All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into popping, including this Houstonian possibly could be a Hall of Famer. And are you excited for the possibility of this on opening day? We'll talk about it next.
In the Loop.
The Patriots were the Texans.
by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here on this Thursday in the great city of Houston, or wherever you're listening, however you're listening. Thanks for making us part of your day. And I'm going to make it worse by reminding you by the Rockets. They lost last night in a home back-to-back against the Clippers, a team that feels like the way that they play basketball fits into what the Rockets want to do. Unfortunately, a 105-102 loss in which they got outscored by 9 points in the final frame. Honestly, it started late in the third quarter. That's when the Clippers started going on what was like a 20-4 run that ultimately put the Clippers back into the game. And then late in the game, it was just Kawhi Leonard making things happen, making your double teams look stupid, and some turnovers late, some missed free throws late, and ultimately the Rockets fall in the last game before the All-Star break.
21 turnovers last night by the Rockets, 13 turnovers the last two games by Kevin Durant, and it feels like all of a sudden, every single game, the Rockets are running into something that they are unable to overcome offensively. There will be some sort of adjustment, whether it's sagging back off of Ahmed Thompson or it's trapping Kevin Durant, that is leading to some real ugly, hard-to-watch moments. This was a very frustrating loss to go into the All-Star break with.
Deeply, deeply frustrating loss, but that's what they'll be. You'll have a number of participants in All-Star Weekend for your Rockets. Kevin Durant and Alperen Sengun are All-Stars in the All-Star tournament that they're doing, right? Obviously, Alperen on the world team, a replacement for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And then Kevin Durant, obviously, All-Star in his own right. He'll be on one of the American teams, one that he has called the Old Head team. And interestingly enough, Michael Shapiro of the Houston Chronicle was asking him about this because I think a lot of people are just kind of generally interested in how competitive the game will be. And I guess generally interested is not the right way to say it. They just don't feel like these NBA players compete in the All-Star game. And it's probably fair to say that. But Shapiro asked a question of, Kevin Durant, with your old head team, are they gonna compete?
You should ask the Europeans and the world team if they're going to compete. Because when you look at Luka Doncic and Nikola Jokic now, let's go back and look at what they do in the All-Star game. Is that competition? So we haven't questioned what they've been doing, but we're going to question the old heads and the Americans. But these two dudes out there, Luka and Jokic, they don't care about the game at all. They on the floor, they shoot from half court, but you got to worry about the old heads playing hard. I can read between the lines, bro. And I'm just thinking a lot of times, I'm just saying that I can read between the lines. And it's not just about you. It's just an overall topic that everybody's been talking about. You just haven't asked me that question.
How many of these guys care about the game? And at what points in the game, if they do care about it, do they care about it that are not the last couple of points?
Yeah, I think that this has just become a general NBA, the way that they go about it. There's a lot of different incentive structures that get them to this place, but also they just there was a point in time, probably about a decade and a half ago, where the larger kind of construct has pushed them, or they've made that decision that they're not going to play particularly hard in the All-Star game. I do get where he's going here, though. I mean, there is something to be said for it doesn't matter. Ultimately, the game is not particularly interesting for viewers, and
it's not for me.
This is a product, right? This is a product that you're trying to sell, and if you're selling me a watered-down product, I'm going to be mad about it. It does feel like we get the Americans, and I think that you could read this in the way that KD is saying, and correct, apologies, KD, if I'm saying this wrong. You could read this as, why the black guys getting all the hell about being quote-unquote lazy when these white guys out here not playing either, right? I could very much see that being the read that he has there and the reason why he's frustrated. And I get him there, but also everybody kind of mad about the whole game in the same vein as well.
Yeah, it's all the players. It's every single one. I mean, we're at a point now where none of these guys really want to play hard in this game. But it's worse where in the regular season, we got guys who don't want to play one quarter of the year. They just want to sit out. They're okay with it.
I think sometimes the sit-out narrative is wielded unfairly, because oftentimes if we're talking about load management, what we're actually talking about is teams keeping players out. rather than players deciding that they don't want to play.
But I think some of them are okay with it because they realize that it works. And I think we have normalized making a lot of the regular season not the full product, much like the All-Star game. Now, All-Star game is just the peak of it, but it's just become way too normalized in my mind. You're paid more than anyone has ever been paid to play the sport that you're playing. And yeah, I'm just going to show up 3/4 of the time.
I think that also matters in this in a weird way. When the money is so high, I'm not risking anything in moments where I don't feel like I have to, right? And I think that also plays in with the teams where they go, this dude is such a big asset to our team. I don't want you to risk yourself outside of the times when you are making money for me.
Well, if that's the case, then, hey, Alperen Şengün, who's so banged up he can't play at the end of last night's game against the Clippers, where he didn't play particularly well in. Oh, he gets to play in this game over the weekend that doesn't actually matter with this bum ankle that he supposedly has that Ime Udoka even talked about after last night's game. Like, what? What are we doing?
Right. It's just all mixed up. It varies different ways, and there's all sorts of different facets pulling in different ways. But, yeah, those guys will be in the All-Star game. I have a feeling that a lot of people listening will not be all that interested.
It's not for me. Yeah,
are you interested in any of the Rising Star stuff that will involve Reed Shepard or anything?
To me, it's a vacation from the sport altogether.
3-point contest. You're not even tapping into that. That's not drawing you at all.
Give me a novelty. You know, no, I nothing. I got
novelty.
Nothing. Yeah, give me something crazy like the Caitlin Clark. You know,
fair enough.
That was at least interesting.
Personally, I've become more of a college basketball fan throughout time.
Oh, that's tough. That's a tough watch for me.
Really? At least I respect you for that, because I feel like, and Colin, with all due respect,
y'all are haters.
I do feel like we get a lot of. I watch college basketball because they care more, and all right, I personally, I like college basketball. I know that's not where you were coming from, but I do think that ends up being a conversation point. And I don't know. I feel like the thing that person, that hypothetical straw man that I've built in this moment, I will recognize that, is doing is I don't like the players that have agency, and I don't really like that. Do you have any interest in this, though? Apparently Netflix, who is getting into the baseball broadcasting game, is pursuing Barry Bonds for coverage of Giants-Yankees on opening day. Is this the novelty that you want in sports?
How unfiltered will he be?
I have no idea. I don't know if that's the right question. How personable will he be? Because that's one thing with Barry Bonds. He's just not a dude that people like.
He's not going to be personal. We know that. But will he say the things that no other broadcaster says, given his extreme arrogance about what he was as a player? By the way, best baseball player I've ever seen.
He is very right for it.
You know, I don't even care. Like, he's one of those guys where he definitely cheated and no one cares because he was that good. Like, everyone thinks he should be.
Well, he was a Hall of Famer before we have evidence of him cheating.
Yes, before his head swelled 3 sizes.
Like the Grinch.
I want to see Barry Bonds in this role, and if we get salty hater version of Barry Bonds, I like that. If we get Grinch Bonds on the broadcast who's saying like, oh, this pitcher sucks tonight or something like that, maybe a little bit more eloquently than I just said it, that would be intriguing.
I think I would be interested in it too. I just feel like this would go the way of I'm very interested, and then I listen to it and I go, oh, this actually isn't all that good. I don't know that Barry Bonds has the personality that I want to listen to on TV.
Like the Michael Jordan, because I think talked about this, the Michael Jordan interviews with Mike Tirico that were being used.
The way that you felt about a number of the things that we talked about, that's how I feel about these. I'm like, all right, so he's going to do 1 2-hour interview. We're going to clip it up in 2 or 3 minute stretches, and we're going to pretend like we were touched by God because Michael Jordan talked a little bit about load management. Get the bleep out of here, man. Get that out of my face. But I'll watch Barry Bonds. I am inconsistent. I recognize that. But I am interested in it. I don't think they're going to get him, though.
If they get him, great. Will it create more national interest for a game in a hyper-regionalized sport? I don't know.
I think it will, but also I don't know that it'd be more than what would typically be there. It's America's pastime, at least in name, and one of the things we have on our sports calendar is opening day. People that might not watch games 2 and 3 of the series that comes up from opening day are going to watch opening day because it's a thing to do. I think that, but yeah, I would be interested in seeing what that one looked like, you know? Some other things that are popping. Shout out to Kelvin Sampson, who, in my mind, rightfully is among the Basketball Hall of Fame finalists for the potential upcoming class. This is a no-brainer, right? This is a dude, especially considering the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame is not a pro basketball. It's not a college basketball Hall of Fame. It's just a basketball Hall of Fame, and he has over 800 career wins. He's been an incredible coach, as much as this matters, even on the NBA level as an assistant. He's really done some great things at both Indiana, Oklahoma, and the University of Houston, and it feels like he's on the doorstep of possibly breaking through to that championship level as well.
I look at him, and I see a guy that was unfairly destroyed reputationally for doing what everyone else was doing back in the day.
What was it? Improper communication with a potential athlete or something like that?
So dumb.
Extra phone calls outside of the appropriate window or whatever.
It's one thing if it's a bag of cash and he's dead to rights dropping it off, but even then, I don't care about that. But this guy had his reputation tarnished in a way where he wasn't 100% sure he was ever going to get another head coaching gig again. And what he has built with a, as he's called, poor Power 5 team with the Cougs over these years has been really impressive. I don't think there's any debate about this. Right now, he is the best coach in Houston, Texas. Yes, over D'Amico Ryans. Yes, over Ime Udoka. I don't think that's a debate. I mean,
you didn't want to put Joe Spada in there.
Nah. Hey, we got to win.
I'm just making people mad. My bad, y'all. I didn't need to do that because I know there's people like Joe Spada.
Reggie has a thing for rage baiting.
I don't think I don't view myself as that. Do I? 713-572-4610.
Sometimes say something that's like, okay, you're just saying it just to get on.
Is it the big words? The big words, rage baiting?
Oh no, that's just how I'm a Nigerian. That's what we do. We just be using big words from time to time.
Good to know.
But yeah, so I think that this feels like a no-brainer. Other potential finalists or other finalists: Blake Griffin, Amari Stoudemire, Kevin Johnson, which go do the Googles on him and see what he has in his past. Marquez Johnson, Doc Rivers is in there. Interestingly enough, Joey Crawford is one that'll be very fun. Referee Joey Crawford, Look at Me, Louie, number one. Are all names, including also Candace Parker, Elena Deladon, some other names like that. We'll be interested to see. So I'll let you know once we get the finalists. It feels like Kelvin Sampson got to be in there. And real quick before we go, a little bit of a tap in with Astros spring training, as there's a number of those guys out there, including Christian Walker, who talked to a couple of media members. Chandler Rome has this quote: "My goal is to play every day and to be there every day first baseman." He acknowledged the infield surplus and said he is aware of the business side of things. I want to be here.
I talked about this with Chandler Rome on a podcast episode I'd done not too long ago.
Shout out to Chandler.
Chandler thinks that the situation in the infield currently is untenable because these guys are going to hate sitting. And he points to a moment last year where Christian Walker had to sit for a game in a big series against Seattle, and he was pissed about it.
Yeah.
And imagine you're doing this every single game. And imagine Joe Espada is being asked about these lineups every single game. It is not something that bodes well for morale if things are not going well, especially.
Well, Carlos Correa will just kick him in the ass. That's what's going to happen. No, but you're going to tell, Carlos Correa, you're going to tell Christian Walker at times. I imagine Jose Altuve will be easier at his age, but maybe not. Maybe just the way that he is. But you're going to tell all of them to sit here and there so that you can make sure to get Isaac Paredes some at-bats. Yeah, that's going to be a tough sell. And so that sounded like a dude who was trying to justify his place. And I don't know that he needs to do that because I feel like if there was an opportunity to get you out of here, they probably would have done it, to be entirely honest.
Yeah, they
probably would have done it by now.
That's why we keep on hearing Paredes' name linked to trades and nothing with Christian Walker.
Yeah, because I don't know that anybody wants to take that right now. So he better – the big thing is don't worry about trying to be there every day first baseman. You're kind of there. Worry about being unmovable because your bat is going.
Do what he did at the end of the last regular season, though. He was a lot better down the stretch than he was in the first half of the year.
Was he actually hitting with runners in scoring position? I don't know. I blocked it out of my memory.
Who was?
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, have we been unfairly critical about this one thing with the Texans offense from last year? 713-572-4610. I'll tell you what it is next.
Do you want to talk about him?
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Thursday. I'm Reginald Atatula. That is the man Paul Gallant filling in for the OG John Lopez.
Good to be in.
We got Colin Neal on the ones and twos in the stead of one Figgy Fig. Appreciate you holding it down with us as we talk about the specialization of losers in the Winter Olympics.
What a terrifying sport.
Really and truly. You just throw yourself down this track at full speed, and you're trying to get at full speed, and you know how they stop? I heard one of the losers talking about this on an interview earlier this week. They try and make themselves big to increase the or to rather create some friction, some air friction or whatever, and then they put their toes into the ice. That's it. They don't got no brakes or nothing. They are just going to stop themselves, by trying to become a kite.
And you could barely see where you're going. I mean, you're lying flat on your back, and you are essentially just looking over your body with a very limited vantage point of where you're actually going.
Athletes are crazy, man. I love it. All right. Have we been unfairly critical about this one particular thing when it comes to the Texans offense?
It was a good tease. I'm very curious.
Thank you. I'm glad. I don't often do those. But this one really caught my attention. If you've listened to the show, especially if you listened to the show last week when we were on Radio Row, you know I'm a big fan of Nate Tice of Yahoo Sports. He does the Football 301 podcast with Matt Harmon and Chris McDonald. And after the Super Bowl, they had this very interesting conversation about protections on the offensive line. And I'll let Nate Tice take it away here.
I agree with you, Matt, that the protections right now, to me, the defenses have a huge advantage. Protection rules are busted right now. And there's a couple teams that are doing some stuff that's helping it out. They use different offensive stuff like cadence, late motion. Of course, the Rams are on top of a lot of stuff, but Ben Johnson and the Bears, another team. But I do think that more defenses have the advantage on passing downs just because they're breaking protection rules. Like the protection beaters, like we saw tonight. Again, watch those first 2 third downs. The running back can't be right on those plays. He, no matter what, is wrong, and there's going to be automatic flare unless the offensive line slides into it. And that takes advanced play and advanced coaching. And there's only a few guys that can do that. Every offensive line coach that can do that gets paid a lot of money and gets picked up right away. It's very, very hard. And that's where the next frontier is to me, is that has to be a step. We want to talk about zone runs and all this stuff and 13 personnel and play action shot plays. It's like protections. Protections is where the next frontier is and where the advantages come.
Protection on the offensive line. We had a lot of criticism, especially like pre-snap type things, setting the protections and some of the pressure that came. And I think it was right. We understand where we were coming from, where we go, okay, you should be able to get this right. But this is somebody who is trying to have their finger on the pulse of trends in the NFL going, no, defenses actually have all the answers for a lot of the things that are happening offensively with protections right now. Unless you are one of the absolute elite, and I have a strong feeling he was not talking about the Texans or Cole Popovich in that way, with all due respect to them. Were we unfairly critical about the way we talked about the Texans and the way they went about protection this year?
I don't think so, because before we can even get into the protection side of things, are you doing the basics? How many times did we see this team called for illegal formations?
Sure.
How many times did we see this team called for illegal man downfield? It felt, and of course we're watching this team more than we're watching any other team, like they were called a lot more than other teams across the league. We're just watching it. It felt like they were good for 1 to 2 of those a game, even with D'Amico Ryans constantly talking about how we've got to stop shooting ourselves in the foot. So let's just start with, before the play, these basic things that they couldn't get done.
And it's not like that was a part of the season where, okay, it happened in the first third of the season and they got it right.
All year.
Yep.
It never got better. It's the biggest frustration.
Well, it got better and it got worse. It was like a whack-a-mole at times. They would knock that one down and then something else would pop up over here.
It's my biggest frustration with the D'Amico Ryans era. It's that, yes, mistakes happen. You're never going to be perfect every single game. But a lot of the same mistakes happen over and over and over and over again, and specifically on the offensive side of the ball. And the offensive line was very often the biggest culprit there. To what Tice is saying, I'm sure he's right. He's studying way more offensive line tape than I'm ever going to. And on top of that, they were playing musical chairs on the offensive line with the injuries and all that.
Okay, so let's try and make this as fair as possible for the Texans. Let's take away when they were out here letting C.D. So play left guard, right? Let's get out of all of those. I feel so bad because every time when I talk about what the musical chairs were, the first name that comes to my mind is C.D. So, and he don't deserve that. He didn't put himself out there, But I'm always going to bring that up. But let's take that apart. Once this line stabilizes, let's say about week 10, from then on, is it then fair to say that maybe we were a little bit too harsh when it came to some of the protection things that at times would break down for the offense, considering the defenses, especially the good ones, know how to make you wrong in any circumstance?
Well, of course, it's fair to make that argument because the vast majority of people who are watching a football game, they're not going to even bother looking at the offensive line after the fact. And we want to blame the offensive line instead of the quarterback on a regular basis. But, I mean, shoot, even before the little small things that they never cleaned up, the planning, just going back to what you were saying about City South, or going into this year thinking a guy who has been injured as much as Trent Brown has been injured is at some point this year going to be a foundational bedrock. Laken Tomlinson, Cam Robinson. It was a bad plan going into the year. There were things that constantly happened during the season before we even got to the protections. And, hey, honestly, maybe they were better than most teams were. Nate would be able to tell us that better.
I'll get him on the phone.
I'm sure you're going to have him on at some point. But ultimately, you can't get past all the things that led up to what was happening every single play, and it has to be better. They feel pretty confident in Cole Popovich. I wish I shared the same enthusiasm that they had for him. I can't help, even as somebody who grew up rooting for the Patriots, but looking at all these guys who have come from New England and wondering, is this going to work here? I joke and say, of course it is. Look, they're in the Super Bowl again. But I'm joking. I'm being sarcastic when I do that. I feel like any criticism of this offensive line is fair until this is a team that, one, can protect C.J. Stroud, and two, is actually an efficient rushing attack, which this team has not been since 2011. It's the last time this was like an efficient 10 in both categories rushing attack. I guess I think it was 2015 or 16. There was another season along the way. Maybe it was 2019. There was one of the Bill O'Brien years where it was solid. 2011, with the offensive line of Eric Winston, Wade Smith, Chris Myers, Mike Breisel.
Yeah, I like this.
And at right tackle, Eric Winston. Did I say his name twice? I forget. That offensive line in Arian Foster and Ben Tate. Chef's kiss. You need to have some version of that to help out with these protections that are giving C.J. Stroud moments where he gets a little panicky back there.
Yeah, and I think that what you started saying when you talked about what are you doing around that, I think is the other side to this portion. Because I do think that, hey, we could be a little unfairly critical about the protections, but then I think that then you have to ask yourself, well, what are you doing to counter that as a trend is developing in the league? And there was far too often where it felt like you didn't have a hot route, or you didn't have the right hot routes or the ways to answer if you do know a defense is going to be able to sometimes have the pick to pick the lock that is your protection, have some answers on the other side of it, which honestly, tying into the Patriots, that was also an issue for them, and we saw it exploited to the greatest degree in the Super Bowl, right? And I think I made that clear in a way that I'm not just doing this is the Super Bowl and now everybody needs to filter it down the league. No, these are offenses that at least are built on similar principles. Mm-hmm. What the Erhardt Perkins iteration that is operated by Josh McDaniels, and whatever this amalgamation is. This amalgamation is because this Texans one is not straight that. They have some other things, and honestly, to the point where
Tom Brady.
I wonder what the combination is and what the actual full birthed baby is of this offense is at some point, right? But there's those similar foundations, and we're seeing that if you can't just depend on our protections are going to be great, and then that's going to allow us to get these 15-yard stem off routes down the field, and we'll be able to get to it. Well, then what are you doing to combat that? And I think that's where the criticism then comes back around to Nick Caley in the way that, and Cole Popovich in the way they're building this, to give them some answers. And I don't know that I saw enough of those to just completely go, oh, well, that answers why you had protection issues, and then boom, here we're going to move on. And also, even if that did answer it, now what's the move? Because those figures out that the defenses have, those answers that they have to getting to your protection, those aren't just going to disappear. They know them now.
Keep going back to the simple stuff, though. Get to the effing line of scrimmage early, so that you can actually make some of these reads at the line of scrimmage. Yep. So you can have some communication with your offensive line and your quarterback. That was a problem all season long, in 2-minute situations from time to time as well. Ultimately, everything keeps on coming back to basic things before we can even get to whatever complicated things a defense might have been throwing at this offensive line.
Yeah. So I think that this was a very intriguing thing to think about, because on top of,
it's just making me feel worse about the offense.
No, I hear you, and it's not making me feel worse, it's making me feel angrier, because not only did they go about this in a way where they're just like, hey, we're going to be better at this. We're just going to execute better. And sometimes we also have to remember it's not about execution. There's a perpetual give and take in the league when it just comes to scheme. There is a chess game being played. And sorry to be really cliche, at times it feels like the Texans just want to play checkers on offense. And you've got to jump in the chess game because defenses are going, okay, we understand what's happening there. We're pushing and pulling and stretching you in certain ways, and you're not just going to be like, well, we're gonna effort our way out of this at times.
Well, come on. What about it in the Steelers game where they called the flea flicker when they were running the ball at will? You know? Come on.
The flea flicker is it's just always gonna tear people up. And what I hate is that I kind of like the flea flicker call to try and see if you could take a shot.
Hated it. They're running for 6 yards of carry.
Yeah, I feel like. But you need explosives. And the reason why I bring that up is that felt like a trend this year was being able to make explosives. You should know this, man. You was watching the Patriots. That was the most explosive offense in the league.
Explosive 6 yards of carry. Just give me 6 yards of carry every single time. The Steelers couldn't stop a nosebleed that day.
That's success rate. Let me teach you about some advanced analytics here, Paulie G.
After the advanced analytics, I'm just going to be simple. Hey, give me a hammer. I'm going to beat you with the hammer. Bam, bam, bam. I'm a Neanderthal. Okay.
Well, actually, if you look at this,
that's right.
Shut up, nerd.
That's right. That's how I taught.
Listen. There's always complicated things to the game of football.
Sure.
But ultimately, it's not as nuanced as we make it out to be. And I feel like if we're looking at this offense, the more that we keep on looking at it, the more we're just going to be mad. And you know, in having these conversations, I wish that what Nate Tice had pointed out was something that maybe could get better over the course of the year. But ultimately, it was poor planning, and it was just things that were small and basic that never got better over the course of the year. Hey, full season to get better now. You have an extra game. You have 17 games. It's about how you're playing in January, right? Well, why is the improvement not coming when we're, getting closer and closer to an 18-game
right.
slate?
And the thing that I'm interested in to kind of push this forward is, okay, if this is the case, if defenses have kind of a master key in some ways to offensive protections at times in the largest way, unless you are one of the most elite of elite, which I don't think that we're talking about with this offensive staff. With all due respect to Cole Popovich, who did raise the floor on what this offensive line was. I never want to ignore that. I think how do you make yourself better, and how do you answer the call that's being given to you by these defensive coaches in the next season? And the best answer I have, at least of what they have situated in front of them, because they're not changing certain things about the way they play, is make sure that you have talented players that, okay, they might have the schematic advantage, and my guy's going to just beat your guy right now, right? This talented dude is just going to find a way to get this block, even though schematically he should not be able to. I think that's the way that's in front of them, and that happens through, I think, in free agency, getting a guy that knows how to play at a high level and is smart, right? Because you're going to have the IQ on the offensive line, and then getting some young, talented dudes that have the athleticism to be able to make up for that as well in those ways. But I think that it's going to be highly increasing the talent level of the offensive line that will help you do that, in my opinion.
You need to bring in real talent. Can't be what you did this past offseason. Patriots cast-offs. You can't put this stuff together with Band-Aids, duct tapes. Joe Tooney, what was he, Offensive Lineman of the Year?
Protector of the Year.
4th-round pick.
I love this award, by the way.
Traded for a 4th-round pick. Nick Caserio drafted him. He went for a 4th-round pick to the Bears. Again, you keep on going back to the planning and whatever the hell it was supposed to be going into the year. There's just so many what-ifs that seem so obvious in hindsight.
A little bit of breaking news for the Texans. Don't hit the sounder. It's not. I didn't have to get there. But Jonathan Alexander of the Houston Chronicle is reporting that the Texans and Harris County have approved a planned 83-acre headquarters in for the Texans, and this would be, let's see, between the Harris County and Hughes developed the Bridgeland. I believe this is in Cypress.
Ew! We're going outside the wall?
I believe that this is...
No offense to all the fine people who live outside the wall, which is what I call outside the loop. But I gotta go to Cypress now?
Well, just for headquarters type stuff, right? This is where they'll practice. This is where I imagine they're gonna try and develop.
I gotta go on 290.
All right.
Oh, get out of here!
How much do you actually love Houston if all you're talking about is inside the loop? I feel like there's a lot of Houston that exists outside the loop that's really cool,
well, if you're inside the loop, you don't want to go in. And if you're outside the loop, you don't want to – if you're inside the loop, you don't want to go out. Outside the loop, you don't want to go in.
If we're talking about traffic and things of that nature, but, like, when it comes to just the idea of them being cool, man, especially for someone who's A-Leaf, Sugarland, you're not going to talk about the loop like that, buddy.
I am talking about it.
You son of a gun.
All right,
I'm talking about it right now.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We're gonna fight in the break,
Take
and then
a party bus to your house?
Coming up next, if we have not killed each other, we'll get some lunchtime confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Payne and Pendergast.
Big questions for the Astros is the team's heading to spring training this week. What are they doing with this whole infield thing going on right now? So the funny thing I see.
make it easy to feed your performance. Factor. Eat like a pro.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right. If you missed it on the other side of the break, we said we were going to fight. We didn't do that. We worked out our differences, but we also got news that the Texans and Harris County have seemingly come to an agreement for a public-private partnership that will help the Texans build the new headquarters that they want, practice facility. I imagine it'll also have like a certain entertainment district, shopping, that type of stuff built around it. I imagine fields for all sorts of youth sports and that type of stuff. It seems like that's the passion of the Texans ownership. So this is going to come to the fore, right? The plan has been approved by Harris County. I will say that my confession is I think that this is a good sign for the relationship between the Texans and the Harris County, at least when it comes to NRG Stadium. Because remember, all of this feels like a precursor to getting something done when it comes to NRG Stadium itself. And this has been a back and forth conversation for a number of years, them trying to figure out how to get either an upgrade, a significant upgrade to the stadium itself, or a new stadium. And I think a lot of people started getting to a place where like, oh, here comes the new stadium. The idea that they could work together with the county to get something like this done probably portends well for the idea of getting something done for NRG itself. I got to admit, though, I'm a little disappointed that Harris County is actually putting money in on the headquarters that they're building itself. I thought that this was going to be one of those things that the Texans took care of this portion of it themselves, and then, whatever happens with the stadium would then be this type of, I guess, taxpayer, for lack of a better term, paid thing. But it seems like they're going to get this done out in the Bridgeland area of northwest Harris County.
Yeah, you just don't get it. I mean, it's not like the Texans have practice facilities right now. It's not like the Texans have their own headquarters right now.
They're in the stadium, and it is worth noting that I think only like 4 teams in the NFL have this particular setup. Like, I do get the competitive portion of this that can happen from it. I also know that all these teams want to get in the kind of basically real estate business where they have their practice facility, but then they have shops and things around it that also I get that from the natural development of the team.
Okay,
I just would have hoped that they fronted the money for
this
it.
feels like the precursor to, hey, we're going to build a stadium in the area around this. And again, sorry.
Well, there's a lot of teams that
I want to go there.
There's a lot of teams that have their practice facility very far away from the stadium. In fact, I think that this allows them to have that in different places.
But this is also like the biggest city in the country in terms of physical
like
space
landmass?
outside of Jacksonville,
LA
maybe.
Yeah.
This is a huge city. No. Cyprus? Ew.
Well, that's where they got the land to be able to unfurl this and do. I mean, you got 83 acres inside the loop, big dog?
Well, it seems like
all right, you show me 83 acres inside the loop,
they're just operating with an
dog.
idea of the city already seems like it's operating with an idea of we're just going to take it with what they're doing downtown as it is with this promenade that's going to work out so well that's in downtown. It's going to make things better for the World Cup, a promenade in a city where it's 100 degrees for 6 months a year. That makes a lot of sense. Let's have taxpayers pay for that, and then let's have taxpayers pay for this.
Yeah, that's the part that very much
big thumbs down on
annoys
this.
me personally, that there's going to be – I don't know exactly what the details are. Obviously, appreciation to Jonathan Alexander, the Houston Chronicle, just getting the details of the basics of this. But
trickle-down economics, woohoo, for Cyprus.
But, yeah, I get I think that this actually makes sense for the actual just headquarters being elsewhere. Like I said, my big confession on this is at least I think that this will bode well that they were able to get some level of deal done with Harris County, considering Harris County is also the purveyor of the NRG Park location right now. So hopefully they'll be able to continue to work for a beneficial outcome for NRG Stadium.
I know a place that they could build a headquarters, and guess what? They wouldn't have to leave NRG Park, because there was an old decrepit dump that for whatever reason we have some conservancy that is actually funded to come up with these crackpot ideas.
John Lopez is still here
to build it. No, listen. I'm pretty sure I'm the reason Ed Emmett's out and that Lena Hidalgo was in as Harris County judge because I called him a boob once on the radio. He called in. We had a pleasant conversation.
Not enough people call people boobs.
It's crazy that Astrodome, which is an ugly wart next to NRG Stadium, I can see it through this window right here.
That's right.
It is disgusting. It should be destroyed, and you could build the Texans their new facility right there. Instead, we're going to Cypress.
Well, I don't think you can build a facility there.
Why not?
I don't think there's enough space for everything.
There's plenty of space. It's the size of Adia, which, by the way, they already have as a headquarters.
This is literally John Lopez right here.
I know, right? It's crazy. It's uncanny.
Our guy Lopez made a bold proclamation about the Texans.
Very good.
These are my confessions.
I have a confession.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not liking that the Rockets are perhaps getting a little bit too much of the Kevin Durant effect. And I mean,
what does that mean?
I'm Kevin Durant.
I think that they are starting to follow suit and pay attention to some of the things that are being said about them on the outside. I will point to a post from Fred VanVleet from February 4th at 3:11, reposting something from Rockets Twitter, which is Fanboy Central, saying, "This might be the first positive tweet I've seen from Rockets Twitter." Oh, okay. This is the same fan base that was acting like Ty Washington was God a couple of years ago. So I saw that from Fred VanVleet. Then I heard this from Fred VanVleet during Tuesday night's broadcast of the game against the Clippers.
What are your general thoughts on how the season has gone so far?
I think we're in good shape. I think everybody need to chill out. You know, I've been on Twitter a lot more this year than ever before, so I'm not playing. I just think everybody need to chill out and you know, take the growth and the development of this team. We're in good shape going into the break, and you know, the real basketball after start break.
Deep three missed by Reed Shepard. Is that, again, you said because it was your hurt, is it also because Kevin Durant is on the team and he's very active on social media, as we all know?
Yeah, blame KD. He's rubbing off on me, so.
The timing of the Reed 3 missed was hilarious.
That's how they lost so many games this year, is because they couldn't hit the 3.
I like that they joked with him about it after the fact, but between that, an exchange with Amen Thompson, I'm not sure we have time for it.
Yeah, it's fine. We'll get to it at some point.
I feel like they're getting a little bit too sensitive about what's being said about them. And I mean, right now, there are real concerns about what they are offensively. They often look headless when they're out there. And I think at a certain point, you can't look at the internet when you're going through struggles like this. You got to trust the process. And, hey, you're talking about how you're a young team and everything matters after the All-Star break. Great. Do not let public opinion get to you. And it feels like it's starting to happen with the Rockets. And is that because Kevin Durant is as online and as active as he is online? I don't know. I think it's worth exploring.
I find that to be an interesting perspective on this, like how much of this is the rabbit ears happening for them. I don't know, but ultimately, whether or not they're hearing it, I'd much rather just them worry about the way this results as opposed to whether or not they're hearing this. Can they take whatever they are hearing and turn it into the appropriate motivation for them to get right? That's really the thing that matters more for me. And the only frustration that I really had from that Fred VanVleet audio that you played from when he sat in was it the second quarter with Craig and Ryan on the Space City Home Network broadcast, was the idea that, the real basketball happens in March. No, all this is the real basketball, especially for a team that is trying to figure some things out. And I've preached patience. Like, I go back to last year when they figured out one of the big things that they got for themselves, the double big, in like February. I understand that you can find things later on in the season, but don't pretend like, not having found some of these answers here as we have dipped into February and the conversations that are being had around the team are patently absurd. There's reasons to look at this team and go, hey, yes, you're missing a Fred VanVleet and you're seeing the things that make that difficult. And we saw it again last night, the ways in which this team should be able to get wins and the things that make that difficult are the same things we've been talking about. They haven't even really had the level of improvement that you want when it comes to turnovers, when it comes to, trying to make some of these contested shots, when it comes to detailed defending. Those things have been the case, and they continue to be the case. So don't just tell me, how am I supposed to take this as you're just going to fix these things at the turn of the All-Star break when we get into March and the stretch run? I don't think that that's a reasonable way to tell me to look at this.
Do you agree with the idea that after the All-Star break matters more? I feel like when we get to March, I almost think a quarter of the league, at least, starts to mail it in. That's at the bottom end of things. And then I think as you get closer to the playoffs, then the teams that's at the top of the standings that know that they're in the playoffs, they also start to do the same thing.
Yeah, that's actually an interesting way of looking at it, because there's definitely teams at the very bottom. Teams at the top, especially because of some of the positioning that you have and some of the play-in tournament that they've instituted. I think that they play. This year in particular, we're seeing a tanking epidemic, so the bottom of the league does change. I think that that's a fair point to make. I wouldn't say that necessarily it matters more. I just think it matters different. And especially for a team that you expect to be in the playoffs like the Rockets, I think it's a time period where you want to be finishing. You want to be figuring out, or not figuring out, you want to be solidifying that we know exactly how we want to play and we know what tools we have in our tool belt to be able to go and attack the playoffs and whoever we might face. And if you're right now still just trying to figure out how to get more consistent basketball in March, I don't think you're doing the things where you go, we're figuring out the different tools that we can have to beat teams in the playoffs.
This is the first couple of months of the season we're for, by the way. And, I think this is something you can point the finger at Ime Udoka for. Hey, how are you adapting with your offense? Are you doing anything differently? Do you look at the guys that are on your coaching staff? Are you tasking them with different responsibilities as far as drawing things up? And then, of course, the actual execution of it. There's only one way for this team to get to a point where, come playoff time, they've got a shot, and it's to give Reed Shepard as many minutes as you possibly can. I really think that the only way they're going to see progress from Reed is if you play him. This idea that, putting him on the bench, teaching him a lesson or something like that because he's not aggressive enough on defense, I'm sorry. That's not going to make him better, He's got to be out there, especially considering your ball handling situation.
Hold on to that thought on Ime, because that will come up in our 1 o'clock conversation. But those are your lunchtime confessions, a really sporty edition of that. We'll try and fix that tomorrow here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Thursday. Coming up next, it is indeed a Thursday, and whether or not Lopez or Friggy is here, we will buy or sell. Are you buying what these various folks in sports are trying to sell you? 713-572-4610 is the base power text line, and we'll do that next.
In the Loop.
The Patriots were the Texans without the Phil.
NCAA March Madness is coming to Houston. Attendance is encouraged. Passion mandatory. Get your tickets now at ncaa.com/MBB tickets.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Reginald Atatula, Paul Gallant hanging out here, and Colin Neal on the ones and twos. I see you, Colin. Sometimes I gave you your shout out. You out here now demanding shout outs. You get a little dicey out here.
You were looking at me like I'm Paul Gallant. I'm like, me?
No,
it's okay. I can. One of the first times I was doing a show with
Colin
behind the glass and with Chris Partee, I confused their names at least 3 times.
But okay.
There's the
C. That was the Christmas day, though.
Yeah,
that was fun.
We're about to get to buy or sell here in a second. This is a thing that I'm weird about, but I wonder, does this bother y'all? I can be a person where I don't have to look at you to talk to you, and sometimes I take that to an extreme where I'm just kind of looking at somewhere else. So I was saying Paul Gallant and looking in your direction, Colin, but I figured that it was understood that I was just kind of saying that, and I was moving this around.
No, we just all looked.
Yeah.
I've had that issue before, actually. I'm not too bold to say.
It's a normal thing, by the way.
I've had that issue where I had a couple of friends, and I would call them each by each other's names unintentionally, and I don't know why I did that. And it's possible that for some reason my brain had them confused because they both happen to be white gentlemen. I don't know.
Chill out, snowflakes. This isn't about race. It actually happens. It is what it is. Like, geez.
I mean, it might be about race. Who knows? Let's do a little buy or sell. Are you buying what these people? I like completely undercutting that. Are you buying what these people in sports are trying to sell you? 713-572-4610. Let's go ahead and do this. And we begin in West Palm Beach with the Astros as they're getting their spring training stuff started. Josh Hader, the closer for these Astros, was talking with the media on day one. And this is what he had to say about his injury that we found out about.
Yeah, so I was going into my fourth bullpen, and for me, when I was throwing catch play, I just threw a changeup, kind of grabbed on me, so then kept going on, and then the next day felt it again on a changeup. So following that, tried to do it without throwing the changeup, and then the more intense I got, felt it again. So the bicep kind of got inflamed, so then I took about 10 days off and started just letting that heal a little bit, and now we're here today, and today was the first day of catch play, which was pretty good. So like I said, a little setback, but nothing too concerning for me, and so just building back up now and just get ready for the season.
Little setback, nothing too concerning for me, Paul Gallant.
Well, I need to buy it because if this Astros bullpen doesn't have Josh Hader, they're not good. And on top of that, you gave this guy a 5-year, $90 million contract.
That's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah. So
how could you forget about that, man?
Fingers crossed.
I was joking.
I am really hoping that Josh Hader is good to go. I'm hoping that this is a setback, and I'm hoping that we have left the days of injury problems and complications and return to play issues. I hope that we have left all that crap in the past, because I hope I'm using this term correctly, the Kevorkian Astros training staff from back in the day, I know that they had their moments, but those moments were not last year or the year before or the year before that.
Kevorkian, okay. But so you're buying this off of the strength of hopium. Okay, very good.
First of all, you're throwing too many big words at me. Okay, now, because I don't understand them, I'm going to take them as disrespect.
Ooh, I'm trying to think. Because it's funny, I throw this up to you. Am I buying or selling? I think I'm buying this. I think that, obviously him getting out there throwing on that day, they were very upfront and honest. And I think I'm trying to come to this with a level of openness, with them making not just small changes, but pretty wide changes with their medical staff and their return to play. I'm trying to buy that they are operating this from this way, and I'm trying to go with an open mind. Very quickly, though, I think through spring training, especially as you have the Yainer Diaz foot. I think Yainer Diaz has been shut down for a short period of time. Very quickly, I'm going to get the early inklings on, is this a new day for their medical staff, or is this the same old? For the time being, I will believe that this was a small setback, because this happens. with numbers of baseball players, not just Astros and arm situations. I will admit, bicep inflammation immediately made me wince. But, this happens with baseball players when they throw. Sometimes they have to stop and, get themselves back to the right place. So I'm going to buy this, that this is just a setback, but this is a very cautious buy. This is one where I'm buying it, but I'm watching the number. I'm watching the stock go up and down to see if this buy is worth it was worth the money.
I'm no doctor. But yeah, you say biceps. The biceps bones, it's a muscle, Paul. The biceps bone's connected to the elbow bone. The elbow bones, them bones, hear the word of the Lord. Like the biceps is close to the elbow. That's all.
It's not medical advice, by the way, people.
It is.
No, it's not.
I'm from the house of a learned doctor. My sister. Not me.
I don't. I feel like we shouldn't play with legal.
I'm from a house of a learned doctor.
I don't want legal to come down here and talk to us. I just don't want that to be the case. All right, so we're both buying this, which probably means that we're some fools. But we'll buy little setbacks for Josh Hader. All right, how about this? Buy or sell? Mike Vrabel, you know who he is, right?
I do.
Coach of the Year, head coach of the New England Patriots. He's came to the defense of his left tackle, Will Campbell, who's been getting a lot of talk and a lot of hell after what was a second half season and an even rougher postseason for him. He said, quote, "Will's 22 years old. He's our left tackle. He'll get better. He'll get stronger. There's moments where he played well. There's moments where he blocked a guy. Then there's plays he'd like to have back. We're not moving Will Campbell to guard or center or tight end or anywhere else." Buy or sell?
The idea that they will never move him at all, I don't 100% buy that. They're hoping right now that the injury that Campbell suffered against the Bengals in Week 12, which looked to be a serious knee injury. I was, in fact, shocked that he came back to play after witnessing that while watching a Patriots-Bengals game at Kirby Icehouse. I was like, oh, damn, this is bad. This is probably going to do very, very bad for the Patriots the rest of the way. They're hoping that is the reason that he struggled down the stretch the way that he did. But there were some moments this year where he didn't look that good. So I think there is a possibility that he moves to another position. Everyone constantly talks about his arm length. Does that mean he is better maybe as a guard? Down the road, we will see. But we've seen guys like Titus Howard, a former first-round pick, be moved all over the place. Who's to say that Will Campbell will never be moved? Mike Vrabel just has the defense of his rookie because he wants him to have confidence going into next season because I'm sure he's beating himself up after a wretched Super Bowl performance.
I'm buying this, actually. I'm like wholeheartedly buying this.
You believe him? All
right. I especially because as much as I trust my own belief and my own thoughts on football, I very much also try and take into account with strong, bias, the accounts of people that played the positions that we're talking about, especially when there's a number of them that are highly regarded, and a number of linemen have been real mad about how the rest of us doofuses have been talking about Will Campbell and the way that he played, including I think like Mitchell Schwartz was talking about it, I think it was Jeff Schwartz. Sorry, I started mixing up names, but there's been a number of guys that were like, no, this is yes, he had some bad play, but some of this is just the way that he is attacking, playing that left tackle position with his strengths and with his weaknesses, and it probably is just he needs to get better at some of these technique things. Hey, what's up, offensive line and technique, and play more to the strengths that would fit his play style. And on top of the injuries you mentioned, he probably has a lot better play. And I think that you come back to seeing what he was at LSU and knowing that he was a talented player. I don't imagine that he got to the NFL and that just all fell apart. It just feels like maybe he was playing away from his strengths in a way that he should have, because I can't imagine. And then also he was a rookie, man. Offensive line in this league, rookies might have the hardest learning curve at offensive line. And so I pair all those things together. I'm like, I think he probably, as much as the arm length is a thing, there's dudes who've had short arms that have played the position and played it well, and he has the capabilities and the bare bones for that. I think that
he's not a T-Rex.
No, he's not. I think he'll be fine there at left tackle. It was fun to be able to talk about the fact that they were so bad there, though. At least for me. I don't know about you.
I was
him
sad.
and Jared Wilson did not hit you right, huh?
I had bad feelings about him going into that game, and he was worse than I thought he could be. So yeah. That was rough to see.
But
May was worse than Campbell, for what it's worth.
Can I press pause on buy or sell for just 1 second?
Sure.
Because one of the things I was saying is watching the rookies together on the left side of that Patriots O-line gave me a little bit of pause for the way that the Texans might undertake this offseason if they go and draft a couple of linemen like I want them to and put a couple of rookies next to each other on the right side of the line.
Well, you already got Ursary in as a rookie for this past season. That's a best-case scenario as far as rookie offensive lineman. You know, he was pretty solid for you. Was he great? Do you move him? I don't know.
But you had I think he's set at left tackle. But you had a couple.
I don't know.
You had a couple of veterans play next to him. My thought is, I think that Titus Howard should be a guard. So if he plays left guard, unless you change him to right guard, that's 2 spots on the right side that I would love to be occupied by new players. And I would love if it's a veteran. But what happens if you get a couple of rookies and they end up winning? That's the only thing that scared me a little bit. Is that valid, or am I bugging in this moment?
I think it's valid.
Okay. All right. Thanks for nothing. You gave me no. I was hoping that you would be like, no, you're worrying, Reggie. This is not a problem.
I don't know where you stand on this, but would y'all sign Ed Ingram back?
I mean, at the right price, which maybe, but probably
he was the best guard on at some point this year.
He was really good this year, and then it kind of regressed a little bit later in the season. You never know what somebody's dealing with, especially on the offensive line, where they're want to thug it out. You know what I mean? So I don't know if that was an indication of him returning to earth or what have you, or if that was some level of injury, whatever. But I would prefer if I start working towards an offensive line that's going to be here for a number of years as opposed to more kind of stopgaps, so to say. But we'll see how they play that. Continuing a little buy or sell here in the loop. Lindsey Vonn, Olympic skier and a legend in the game, on Monday said about her crash on the Sunday women's downhill, while yesterday did not end the way I hoped, and despite the intense physical pain it caused, I have no regrets. She went further to say that the difference between a strategic line and catastrophic injury can be as small as 5 inches. I was simply 5 inches too tight on my line. And she said the ACL and past injuries had nothing to do with her crash whatsoever. Buy or sell?
I buy that.
Really?
Yeah, I buy that it wasn't the cause of that. I feel like if you watched it, it seemed like her ski got hooked on the flag, and her pole got hooked on the flag. And I mean, like, what are you going to do in that spot? Is that on your knee? Now, if you have a stronger knee, do you
end up on the right line?
Right. Yep. But you're 41. You're never going to get a chance to do this again. Wait, what? She's going to do this at 45? No, she's not. So she went out there. I think she's, ballsy as hell for going out there and trying to make it happen, Yep. I have a lot of respect for her competitiveness and going out there. I mean, if she doesn't think it was her knee that caused it, fine. But by the way, she shouldn't have to defend herself for this because, again, she's 41. This is her last shot to do the Olympics. If she wants to compete in them and she's qualified to compete in them, let her compete in them. We're going to judge her for doing this. It's her decision, not yours.
Are you in America? This is America. We judge people for all sorts of stuff.
But it's weird to judge somebody who's going to compete in the Olympics for the last time ever for going and trying to do this on a torn ACL.
I didn't say it wasn't. But yeah, I have a hard time. Like I'm telling you, I have a hard time to think that having a compromised knee did not then,
have some sort of effect.
Have some sort of effect in, even if it was, your line was off by 5 inches. Yeah, athletes that have very, dialed in motor skills, if one thing is off, I can imagine 5 inches of difference happening because your knee.
That's fair.
Because your knee ain't connecting right.
Could also be because you're 41.
But then at that point, it's something else entirely. I will believe that she had no regrets, but I don't know that the ACL specifically, past injuries probably not, but the ACL particularly, it's going to be a hard time to move me off that take. But that's a little buy or sell here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. Coming up next, Ime Udoka, after what was a very frustrating loss versus the Clippers yesterday, had a few things that seemed to fall in the same vein of thought for the Rockets. Is he right about what's plaguing the Rockets? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
His spotter can't get.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope you're having a wonderful Thursday in the great city of Houston or wherever you're listening. Thanks for making this part of your day. Is Ime Udoka right about what the Rockets' issues or what's happening or what the causes are for the Rockets' issues? 713-572-4610. Because yesterday was a very frustrating loss for the Clippers to head into versus the Clippers, rather, to head into the All-Star break.
I think without even hearing what he has to say, there's a very strong argument to be made that, no, he's not right.
Sure.
Because the same things keep happening over and over.
Right. So I'll take you actually to some of the post-game conversations, like this first one where Ime Udoka was asked, with the team being bottom 10 when it comes to turnovers, what do you attribute that to, and how do you fix it?
Got to be strong with the ball, and that's why I said we did it to ourselves. Being up 15, and I think we had 10 at that point, and we had 11 in the second half. But for 28 points, it's holding somebody to 102 before that last shot is enough to win a game if you take care of the ball and get shots up. And so that's why it's just going into the break that we kind of did that to ourselves about being up 15. Knowing that they're a team that packs the paint, goes for steals in the pocket. You either got to hit the skip pass or be strong with the ball in the pocket. Same thing we saw last night, and got a little bit worse tonight. But got to take care of the ball. Some basic principle of winning the possession battle is rebounding like we did much better tonight, and then getting shots up.
So how do you fix it? Felt very much like, take care of the ball better. Understand that when they blitz, get the ball out quickly. So that felt like he was kind of putting that a little bit on the players, particularly the guys who will have the ball in their hands. Make that decision better, faster, make the smarter decision. All right, let's see if you get a sense of a trend here at all. All right, let's skip forward. Actually, no, I kind of want to get this one let's skip forward. Number 3 here, Colin. Headed into the All-Star break now, how would Ime assess where this team is and where they want to be?
Got to be sharper. Like I said, it all starts with effort and meeting that standard every night. And if we do that, we've shown that we compete or beat the good teams. And but from there, just the consistency in a row of defensive schemes and personnel. It's just too many mistakes up and down as far as that. Even on Dunn and some of the guys again tonight after, we watched quite a bit from yesterday, some errors we made. And then offensively, just movement. Like I said, you got to play with the pace, especially when the team is grabbing, holding, making plays in the pocket, being strong with the ball. That's the direct result of all those turnovers.
Are you sensing the trend, right?
Yeah. I I mean, you keep hearing him say the same thing. You're not seeing different results. These are the things that you usually hear from a coach when you are starting to wonder if the coach is the best fit for this team. It's a very natural thing, I think, to go to. And I like Ime Udoka. I like the mentality that he brings. But if you're constantly talking about effort and it not being there on a night-to-night basis, one, you could ask, is that enough as far as you coaching them to get more out of it from them? And two, does that mean some of these players are starting to get sick of it because he is asking them to do something that they believe that they're doing? And I think this is something to wonder about with Udoka. The new car smell is gone. The honeymoon era is over. We now can look at him as objectively as we possibly can. It's a lot better than it was with Steven Silas, but that doesn't mean that you settle. If you hear a guy who is constantly talking about a lack of hustle when his entire brand seems to be built on hustle, and then you're seeing just ugliness on offense, which feels like it's more than just about being quick and putting in effort, then what do we do next, and how does this improve by season's end?
Yeah, that's it's such a fun question to ask if you think that he's right here, because in a weird way, and I know it's going to sound like I'm sitting on the fence, I apologize, it's a little yes and no, because I think on the idea of is he right, yeah, man, there are answers to be had insofar as they're going to blitz you, get the ball out of your hands quickly and let that ball hop around. When they do that, they have looked significantly better as a team. They've even gotten, even as a team that's not, I guess they shoot a decent percentage from three, but they just don't shoot a lot of them. They can get more threes up, and they can get good threes that they knock down. They can get easy looks that are not tough. But when they don't, that's when those turnovers happen, and you go, damn, what's happening with these guys? We could talk about Alperen Sengun, and we could talk about Kevin Durant creating turnovers. Kevin Durant with 8 of them last night, 13, as you mentioned, in his last 2 games. Like that, I think there's the personal responsibility there, but this is when you come back to, after this happens so often, how much then do you come back to the way that what you're asking them to do, the way that you're asking them to go about this? It's a similar thing when we talk about the Texans offense, where you're only putting up so many points and the defense has to have this narrow of a margin. You go, how reasonable is to go into every game with that being your game plan? I think similarly in a game like this where you go, the Rockets are not going to have a high pace. You're expected to, use a very limited amount of possessions and be super efficient with them. And you turn the ball over and makes it so that now this is tough to win the basketball game. Well, how feasible is it knowing that you don't have a point guard this year? And I know that you came into the season expecting to have a point guard, but when you don't, you have a lot of months to maybe make some adjustments to picking up the pace and changing some of these things that you haven't. So I think there's a yes that in what the scheme typically is, there are answers that these guys aren't having on the floor. And there's even things like defensive detail. I remember there was a possession where Kawhi Leonard has the ball at the top of the key in the fourth quarter here. Amen Thompson is on him, and they're going to send Kevin Durant as a second body because we're double-teaming Kawhi Leonard because, damn it, Chris Dunn can beat us in this game if he wants to. That's cool. Kawhi Leonard can't. They send 2 bodies, and Kawhi Leonard spins away from where Kevin Durant comes, and now it's just Amen Thompson off-key, off-kilter, and Kawhi getting right to the rim. Well, how are you not detailed enough to know, okay, 1, this is where my help's coming from, so 2, I'm going to filter this guy that way so that now we actually get the impact of a double team. These are details that the players should know, but then I think the overarching questions of the way that you're trying to go about it does land with the coach and not with it's just the effort, and it's just that consistency that I asked from them in playing the same way.
Thompson's the model citizen, and Udoka holds Thompson to a very high standard, defensively especially. And these slip-ups are going to happen. You call these slip-ups up so that they don't happen again, but at what point, when you constantly hear the slip-ups being called out, does it start to wear thin with the players, especially when it does feel like their arm is tied behind their back offensively from the beginning of the year? A built-in excuse for this season, no friendly. But I think that they have not done a good job of adapting. I mean, you've had a lot of time to try and develop somebody into being the person that you run your offense through. It's not going to be Kevin Durant anymore, necessarily. I mean, he's not. I just don't think that he's got the, hey, we're going to run the offense through Durant that he maybe did have 5 years ago or so.
It can't all be him.
Exactly, and I mean that's how the turnovers happen. It can't be through Amen Thompson, who doesn't have range on his shot yet, and we're seeing that happen. There was only one way for this team, in my opinion, and I'm not a basketball expert by any means.
Don't worry, I got you. I'm the basketball expert here.
There you go.
That's a joke.
Between now and the beginning of the year, they've had plenty of time to put Reed Shepard in. The one guy who seems like on this team is capable of perhaps more, given where he was drafted. You had all of this time to put him out there, trial and error. The regular season, how much does it matter? It doesn't matter that much, clearly. So the only way a guy's going to get better is if he plays in a lot of games and he gets a lot of substantial minutes. The way that the Rockets are using Reed Shepard, that's not a way I disagree with. Maybe Reed Shepard is, best case scenario, one of those plug-and-play spark plugs that gives you 14 points in a quarter on a given night. But you could have explored to see if he was more, and in limiting the amount of times that he has played this year, how much better, realistically, can he get when he's not playing? Like, it doesn't happen over an off season. I look at it the same way that a football team should look at themselves. Beginning of the year to the end of the year, how much better am I? One of the ways that you get better is by playing together. And I think that's one of those things where I'm not like acting like Reed Shepard is the next coming, or that he's a Steve Nash 2.0 or something like that, or even Mark Price like he gets compared to all the time. I'm just saying you could have figured out if you had more in Reed Shepard, and I think in limiting the amount of times that you're playing him, I still feel like you're going to be looking back at this season and regretting that.
At the very least, in the final play where there's, 2 seconds left on the clock and you need a three-pointer, that imbuing him with that confidence, although there's small things where I do see a level of confidence where, I was very encouraged because I have my notes in front of me as I was taking some. I was very encouraged with some of the plays that they used a few times where they would have Reed come up and like try and set a screen. He would go screen, which is, slide by it, fake basically a screen, and then come off of a flare screen to get him open. And sometimes they got it to him and sometimes they didn't. And I'm like, this feels like the best use of Reed Shepard at times. But even with the ball in his hands, he was able to find some openings, make some good decisions for a stretch of time. And it does feel like, hey, man, continue to imbue him with more confidence as this goes. So at times it's just like it's hot and cold. It doesn't feel like there's always a super consistent thing. And I honestly wonder a lot of times, what is Ime asking from him? Like, how clear is the expectation? And what is the I guess the if-then statement that's happening with Reed? If you defend this way, then you get more time? Is that it? Because I don't know if that should be the way that it goes, and it's probably an unreasonable way to go about this. If you are knocking down shots, because he actually was yesterday, and we didn't see him come back.
That's what I mean. Bring him back in.
I get it to where over the last stretch of things, you maybe want to pull it back a little bit because he has not been knocking down shots, which, to be fair, also, as a shooter, they also have the mindset of if you're not knocking down shots, it's just I'm due. To the point where I saw that Chris Dunn was going under screens on him, which is an insane insult to Reed. But, he should be in later in this game, especially when you're looking for your specialists. I just found that to be fascinating. You mentioned a second ago Amen and the way he's been guarded.
Yeah.
Was this earlier in the week?
This was on Tuesday night after the game. Amen got some tough questions about a weakness that has been exposed in his game that I think everyone knew already, especially now that his
I talked about this at the beginning of the year when people were like, he's going to be the point guard. I'm like, that's not going to work when people just decide we're not guarding you from out there.
Right. It's like what happened with Rajon Rondo, except for that was in a past era of the NBA where three-point shooting wasn't what it is now. So Thompson, you can take advantage of his lack of range by sitting back on him. He was asked about that after Tuesday's game.
You seemed a bit kind of confused and a little discouraged by that San Antonio strategy the other week where they were kind of sagging off you with the big. I guess, where do you think you've advanced in that kind of defensive coverage over the past couple weeks?
No.
I mean, it seems like at times this year you've been hesitant to shoot the three, but there was a play earlier in I think it was the second quarter where KD throw you the ball in the corner, you rose up. What do those kind of plays do for your confidence as far as your shooting?
I'm confident in my shooting always, so.
Yep.
I mean, in this role, kind of how you played this year more on ball, where have you seen yourself grow the most as a facilitator and a playmaker?
Just trying to get mismatches so I can, because I know they're going to help on my drive, so just trying to do that and kick it, really.
Was your putback dunk today better than the one over Cornette?
No.
No.
Man, a man is just.
One last, Michael.
Oh, the final one here.
And just regarding teams kind of sagging off you, is that kind of a problem you guys are looking to attack, or is that a kind of defensive strategy you welcome from other teams?
I welcome it. Teams can do whatever they want.
Yeah, that's just that's really awkward. How do you read that? Because also this is a guy who's one more game away from the All-Star break. How much of this is like fatigue? How much of this is, I know that sometimes they can get these players to the podium a little late after the game. How much of that does it feel like it's any of that, or how much of it is specifically about the soreness of the actual lines of questioning that Amen's getting there?
I think he's sensitive to it, and I would be sensitive to it too if there's a clear weakness in my game and all of a sudden I'm being asked about it. But those were all fair questions by
various folks.
Media. Michael Shapiro, the new beat writer for the Chronicle. The Rocket. Like I thought all those were very fair questions and presented to him in a, I think, very polite way, and he seemed a little sensitive to it. And I don't know. I wonder if some of this like self-awareness of what's being said about them online is seeping into. And
you think
where
that this is adding into the way that they're playing?
Yeah. Well, I just feel like they're getting a little bit too in their own head, and I think this is helping it a little bit. A situation like this. Okay, what are you supposed to say at the podium when you're being asked these questions, and to what you were saying, like right after the game, however long after the game you're asked about it? But, these are real weaknesses and limitations in his game, and now I wonder if this is something that's going to be in his head when he has one press conference where they're all asking him the same question, like, hey, you're hesitating when you're shooting. Are you confident?
You know what's funny, though? Some of this, and maybe I'm just reading this wrong, you tell me. I was comparing this to the Texans where when you ask a Texan player a question, even if it's like it doesn't feel like it's specifically their answer, there is a state line on this thought, right? There is a company line on what we believe this to be. It's kind of interesting that I don't know that there was a company line there,
no, there wasn't,
that he could default to. And I bring that back, the conversation that we're having with Ime. Like how much does it feel like these guys have the answer that Ime is bringing to them for what's happening right now?
Question.
And I don't have a good idea, and I really hope that the All-Star break is taken from all levels of this organization to get the answers for that, because if not, it's going to be a rough postseason. Even though in some ways you can look at the injuries and go, all right, this is kind of just a building year. I would hate for that to be the case after you reasonably had a chance to think that championship contention was real.
Make the most of your week away from one of the biggest hard-nosed coaches in the NBA, which, by the way, I like. I like that about you.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to the mixtape. No Figgy for the day. However, I will handle the festivities. And, of course, let's talk about AI. We'll do that next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Big questions for the Astros as it's the
Video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, tune in, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. The aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, indeed. It is the Mixtape here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 on a Thursday. Happy Thursday to you. No Figgy Fig, no John Lopez for the day. Both of them out of town. And so sitting in, Paul Gallant sitting in for John Lopez.
That's actually Paulie G.
Back in the day. Yes.
Do you prefer Paulie G?
I don't mind it.
Okay.
Well, whenever he filled in for y'all on the In a Loop, he called himself, it's Paulie G's Mixtape.
I did call it for this segment. Paulie G's
okay.
Mixtape. Yeah.
How'd you take to putting a mixtape together? Did you like it?
Well, it's me not having to talk about sports. And sometimes that's easier.
Fair enough.
Oh, we had some good topics, that's for sure.
Colin Neal on the ones and twos in the stead of Figgy. 713-572-4610 is the base power text line if you want to get involved. I'm just going to get a take off my chest, if you don't mind. We were watching a cooking show earlier. I don't know why. Well, this has been a weird day for us here in the program. And I felt like I should share with you, Paul, my take on cooking shows. And, dear listener, let me know if you think that this take is wrong or if this is something you agree with. I don't know how I got to this point, but for me, if you aren't cooking on the show, I don't want to watch it. Like food shows. So something like the legendary Dinners, Dive-Ins, and Drives. I don't want to watch it. And the reason why is Guy Fieri is just getting up there talking about food and eating it in my face.
And you're hungry.
Yes. So for me, any food show, I'm not going to get to taste it. It's teasing anyways, right? And so I really hate the idea that I come to a show and this person is being paid to go watch people eat, tell me how awesome it is, and then eat it in my face, and they did none of the work. I at least can respect if there's a chef in there and they're actually cooking, doing the work to cook the food, and then they eat and they tell me how delicious it is. I'm okay with that. Am I an insane person, or does this make sense?
Makes total sense. It's a tease. They are showing the food that they are eating. Oh, wow, this is really good. It's me, Guy Fieri. And you're just sitting there watching like you're Russell Crowe in Les Mis, that meme of him looking through the window.
Mm-hmm.
You can't have the food, though. You can't have the tasty treats.
And that's with any food show, right? So, like, in theory, there's something about I respect the person actually doing the work, and it doesn't offend me. But it offends me, and I get the other people are cooking, but it offends me that you get to sit here and tell me how good it is, and then, oh, it's so delicious. And I'm just like, bleep you, dude. I hate you. I hate you a lot.
I used to watch Man vs. Food with my friends in college, and that was interesting because it would show you a couple of restaurants in a town, and then the guy, poor stomach and intestines and all that, would do some sort of food challenge, whether it was eating a giant omelet or something spicy. That show was entertaining. That show did not make me hungry. Made me feel like I didn't want to eat after watching that.
Yo, Adam Richman it's a legend.
That's his name. Thank you for remembering. And then on top of that, I really love watching Bar Rescue because I just like watching John Taffer get on people.
Is that
okay?
Fake. Or
Might
is
be.
it real?
Everything's
it's
fake.
Possible.
Everything in reality TV is fake.
To some degree. It's just what level of fake are we talking about? So, yeah, no, I think that's fair.
Right there.
That's That's right. All right, let's actually get into like the meat of the mixtape here. And we start with something that typically goes on the end of it, but I feel like it hits Pauly G where he lives. Yes, I'm leaning into it. We're going to start with the thoughts and prayers section. With thoughts and prayers to the family of James Vanderbeek, who passed following a battle with colorectal cancer.
Yeah.
His wife announced this on social media yesterday. He was 48. The actor had 6 children, and I didn't realize that he had this particular Texas tie. He moved his family to Austin in October of 2020 and then revealed his diagnosis of colon cancer to People magazine in 2024. Obviously, he is largely known for his time on Dawson's Creek or his role in the Texas set Varsity Blues.
I don't want your life. Playing football for West Canaan may be what you want, Papa, but I don't want your life.
So I take it you're familiar with this gentleman.
I constantly, this is a flex, if I ever get celebrity lookalikes, I am told that I look like James Vanderbeek. I also get told I look like Rachel Maddow from time to time.
I can see it.
Yeah, I see it as well, which is why I grew out my beard in the first place that I had for a really long time. Then it got a little bit too white.
Rachel Maddow?
Oh, yeah. I used to get
the beard was so that you could look like Rachel Maddow.
So I could look not like Rachel Maddow.
Gotcha. Okay, I was like, I don't understand how this tracks.
You're talking about the MSNBC host, right?
Yeah.
Dang, I'm sorry.
So to bring it back to James Vanderbeek, I feel like Vanderbeek has been an incredibly self-aware actor. This is a guy who was in Scary Movie making fun of his role on Dawson's Creek. This is a guy who played a character on the Don't Trust the Bee in Apartment 23.
Yes.
That was just a complete caricature of himself where it made him look like the biggest a-hole possible. I've always enjoyed that about him, and from what I hear about anyone who's interacted with him, this is actually one of the best dudes. So it's a bummer. Definitely a bummer, man.
Yeah, and what sucks is also because the particular cancer that he had, the treatment of it is very expensive. Yeah. His family was in a rough place.
I saw that. He ran out of money because he's trying to fight it.
Right. There was a GoFundMe started, and it raised $1 million in a matter of hours for his family.
Cool.
And it's a big family, as you can tell, right?
6 kids.
6 kids. So I thought that was really cool.
That's a guy who was working his entire career,
right?
Too, and you would think would have had a pretty damn good career. That just goes to show you how expensive things are when bleep hits the fan for you health-wise in this country.
Is it weird that, again, largely known for Dawson's Creek, Varsity Blues, I kind of just knew him, just generally as an actor, not even really from a particular role. I'd never watched any of his major roles. I haven't watched Varsity Blues. I never watched Dawson Creek.
I've never seen Dawson's Creek either.
Okay, so we're being honest together here. Can I tell you what I remember him most for? What came to mind when I thought, oh, James Vanderbeek.
What's that?
There is a story that he used to tell about how he often gets confused with Mark Paul Gosselaar, who is another dude of, I guess, Dutch heritage.
Oh, the guy from a bunch
Saved by
of
the
different
Bell
shows.
Zach from Saved by the Bell.
Franklin and Bash.
Wow, you remember Franklin and Bash? That you pulled that one out?
I just Googled him. So
okay, I was like, because
I was trying to pretend like I watched that and not Saved by the Bell.
I watched Franklin and Bash, and I not very many other people did. But yes, that is what I remember him for. But you brought this up, and I was going to bring this up. You view him as, or people view him as your doppelganger,
right,
your celebrity lookalike. Who would you say are the celebrity lookalikes for the rest of Sports Radio 610? Because I know that there was one that I used to get when I was younger. I do not think that it fits anymore. When I was younger, people used to say that I look like Chappelle.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, and that's definitely changed. But the one that I've gotten a lot recently, I think Colin knows it. I'm wondering if you can guess it. And you should be able to guess it because it's close to at least a fandom that I believe you grew up with.
Jaylen Brown?
There it is.
Yeah, I see it.
Really?
It's the beard.
Damn it, I was hoping
I
that
see
you
it too, man. I'm sorry.
It's the beard. The beard adds to it. I would say because Brown's beard is pretty pronounced at this moment in time. You got yourself a swarthy beard.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Can or cannot you dribble with your left hand?
I can, but
Hey.
if you had me in the NBA, I would look like I couldn't.
He is an MVP candidate this season,
All right.
sir.
Okay. Lay off. You don't have to lay it on this thing.
Listen, he is.
You want to go around the Sports Radio 610? Are there any ones that immediately come to
Michael
mind?
Chiklis with Sean Pendergast. That one's so easy. It's crazy. It's crazy how similar those two look.
It just because at first I'm like, are we just doing white man bald head? But
No.
it's a little bit more.
No, it's a little more than that. Off the top of my head, I'm stumped for everybody else. Do you have anybody?
I don't have a great call for anyone. I was hoping that the text line could help us out.
Yeah, help us out on the text line.
713-572-46.
Celebrity doppelgangers of Sports Radio 610.
Somebody said John Lopez looks like Ernest Burt Borgny. I don't know even know who that is. I don't know why I started reading it. I have no idea who that is. I will do some Googles while we do that. We'll continue on the mixtape with a story that you found on the internet.
Yeah.
That has been really making you go back.
This is blown up. Someone put together a really long article on Twitter talking about how important it is that you adapt to artificial intelligence, that you start incorporating ChatGPT and other things of that nature into whatever you do.
Literally anything and everything, which if you've listened to this show, you know is absolutely the bane of my existence.
Very controversial take, but a lot of people were reposting this. I read the whole thing. I saw it, and my first impression while reading it was, he's got a point. Maybe this is something I need to use a little bit more of. And then maybe it was because the algorithm realized so many people on an app that has its own version of artificial intelligence were reposting it. All of a sudden, to my feed, I kept seeing posts that were saying, this is BS. This guy's just trying to sell you ChatGPT subscription for $20 a month. And now I'm like, wait a second. So what do I even believe anymore, since I have gone from one side of the pendulum all the way to the other side? Do I need to incorporate AI more into my life? I do eventually come back to this answer. Yes. I think
you think it's yes?
I think we all have to.
I strongly disagree.
I'm gonna side with Reggie on this too.
I don't want to, but
why do you feel like you have to incorporate AI into your life?
How much time can I save in a day looking up information by asking artificial intelligence for that? Asking it to find me
what information is so difficult for you to look up? That
specific quotes that a player might have said. I'll say, just from using it for a show perspective, I will often look and say, hey, can you find me the specific quote that this player said a few months ago? Can you give it to me in written form? Can you find the video link of it so I can get the audio of it? And I will say, for the most part, Grok does a decent job.
What's the hit percentage that we're talking about?
For the most part, he says.
I would say over 60%. There are some times where it doesn't get it to me in the way where I want it, where like I specifically want it on X so I could repost it, blah, 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 blah. This is all nitty-gritty stuff. This is definitely a fear-mongering article that might be being used to sell artificial intelligence to people.
That's right.
And as much as I constantly think about every single sci-fi movie that I have watched where artificial intelligence has ruined everyone's day.
Correct.
2001: A Space Odyssey, Terminator, Terminator 2, The Matrix, yada, yada, yada. There is a part of me that thinks to myself, maybe I do need to jump on this train and stop digging my feet in the mud, because this is how I get a leg up on all you people who want to stay humans. I'm going to become a robot and be better than all of you.
You're not going to become a robot. You're just going to, you are going to become a robot because all your thoughts are just going to be typed into
1010
1 to ask the chat box instead of actually thinking.
I will become the most objective sports blabber of all time.
I think you're just going to siphon other people's thoughts that have been skimmed and put into the AI bot.
I do that already. Come on.
Unbelievable.
What's up below Paul Gallan's brain?
You can't prove I'm plagiarizing. I'm just talking.
Yeah, sorry. Are you buying that, the AI is inevitable and that
yes,
you have to?
I am.
I'm not. Not even close. I think that this is...
Defeatedly, I am.
So if you watch the Super Bowl and you saw all the different people selling AI, I feel like you have to come to the conclusion that, hey, all these people are trying to sell it and at the same time are telling me that it is inevitable and you need to have it. I think you pull those things together and you go, that is at simultaneously creating a market and then filling that market with the product at the same damn time. Does that not feel like you're being scammed? Because it feels like you're being scammed, especially when you come back to like ChatGPT is a weekly or a monthly subscription. It feels to me like I'm being scammed.
For a select few people, it won't be a scam. But for a lot of people, it will be. You're right. There's going to be some bad AIs, and you're going to be wasting some of your money. But there's going to be some people who get in on the right.
I feel like you're working really
right
hard.
Gravy train.
Why are you working so hard to make yourself on this place that it does not seem like you even want to be, which is converting the entirety of your life to the utility of AI?
I'm going to keep that to myself.
Okay, all right, very good. Some answers coming in on Sports Radio 610 Doppelgangers. Do you agree that Ron the Show Hughley looks like Lil Rel, the comedian Lil Rel? Who you might have seen in Get Out. You might have seen in the Uncle Drew movie. These are clearly movies that I know that Paul Gallant has watched.
Oh, yes. Okay. Sorry, I didn't know his name. Yeah, I see that. I see a little of that.
Okay. All right. Somebody said Lopez is Paul Giamatti. I don't even know how we got there. How does that work?
It's the hair, I bet. It's that. Clint is Vanilla Ice.
How?
Yo.
I like that one.
You do?
I like that one.
Very good. And then finishing out the mixtape here, happy birthday to our very own Seth Payne.
Hey.
If you had to get Seth a birthday
He's texting
present,
him right now, I bet.
I bet he is.
I sent him a birthday
happy birthday message.
Happy birthday message at 12:19, and he hasn't responded. Unbelievable. On his birthday, not responding to
He
my
might be
happy
taking
birthday.
a nap.
Yeah, he definitely is. I'm being sarcastic.
Okay.
I got drafted just ahead of Danny Werfel, so basically I won a Heisman.
That's right. That's right. So happy birthday to our basically Heisman winner, Seth Payne. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, Fox Sports put out a list of the top 100 free agents. How many of them have been Texans? How many of them would you want to be Texans? 713-572-4610. We'll do that next.
All right, let's talk about your trees. It is the biggest part of your
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Appreciate you rocking with us in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Paul Gallant been riding with me all day in the stead of one John Lopez, Colin Neal on the ones and twos instead of Figgy Fig. I'm still Reginald Atatula. Getting ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive here in a second. If you missed it earlier, the Houston Texans, according to the Houston Chronicle, have come into an agreement with Harris County to develop 83 acres of land in the the Bridgeton area of
I don't even
Cypress.
know what that is.
Okay, all right. Well, it's an area.
It's
in
outside
Harris
the
County.
wall.
Yeah,
it's outside of the loop. Okay,
wall, right?
No, it's not the wall. There's a lot of people that live outside of the loop. I don't need you out here disparaging all the great people of the greater Houston area.
I'm not disparaging the people. I'm just disparaging the area.
I'm sure that they'll take that kindly. It's the Bridgeland, rather, area. Northwest Harris County.
Bridgerton, right, okay.
All right. In the Cypress area.
That's a fantastic show, I've heard.
So they will, that's where the headquarters will be. It seems like it'll be a public-private partnership. And we were having this conversation. I very much think that the Texans are trying to go for the model that the Cowboys went for, in large part because, Mike Tomlin, the new president of the Texans, he previously worked with the Cowboys and their efforts up there, their business efforts. And I think this is very much the business effort that they're trying to do. Build a headquarters that also has, their practice facility. Think of maybe if they do like a 8,000 to 10,000 seat indoor practice field that also can host high school games or some events locally there, with also an entertainment district that has, restaurants and shops. And then also, I imagine, like maybe youth sports fields. Like they probably want to make this a thing that's self-contained that can be a destination in Cypress on top of whatever they do with stadium and continuing to build that out and have two separate places where they can continue to generate income. I think that that's what a lot of teams have been trying to do.
Maybe.
And I imagine that's what the Texans are trying to do.
But to counterpoint, I look at it in the same way. I look at the New England Patriots building their facility all the way down in Foxborough, which is pretty far away from the actual city
of Boston
itself. It takes about 40, 50 minutes to drive there. I'm going to assume that Bridgeton is okay. I'm just going to continue to refuse to remember the name. Cypress area. I'm assuming 30 minutes or so. And I'm sorry, like that's just not a draw. It's in the northwest section
there's
of
people
the
that
city.
live that way.
Okay, but there's people that live in the northeast part of Houston. There are people that live in the southeast. Like there are people that live in all sorts of different spots, and centralized makes a little more sense. And I just don't think that this area in the northwest side where you're buying 85 acres for, it doesn't really seem to make a whole lot of sense unless a stadium is coming afterwards.
Well, maybe Mike Tomlin can help it make sense to us as he'll jump on with Payne and Pendergast tomorrow at 9 a.m. I have a strong feeling that this will be a large portion of the conversation, on top of other things that I think also very much hit current right now Texans fans when it comes to, what's happening with PSLs, what's happening with, the current development at NRG Park and those types of things. So I'm sure that those kind of conversations will come into play tomorrow. But, yeah, I imagine that will also be that this will be a large topic of conversation. The 83 acres out at Bridgeland over in the Cypress area in Harris County for the Texans' new facility. That's going to be a thing. It's just going to be a thing. Out towards 99 is what a lot of people are pointing towards.
I love 290. Said everyone.
I know you do.
In
but
the city.
I think that, and I understand like your thought process, and maybe it's because I've been in a place where I've seen the way that this works and I've seen the way that people flock to it. I think it's going to make sense. I really do appreciate that it's going to make sense.
I don't want to pay for it. I'll just say that.
That is where we will agree. I was surprised to see that this will be like a public-private partnership when it comes to the funding of it. I don't know exactly how that breaks down, and I wonder how much more information we can get there. But yeah, I do think that's how that's going to come together. So we'll see what that looks like. Are you interested in this? In fact, text line 713-572-4610. As a number of people are pointing to the idea from the 8 through 2, Bridgeland is likely voted the best neighborhood in the state, which again feels, not to make everything about Dallas, but I do think that there is a comparison here with Mike Tomlin and what he did there, where they have their stadium in Arlington and then they have their practice facility like 45 miles north of Dallas in Frisco, and the players live in Frisco, and Frisco has become like one of those nice suburbs or exurbs of the area, and they built up 2 different places where they make money. And I think that that's what teams are doing now in sports, is that they're not just having the team make money off of TV revenue clearly, but off of jersey sales and those type and ticket revenue. They want to be, real estate companies in some ways, and having 2 different points where you're doing that seems to be the way that they would go about it.
It's going to be almost outside the outer loop.
Yeah.
I just
I
don't see any appeal to it.
I'm interested. 713-572-4610. If this does get built up to a place where it's like, hey, there's dining and there's like, this is the hot happening thing, does that seem like something that you'd be interested in going just because the Texans are there, going to see what the Texans facility is, going to almost make a level of pilgrimage out to this place where the Texans are situated?
It seems like for the people that are there, it's going to bring business and all that into that part of the city. But it's not centralized. It is in the upper Northwest. Like, we're almost talking as far out as Mont Belvieu or as far out as Dayton, and those are hikes.
Yeah, and Houston's not too disfamiliar sprawl, though, right? Like, that's what we do.
But you're adding to the sprawl a little bit, And I mean, we already have the issue where, hey, can people show up to games on time? And people always blame traffic. Well, what's going to happen when everyone's driving up 290 for back-to-back Monday Night Football games like we had earlier this year with a random 6 p.m. kickoff time?
I think that this is where we disagree, because you're thinking that they actually built the stadium there, and I don't think that they will.
I hope you're right. I hope you're right.
Yeah, I don't think that they're going to actually build a stadium out there. I think that the idea of having two different places, in a place where they have their facilities and then a separate place where the stadium is. Because if that was the case, and maybe this is ultimately like the first steps to that. Again, Mike Tomlin, president of the Texans, will be on with Payne and Pendergast tomorrow at 9. And so I'm sure that they'll ask some of those questions. Maybe that the 83 acres is actually, this is where a new stadium will go, and then the facilities will be in it. But again, there's only like 4 teams in the NFL, including the Texans, that have that type of circumstance of having their team facilities and their headquarters in the stadium. This has become somewhat of a competitive advantage in the league, or disadvantage to that, I guess is the way to say it. So having those things separate, I think, is something that they would try and do.
I guess. I think the current setup is fine, and I don't want to pay for any more.
No, and I think that is the place where a lot of our listeners would probably agree.
We already voted to demolish the Astrodome that's still there. So
somehow still. 713, it's where all the season ticket holders live anyway. I disagree with that. There's a lot of season tickets holders around the community that would view that differently. From the 281, they said, I'll never go to that location, but there's a solid chance I wouldn't go to any location. All right, I appreciate the honesty of that. From the 281, it's a lame master plan community. Yeah, possibly, but that's also where some of the money is. I imagine that's how that some of that decision gets. And then also I imagine that's where the land is, right? With the way that Houston has continued to sprawl, if you're going to make a big facility that way.
Build it next to Hrushka's at this point.
So I saw someone make the mention of, that's a nice location, because by the time you get out there, you're halfway to Houston, or Austin rather, and there you go.
You're practically there already.
You can make that happen. But yeah, somebody said draft party in Cyprus. See, that's the type of thing that I could easily see now that you're getting the draft party at a facility that they have where they have enough land, and they have, obviously an indoor facility they could do. I could easily see them doing things like that.
This is the first time I heard of Bridgeland in my life.
Well, get used to it.
Is there a bridge?
I would hope so. Because what is Bridgeland if there is no bridge?
Way out of the way and a pain in the ass to drive to because you're on 290.
Close to the Magnolia area, 281 says there. Yeah, but get used to it.
Close to College Station.
Get used to saying Bridgeland, because there's the
Bridgeland Texans.
I don't think that you're going to go that far, but that is absolutely what is on the books according to the Houston Chronicle. The Texans and Harris County in an agreement for 83 acres of land for a public-private venture for the new headquarters for the Texans. All right. Appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for the opportunity to cross-talk with the fellas of the drive. It's Clint, it's Ron. Fellas, what's popping, man?
Not much. Man, my man Paul said, I don't want to pay for it. I ain't never even felt it. Like, when you talk about, all right, man, we got to pay taxes, extra taxes. I don't ever even notice it. Like, I like, and every time they say, we got to build a new stadium, I'm How many people actually notice?
Yeah, I don't know that
people actually feel it.
That's a good question because I don't know that people actively think about it.
Go build it. Like people be like, I don't want to pay for it. Like those, I feel like those idiots in Oakland right now are really wishing maybe they changed their thoughts a little bit on all, and then they lost all their teams. Well, I don't want to pay for it. How many of y'all really feeling that? How many of you really know that you're getting taxed on this, or that life feels different?
I've seen a property tax increase recently. I'm not thrilled with that. Like that changes things a little bit.
The stadium, or the building of this. I don't think people really even notice it.
Oh well, okay, fine, but I'm going to notice the 38-minute drive on 290.
Now the drive, yeah, but I don't want to pay for it. Yeah.
I'm going to use every single thing I possibly can as ammunition to prevent us from actually going through.
Well, it's happening, big dog. You might have to get used to it. Are you guys like? What was your initial reaction seeing that the Texans came into this agreement with Harris County for this land out in Bridgeland?
Oh man, another place to go kick it.
Like, so are you seeing where I'm saying where it feels like they want to have this additional point where they build up this facility and they have not just state of the art type stuff for the team, having, this entertainment district and everything. Like, this feels like that's what they're trying to do.
I should. I think it's wild that there's not more stuff to do around NRG. I think it's like one of your biggest money makers in the city, and there should be stuff immediately out of there that you could get to go and go and hang out and kick it.
That's what
that is now. This isn't that, but this creates another. I don't know about the name. We can discuss that, but this creates another area to go hang out and kick it.
I do wonder though not if, again, we know that this is something that they're putting together. When they move their headquarters out of NRG, does that then open up, the what is now the Houston Methodist Training Center, all that land to maybe start trying to do? Hey, here comes a couple of watering holes for people to hit before they walk into NRG Stadium, things like that.
Oh, shoot, there's no doubt it's a smart buy. They ain't no dummies. About 83 acres at a certain number, and
sure.
In a place that's probably growing. Population is probably the fastest growing part of the. I don't know this, but I'm guessing. Why else would you pick a certain area around here? Is your land value is going to double and triple and quadruple over the next 20, 30 years, and the growth is all directions are pointing that people are moving out that direction, and you become an immediate destination. It's a financial play for sure.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that. Mike Tomlin will be on with Payne and Pendergast tomorrow at 9, so we'll hear
about that.
What he says about this. Yeah, it's kind of incredible how that timing worked out.
I ain't met Mike.
You ain't met him? You don't come up here and shake his hand?
I met Mike. I've seen Mike. I ain't met Mike.
Is this salty? What are we doing right now?
Oh no, it's not salty.
Okay.
No offense, I don't want to talk to Mike or Nick. I think Payne and Pendergast. I'm sorry. I know that probably maybe you do. No, I think it's perfect. I think Payne and Pendergast are perfect to talk to those guys.
Yeah, look, if either one of them want to come on this show, I'd be okay with it. If you want to be heard between 2 and 6, yeah, it'd be cool.
I don't have an urge to talk to Mike.
Hold on, show.
All right.
I talk to Cal. I like talking to Cal and Hannah.
Sure.
They're not saying nothing. But we'll talk to Mike. Mike tomorrow at 9.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what he has to say tomorrow at 9. Before we go real quick here and hand things off to you, we were asking ourselves when it comes to the Astros, how many things will actually be different this year? Do you guys have a feel? We're really early on, but do you have a feel or some thoughts on what will actually be different year to year? One of the things that we were sitting on is having Carlos Correa for the entirety of camp and the entirety of the season. It feels like he's already trying to jump into that leadership role that we were asking who was going to fill when Alex Bregman left.
Yeah, look, I like Correa being around. I think Christian Walker brings a certain level of I think stroke to the table. You look at Hunter Brown. I know the powers that be over there are already on record from spring training talking about not only Hunter Brown, like the announcement of Hunter Brown being opening day starter was major news, but really what I was impressed with was the comments about, hey man, he's a dog. He's a leader. He's taking that next step. He's owning that role. And so, yeah, I think the to your point, I think overall the leadership, like the alpha leadership with the Astros, for whatever it's worth, I think it's important. Some people may not. I think it's huge.
I do too.
But I think that is in a really, really good place. You talk about when JV leaves, what's going to happen? Well, Hunter Brown it seems to, at least according to the coaches, the manager, is stepping into that role. We know who Carlos is. We know who Christian is. I would imagine there's a certain level right there with Pena. At some point, Pena's going to from a play perspective, he's absolute nails. I would imagine there's some kind of stroke with him from a leadership perspective, being a leadoff hitter and being as accomplished as he is at this point in time. So, yeah, I think the leadership is in a really good spot with the Stros, man.
I just hope the injuries is different.
That's the question, man. You already got Hader dealing with the thing. You got a Yainer Diaz dealing with the thing, and De Los Santos had to be shut down. You're already in this.
They made moves. They got everybody up out of there that handled any of the training stuff.
A lot of good doctors here.
Hopefully.
Yeah, load manage them suckers.
Hopefully. They come up with something.
Get them off their feet, man.
We got to get with something where Jordan's not playing 47 ball games in the season.
All right, well, I don't want to start. I don't want to start nothing.
We got to figure out something there.
I want to start nothing around here.
Hey, don't tell that old boy that painted home plate right before the game and it's slicker than hell.
Those also things we got to do too.
We got to manage them joints, man. We'll load manage our way to hell.
We got to know that Jake can run to center field before the game starts.
Now that's it. That's real.
We got to know. Hey, all of it. However that. Hopefully that's different.
We'd rather Jake not snap his Achilles trying to return early.
That's the one for me. That's the for me. That's the one for me. That man was off. He was off for a month plus, 2 months.
Khakis.
And then he's ready to go. He could not jog to his position to center field. He didn't get to the mound. He went down in front of the pitcher's mound. I will never forget that expletive-laden text from Tyler.
I was at that game. I saw it happen in person. I was like, what the hell is happening?
I know you was mad. And that was funny as hell to me. Like, it was not in a mean way. It was just like, damn, man, this dude, what the hell is going on?
Mass
man?
confusion in the stands.
Make it to the mound.
Something jumped up and bit me.
They said he's back. He's ready to go. Jake's back. Can't run to center.
I know you got to switch this thing, Reg. There's a real conversation to be had there. You look at the way Lance McCullers, self-reported all of his injuries. Bregman self-reporting his injuries, which I don't blame him.
Bury me in the edge.
Kyle Tucker had a broken shin.
Yeah, well, forgot about the big one, right?
Kinda.
Kyle Tucker.
Did he? Well,
Jake Myers.
That's not the big one. You're now. Remember the hand? Oh, it's 80% broken.
60%.
60. You're right.
Yeah,
that's where the real conversation is. Boy, you hope these guys figure that part out.
And I have no idea. I'm operating.
Change is good. I don't know if it's going to work, but
it was sweeping. It was sweeping.
It was sweeping. They made. So hopefully they got themselves figured out.
It could be worse.
That man,
we can load manage ourselves to hell.
That man could not
be worse.
jog to the center.
I'd fire them all yesterday, Paul. If this new staff, if their answer is, hey guys, we just got them on our feet too much, man, we got to load manage them in too much.
It's tough to stand in the outfield.
Oh, that jog. Hey, man, it was tough for out too, but he jogged to second base.
It's not the stand.
Hey, second base, stand out there. Get your 3 ground balls a game. Oh, boy, he needs some rest. The hell out of here.
All right. It seems like you guys are lathered up, ready to go. Appreciation to DNM Auto for giving us an opportunity to do that for you and crosstalk with you. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, the drive is live.
The drive is live, and we are live here, and we appreciate you joining us. If you're joining us on the Base Power text line 713-572-4610. Jump in. If you are on YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in there as well. We appreciate you for coming in and hanging out with us here on a Thursday. A lot to get to.
Good job in the loop, boys. Good job today, man. Good job, Polly Kittens. Good job today with
Polly Kittens.
That's Polly Kittens right there, baby. That's one of my best. I'll be honest with you.
You all seem to know about. I have never heard him.
No, I have no idea what.
Paulie
because you just went along with it, and I'm like, hold on, what's Paulie Kittens?
Paulie's got cats, and so I hit him with it. We worked together a little while during the transition phase of my career. We worked together a little while here, and I got to know Paul really well, and
he is a cat
love Paul. I hate that he disappeared for a while. Now he's back. Love it. But yeah, I found out he had cats, and he was a cat guy. Which doesn't surprise me. I mean, he's
I don't think I've ever met a cat guy.
Well, I believe
this will be the first time.
I don't want to bring it up if his cat passed away or something. Last time I did this, my buddy's cat had died, and Oreo, rest in peace, Oreo. I didn't realize. Give him a hard time.
The cat's name was Oreo.
And the cat's name was Oreo.
Was it black and white? I'm assuming.
Yes, I would assume. Yes, I only seen her once, but I don't remember. Anyway, but I gave him a hard time about it, and the cat had died, and I felt really bad. So I hope Paul's cat is not dead. I hope it's still around, but he's a cat guy. So I hit him with that Polly Kittens.
I'm
And
serious.
I thought that was a great fit.
You like
Oh,
it?
it's one of my
That's
favorite
the first I've heard of
nicknames.
it.
I feel really confident when I use it.
Meow.
I'm serious. Do you know a cat guy? Like, do you know
He just
some?
left the studio.
All right, this is my first one. I have never in life met a cat guy.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like you
many.
have like somebody says I'm a cat guy. I don't. I've met cat gals. I've never met. You're the first Polly Kittens apparently back.
He asked where Polly Kittens came from. I said we got to know each other.
You're
and
a
cat
cat guy.
That's correct.
This is I think you're the first. I've never met a cat guy.
You've never met a cat guy?
Like a cat guy. No, I think I've met
Yours
all dogs.
is still alive, correct?
He's still alive.
Okay, I just want to make sure I didn't bring
9
up.
years
Last
old.
time I did this, a buddy got hurt his heart. He was like, "Oreo died. It's not funny."
it's Oreo. It's your
my
cat.
God, my bad.
It's a good name.
My
Yeah.
bad, Byron. But
Yeah, I've never.
Craig Ackerman has 5.
cat guy. See there, Craig Ackerman. Cat
Okay,
guy.
and I've never met
Boy,
Craig.
he does
That's
not look like a cat
That's
guy.
strange,
I
man.
would not have expected that either.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Cat guy. Yeah.
You're easy,
Craig
man.
looks like a Great Dane guy.
How'd you get there? I
Grew
never.
up. Parents growing up, they always had a cat. I think there's a cat in our family crest. So the Gallant family, obsessed with cats. My mom's family, the Borland family, obsessed with cats. And so I was just raised into it. Love dogs, but cats are the perfect bachelor pet. You can just leave it, give it a couple of meals a day.
Low maintenance.
Yeah, it'll hang out with you a little bit. Yeah.
What's the name? What's yours name?
Arya, like Game of Thrones.
Say Arya?
Yeah, Arya.
Hey,
like
Clint's
Game of Thrones
dog's
style.
named after Game of Thrones.
Khaleesi.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the cat's color and all that kind of jazz?
No, I don't have one.
Looks like a great white shark. It's gray on the top, white on the bottom. Yeah.
Gray top, white bottom.
Yeah.
There it is.
This is my first cat guy.
But I mean, do you know Craig Ackerman? Obviously, you watch the Rockets.
Yeah, I
mean,
did.
like,
Yeah.
That was news to me on Tuesday night.
He looks like a Great Dane. He looks like a 2 or 3 Great Dane guy, not 5 cats.
Apparently, he also has some dogs too.
Man,
he's got my girlfriend's
He's
got
got
3
cat.
cats.
You
and
got
2
5
dogs.
cats and dogs.
Yeah. I was blown away. That's a lot of animals.
Polly Kittens, man.
Makes my
I don't even know. I don't know if you hear that and you're like, "Hey, shut up, you old redneck." But I really like it. I'm proud of that nickname. I'm proud of that.
There's so many nicknames I've had. Like the first nickname I had when I was at Sports Radio 610 back in 2011. Josh Ennis, who was hosting at the time, thought I was an intern, and he called me Bootsy. He refused to call me by my name for like years. So that eventually drove me crazy. I was like, I have a name.
No. I like Polly Kittens. I think Polly fits
I like
you.
cats,
Kittens
man.
fit you. Oh, it's great.
Yeah. Rob comes in. Yeah, you've met them, but they've never admitted it. Maybe.
I mean,
I guess I'd met Paul. I didn't know Paul was a cat guy.
right. Yeah, there it is. He can give you the sound effects, Chief.
Is that Mark? Is it Mike? Is Mark Vandermeer a cat guy?
Ooh,
With
that's
that?
a good one.
Rock and roll.
No chance
When
Johnny
he did
Harris is a
that?
cat guy.
No chance. John
Mark-
Harris isn't.
Andre Ware, no chance.
Oh, John McClane, because who
I
Vandermeer
can
was
see
talking
that.
about in that drop with the meow was McClane's cat live on air.
But now he may have a cat, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's a cat guy.
Which one?
McClain. He may have a cat.
I think McClain lets that cat lay on his shoulder in his recliner when he sleeps.
John may be listening. John texted during the show yesterday. So, John, would you consider yourself a cat guy? Never met one. Brandon comes in, cat guy. Somebody said, I know cat couples. Okay.
Is that like the furries, like those people that get into that weird stuff?
Furries.
They dress up and start like grooming themselves and wearing a big old cat head.
I mean, yeah. Wow.
Fair to dog.
I'm glad. Listen, I'm glad we got this out.
No, we were talking about real cat, 4-legged cats, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, just to be clear.
Yeah,
I don't think John McClane has a human being that thinks it's a cat sitting on his shoulder or his belly.
I'll never forget that.
Not nasty cats. Because in that case, I'm a cat guy.
Oh.
We're talking about that. We're talking about that cat. Yeah, I'm a cat guy.
I mean, look, I don't know any man.
Through and through.
Take that back.
You know what? I stand corrected. Right there. Take that out. I've met a lot of cat guys.
I am a cat guy. You know what I mean?
Well,
we were
once
good.
again, we're talking about
Take it to levels you never knew, man.
We're talking
the
about the
four-legged
four-legged
cat
guy.
guys. Yeah, that one. Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Love starting the show with some dirty.
Yeah, I'm glad because I needed to laugh because Udoka really pissed me off last night. And I bet
You too?
And Tyler was there. And I'll tell you, I listen. There was a lot that ticked me off in that game. There was a lot that I'm sure that would frustrate the hell out of Rockets fans. That you have Kawhi under control for 3 quarters and then he just goes nuts. And you give up big leads in that game and you play an uninspired fourth quarter. I can deal with a lot of that. Şengün may be struggling. But if I were to say to you, and you ain't even got to watch the Rockets a lot, if I were to say to you, hey, Rockets, we down 3. 2 seconds left. 105, 102. Tyler's on the first bowl, probably hammered by this point. 105, 102. 3-point game, 2 seconds left. If I'm going to say to you, who's the first 2 guys that you know is going to be on the court? Like you know right now of the Houston Rockets, down 3, 2 seconds left. Who is the first 2 guys that is going to be on the court, that you know is going to be on the court?
KD and the white boy.
KD, and as he's calling him, Reed Shepard.
Cocaine Curry.
I mean, he's the only one over there. You know what I'm talking about? Oh, Cocaine Curry. That is tremendous. Volley Kitten's good. That's tremendous. Go ahead, Sarge.
Cocaine Curry. Although,
I mean, that is good.
Klay Thompson said, let's slow down on the Curry portion of it. But, like, everybody, you know, like, we may squabble and argue of the 5 that are going to be on the floor. Maybe you think Tari Eason should be out there. Maybe you think that, I don't know, Holiday should be out there, another shooter. Maybe you think Thompson should be. We may squabble. But one thing we know is, all right, KD and Reed Shepard, they're going to be on the floor. How in the hell was one of them not? How the hell did we get here? 2 seconds left.
I blame it on B. Scott.
I would have called another. I'd have been an assistant coach and called another timeout. I'd called another one. And let's try this again.
Me and my brother were sitting there like, why the hell is Reed not in this game right now?
I don't like
not logical.
I don't like Udoka. I don't even know I don't even know how you can the explanation of it. He was 5 for 10 from 3 in the game. I don't care if he was 0 for 10. It's the same. KD, Reed Shepard. Let's fill out the rest of the way. 2 seconds. Need a 3. Got to have a 3. 2 best shooters, one of them fully healthy with a towel on his shoulders. Did you hear Ryan Hollins? Oh, Reed's not out.
He hit one just like with like less than 2 seconds on the play on the shot clock. He hit one like that earlier in the game.
Yeah, so I got in the face, Craig.
This is when you need that. Like
Udoka's got something in his.
I mean, you don't. There is. I mean.
See if he's okay.
Let's go with egg, I guess. Like I mean,
I meant something in his eyesight, like in his.
I'm sure.
Like literally in his face.
Just when you bang that up against that.
Yeah, it was not.
That one, that's bad.
I stumbled over that.
That is like that's one of those ones where it's like hold up, man. I got some concerns. Like what did you see?
Yeah.
What could you have seen?
Well, I mean, let me tell you what I like because I blame it on B. Scott. But I was
Brandon.
I watched that game and I literally was waiting to the end to just see kind of come to fruition what B. Scott was talking yesterday about how Reed Shepard on the floor to end things when in a critical moment. I'm like, all right, so we get to about the 3:30 mark and there's no Cocaine Curry on the floor and I'm thinking, all right, what are we doing? Maybe this is a defensive deal. Maybe this is because they're taking advantage of him defensively. Well, like you said, then we get down the stretch there, and it's like, clearly we need some shooters on the floor, and he's on – and then the final play, he's still on the floor. I'm thinking, what in the world is going on here? B. Scott misled me, man.
That ain't – no, listen. Now, I'm not blaming Brandon for that.
Okay.
I'm going to blame Udoka and the rest of the coaching staff. Like, that makes no sense.
Oh, I agree.
It makes no sense. No sense.
Robbed Tyler of a big moment, man.
That's like that. That's like saying, all right, hey man, Astros, bases loaded, down 1, 2 outs. You got Jordan on the bench as a pinch hit option, and you're gonna go with Salazar.
We're just gonna ride with that. We're just gonna ride with that 7, 8, 9 hitter.
Ride with Salazar.
What is going on?
We're gonna ride with Salazar, and we have a healthy Jordan who's ready to go. We're gonna ride with Salazar. I just cannot. I can't. I think Reed probably start walking out of the huddle himself, just thinking like I'm definitely out here. And then of all things, it goes to Tari Eason and he shoots a 2. Like this is like what? It goes to Tari Eason and he shoots a 2. I just like that is one. You didn't have the right personnel out there, which probably didn't help whatever the hell you drew up because you've got about 2 or 3 guys you can help off of that you're fine with out there. Hey, Amin and Şengün, take it. Go ahead, man. We'll leave a little. And then you drew up a play where you couldn't get KD close to the ball.
Yeah. Well, it makes you wonder. It goes back to what we were kind of getting at yesterday with the Rockets report with B. Scott of like it's like what are these guys' role? Like if Reed Shepard's role right now isn't at the very least end of games, we need a three to tie or win it. Like if that's not his role and that's not a defined role, then what is?
I just don't know. I don't know how that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I agree.
Retro Ren
Retro,
says,
that's a good one.
Yeah, it is. Ime needs an offensive mind on his coach staff. He may, but you don't need an offensive mind to know that Reed Shepard should be in the game down 3 with 2 seconds left.
All you need
He is 5 for 10 from 3 in the game. 50% on 10 attempts. How did he not get on the floor? Was there anybody over there? Did Royale Ivy say, "Hey, yo, what'd you think here? Maybe Reed? No. Just you need a 3. Let's run Shaq out there. No, need a 3. Let's get him out there. All right, coming up, we talked about something yesterday in regards to the Texans offense, and I think we potentially have a conversation with the running back position. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Coushatta Casino Resort. You already know it's the largest gaming floor in the Lake Charles area, but did you know that they also have the best selection of slots? I'm telling there's a lot of folks out there that like to ease east on I-10 and stop and play some slots. You got to make sure you're doing it at Coushatta Casino Resort. Every style, every theme, and every denomination that you can think of, man. Classic reels, video slots, new theme games, and those hard
Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
The Houston Texans are on the clock.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. Coming up here in just a bit. Tyler had a night. It's been a while, guys. It's been a while since we've dealt with a Tyler late night DoorDash order.
It had been a while.
It had been a while.
Dirty water will send you there.
Base Power text line 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Where do you think Tyler went in the middle of the night in terms of his DoorDash order? We will have that breakdown for you coming up in just a bit. But, Clint, we were talking about this yesterday, and I was kind of like Tyler in this thought process. It was not something that I had really entertained. I'm not as bad as Tyler. Tyler believes you don't pay running backs second contracts, you don't draft them in the first round. Steadfast on that. He's got a belief in that. I think there are some exceptions to some of those rules. But we talked about this a bit, and I'm wondering from the people, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, your thoughts about the Texans drafting a running back in the first round. Is it something that you're open to, or are you like Tyler, like, hell no, don't even do it? Now, when you look at I did look at the needs, Clint, and most people have offensive line, both on the outside and the inside, as needs, and then also interior defensive line. Those seem to be the top two needs, running back, safety floating behind that. Your thoughts, would you be open to the Texans and doing what they want to do and kind of seeing what kind of team they want to be offensively? Would you be open to them drafting a running back in the first round specifically?
100%, yes. I mean, I would not be opposed to an interior defensive lineman, and that would tell me that they're just going to stock up on his defense and let that offense just doesn't lose games. But offensively, if I would prefer the aggressive moves that they make, which I would consider a first-round pick, maybe even moving up in the first round to get what you want. Paying money in free agency, paying money and players in some kind of trade if need be. Like I would be A-okay if every bit of that was part of the offseason plan, and every bit of that was on the offensive side of the football this offseason for the Texans. Absolutely. It doesn't. If you go out there and you identify a running back as a guy that immediately changes this offense, and he's available and within reach, I ain't got no problem with it. Absolutely not.
Whew. Yeah, my only thing in this particular draft is I'm not sure if that, like, to me, if they could get Jeremiah Love, and I had never really thought about that till that kind of came up in the middle of our conversation yesterday.
Yep.
If they could get Jeremiah Love, that could make a lot of sense. Like, that you could see that. My deal is, it feels like he is the only first-round worthy running back right now, and he is kind of seen to be going into the top 10 right now. And obviously, I think they would have to really make moves that maybe go over and beyond maybe what you want to do to go get a running back. But he would make a lot of sense. And we've seen the last couple of years there have been multiple running backs go in the first round. I'm not certain if that would happen this year. So where they're drafting, I don't know if there'll be a running back available. And maybe the next ones are second or third round guys. But Jeremiah Love, like, you could see him inserted into this offense and what they want to do. Then maybe you don't have to go out and spend money free agency-wise on a running back, because I do think he could fit exactly what it is that they're potentially looking for. So my only reservation on this is just this draft of running backs just doesn't – there aren't like two or three of them right now that feel like last year you had Genty, you had Hampton, that both were guys that were like top 20 picks, and there just seems to be the one right now.
Identify the dudes that move the needle. That's all I hope. I think they have, from a roster building perspective, obviously you got to look at it a certain way. I would say that from a building depth and being better across the board has kind of been the approach for Nick Caserio since he got here, and they've done a hell of a job. I just believe this is a moment where you identify players, particularly on the offensive side of the football, that you believe immediately make you significantly better offensively, and you take that shot, and you're willing to use whatever draft capital, whatever cap base you have, take those shots, take those big swings, and take this offense to the next level. That's where I'm at, and if we're talking about the draft and Jordan Love is the guy, then so be it. If you can't get him, then move on to the next position, because you got plenty of needs.
Most running backs can't run the ball well if the offensive line is not good. That should be their priority in free agency in the draft. Now, the better running backs don't need the offensive line to be as great as others. It certainly helps, and yes, they need to clean that up. But you can clearly see. Hell, you can see it over the last couple of years. You saw Joe Mixon, what he looked like. And then you saw Dameon Pierce, and you saw other backs.
Yeah, I mean, this conversation for me about the Texans this offseason isn't about, well, no running back can run if there's not a good – like I think the Texans are at a spot where, like the running back, like you're good enough on the offensive line. Now, you got to re-sign a couple of guys. I get it. I get the whole point. But you're good enough on the offense. You're good enough offensively to where a back that can do more with less, and a back that would allow Woody Marks to be more of a specialty back, that combination makes your team significantly better. I mean, forget about everybody understands that if you go out and get the best guard and the best center on the free agent market, and you draft another guard or another tackle, and they work out like Ariante Ursery, obviously you're going to run the ball better, your quarterback's going to be protected better, but those are long. One offensive lineman isn't going to all of a sudden make everybody a road grader. One offensive lineman all of a sudden isn't going to make Woody Marks all pro, right? I mean, there's the guy that can make more, something out of nothing.
Yes.
The guys that can go out there and it's not blocked up perfect, but they have the vision, or they have the twitch, or they have the explosiveness, or they have the physicality to go do something a little bit different. That immediately takes this offense to the next level.
Yeah, no, that you routinely see the best running backs in the league get like do things with less small creases that or not just small creases, but like vision that others don't see.
Yeah,
where there's
we don't have. I mean, we look, if you're a Texans fan and you can't look at what Joe Mixon did a year ago and then look at kind of what the offense looked like. No disrespect to anybody.
No, you can see it with Nick Chubb and and Woody Marks.
Yeah. I mean, if you can't see what we're talking about with a Joe Mixon type of back that can do those things and brings that vibe to the huddle, then I don't know. I don't know if I'm not sure that we're ever going to connect.
Yep. All right, coming up, Tyler had him a night.
A good one?
Oh man, based off this order, there was something else here. It's been a while. We'll run through what he did. And Dana Brown, some confidence. Maybe there's some more confidence after hearing from Dana Brown. We will discuss all of that coming up next. But let me get.
610.
T-Mill being T-Mill.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right. Last night, Tyler went to that fiasco at Toyota Center.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought you was
going
going
to watch down the stretch, wasn't it?
Feeling real good, right? The whole time, man. It was up double digits, and then the Clippers came back a little bit in the second half, but then they regained it and got back up 10 again, and then next thing you know, all hell broke loose with Kawhi Leonard get 19 in the fourth quarter all alone, and
Reed on the bench.
But you took that and you went ahead and said, all right, I'm not going down just like this. I'm going to continue. And I don't know where you went last night, but you sure as hell continued. But all I know is I got your order. I got your late night order.
Oh, yeah. It was delicious.
The person checked in and said Taco Bell, you're right on the money.
Nailed it.
And that is seems to be. You do have a rotation. You would generally go Taco Bell. There's McDonald's.
Whataburger.
I think there's another one in there. Jack in the Box. Jack in the Box
yeah.
Sometimes can stroll through
them tacos. Oh yeah.
And this is like he showed me the screenshot of the order. Champ Slice, he said tacos.
Shout out to the fine folks at DoorDash.
Like, I know you couldn't put this down. This is too aggressive at that point in time. I don't know, maybe 2 a.m. What time would you say this was? I'm going to see how far back this goes.
Yeah, I think the screenshot might have it. I can't remember, but I think it was around 2 a.m. when I got home from the lovely evening of drinking and Rockets basketball. So it probably got to me about 2:30-ish, if I had to guess.
Here we go. Two soft tacos. And then this one I can really get behind every time. I've not had Taco Bell in a while. 1 chips and nacho cheese sauce. That's a good one right there, man. Comes in nice and stick your nacho cheese in.
Gotta have that hot cheese.
And then the only person I know who still does this, but clearly others are still doing it because they have it on the menu. You went with the 1 cinnamon twist. And so then this is when the order to me kind of gets interesting. Because I am guessing, Clint, that this is ticketed in the order of what Tyler ordered. Like he first got in there and he said, I'm coming right in, pulling in the gate. I'm getting them 2 soft tacos. Then when I get that, then I get the extra sour cream. Don't leave that out. Then when I get there, I know I want my side. My side's going to be them chips and cheese. I need a dessert. Bam. Cinnamon twist. Naturally, I'm either thinking it's over there or maybe he's going to grab a drink. No. Something got Tyler again.
We weren't done.
Because he went back up to the food portion of things and then said, ooh, damn. Because I could just see him looking at, ooh, damn. I want to get that beefy 5-layer burrito because that came next. That came after the cinnamon twist. So he'd already gone to his dessert and then came back
hold on a second.
to get a beefy 5-layer burrito.
5 layers of deliciousness.
Then he came back at 2 a.m. with his Mountain Dew Baja Blast.
Mm-hmm. Got to get a Baja Blast with almost any Taco Bell order.
How much did that you throw away? I don't. There's no way you took all of this down.
The only thing I did not finish in that lovely spread I had from Taco Bell at about 2:30 a.m. was the cinnamon twists. I only got through about half those, and then I tossed them. But I ate everything else. Went down pretty easy, actually. Must have been hungry.
That was going to be my first question.
Really?
I've seen you eat. You eat like a bird. There's no way you knocked it back. I haven't seen you. I don't think I've seen you eat when you're drunk.
I don't think it's a big difference.
Like I don't think. Well, I mean, clearly, if he ate every bit of this, clearly it is. I mean, he wouldn't have made it halfway through that deal if we'd have been sitting at Twin Peaks.
Oh yeah, I cruised right through the soft tacos easy. Got to the beefy five-layer, right through it, probably 6-7 bites, to be honest. And the nachos and the hot cheese, I mean, I'm always going to finish that. You put queso or hot cheese in front of me, it's going to go down.
Hey, did you order, and to Show's point, did you order and get them cinnamon twists? And did you see a picture of a beefy five-layer? How did that
Or
get
did he forgot? Yeah, he must have. Yeah.
It may have been under my frequently ordered items. That's always a go-to for me.
What all does a 5-layer burrito consist? I mean, you got to be Rooster. I mean, you got to be Rooster. Tell me.
I like that one too.
Oh yeah, it's delicious, man. Seasoned beef, first of all, in the beefy 5-layer. Some delicious, seasoned beef from the Bell. They got the hot cheese in that one inside of it.
More hot cheese.
Yes, they got, of course, melted cheese, shredded cheese in there. They got refried beans. Wait, no, that's the other one. That's the quesarito. I got confused. Beef, cheese, sour cream. That might be it.
Yeah, I've got here
5 though.
I've got your seasoned beef, refried beans, reduced.
Oh, there are beans. Okay.
Reduced fat sour cream, and shredded cheddar cheese, with also a layer of warm nacho cheese.
Yes. Wow. And extra sour cream on too. That's key.
Try to get an extra. So you're banging extra sour cream on all of those.
Yep. Give me the dairy.
I listen. I'm surprised you attacked all. You were able to get that much down.
I ate it all, man. You'd have been proud.
Be honest. Was your bowel movement solid this morning?
No. Oh no. I mean, I think I exercised the demon, but it was not what I would call solid.
I mean, the hungover Taco Bell morning dump
didn't feel too bad this morning, actually. So a little foggy brain.
How much did that run you? About 40?
I think it was like 35 or 36 bucks. Yeah. Ridiculous, I know. But
how much of that is delivery fee?
Probably at least.
Oh, that's a good amount of it.
Yeah. Probably about half. Yeah, probably.
Oh, man.
But thank God for those angels out there delivering food at 2:30 in the morning because I was hungry.
Text line coming through. Where was the Mexican pizza with hot sauce?
Oh, boy.
Never been a Mexican pizza guy, to be honest.
Nah, me either. We know Clint is.
Yeah.
Even though they are significantly downgraded from what they were back in the day.
Oh, that's right.
Like many things.
You were very disappointed with that, weren't you?
Yeah, I wasn't real happy with the presentation of it, to be honest with you. But I think it's fell off quite a bit. But it's still tremendous. I mean, it's still, when you look at Taco Bell, it's still, I mean, good God, it's still one of the best.
Do they still go nacho cheese chalupas? Because that is one that I like to.
I'm not sure.
Hank, man, rest in peace, my brother. I mean, it was the bean burrito. I mean, it was.
Really?
I mean, fill it up as much as you can.
That used to be my go-to.
Cheese and onions.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he'd hammer 2-3.
Oh, I would know onions, but that melted cheese and the beans.
My memories of old Shrek. I mean, my memories of Hank are filled with Taco Bell. Taco Bell burrito, man. Had one right in the street on Park Street, man.
I don't like that.
A couple guys get their ass kicked in the parking lot about once a week. It's great.
Yeah, that's. I'm with you. Taco Bell is probably not the late night one you want to go to, because I'm like what you said, that'll have your stomach on edge.
Yeah.
Like generally that'll have your stomach on edge.
Yeah, do a little flippy floppy.
I once read it's the most unhealthy of the fast food restaurants.
Ooh.
I once read that Taco Bell is the most unhealthy of the fast food restaurants. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Good for you. And then coming in hot with that Baja Blast. That's a heck of a finish. Going Mountain Dew. That's just might as well order up some coffee.
Get you Starbucks 2 shots.
2 shots on the way to bed.
On the way, hey, at 2 a.m.
On the way to
2 a.m. Asked the Uber, hey, man, you mind stopping at the Starbucks up here?
Yeah. Hold on, man. Hit that. They make the Baja Blast frozen now.
Oh, I get that one sometimes. Yeah, it's tasty. Delicious
Yeah.
treat.
Yeah,
It's like that old nightcap espresso martini. What?
Could go for a latte. I was so cross-eyed by that point. That caffeine didn't matter.
Yeah, man. Stop ordering them cinnamon twists. I'm surprised they haven't just.
I got a sweet tooth, man.
Yeah. So dumb. They took the double decker away. They were just doing too much. Do they still do breakfast? I need them.
Yeah.
That was. I felt like that was too much. I didn't think that was. I didn't think that was working for them.
I've never had the breakfast at the Bell.
It wasn't bad. There was a Taco Bell right for me on the way to church, and I would frequently knock that one down on the way to Sunday school. But but it's just because it was the closest thing there. But yeah, I didn't think that worked out great for them. All right, coming up. Woo. I've seen some quarterback lists, and it is really interesting where C.J. Stroud is ending up. And I want to see how far this thing has gone with the lack of belief, not just with some of these lists, but with C.J. Stroud when it comes to where he ranks right now amongst quarterbacks. We'll do that next.
Athletic directors, superintendents, coaches, booster clubs, board members. Look, if you
here. 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive, 1 hour down. Appreciate you joining us, those of you who have really expressed themselves on the Base Power text line as well as YouTube and Twitch. That's for you all day long right here on The Drive. Thanks for hanging out with us and continue with us the rest of the show. It's been a good fun time here thus far. People are really like, hey, Taco Bell, that's that one. It used to be. I don't know that I can go there. I don't know that's the late nighter for me any longer. I don't think that's gonna hold well with my stomach.
To each their own.
To be frank with you, it used to be.
Yeah, for me it's always Yo quiero Taco Bell. 9 times out of 10 at least, I feel like I go Taco Bell that late.
Do it. All right. Do it, man. I know. I'm just saying most of your order look good, minus the sour cream. Most of your order look good, but I know how it makes me feel.
Do it, lady.
That's right. All right. There have been lists that are now circulating about the quarterbacks and where the quarterbacks rank. And I'll be honest, Clint, and I know a lot of people feel a certain way about CJ. And people have been really, really down on CJ. Hell, we had the people in from northern Michigan yesterday talking about, man, so how do people like CJ Stroud around here? So, a little tough right now.
A little dicey.
Little dicey right now, tough boys. Right now. But then I look at these rankings, and if I just say that I saw one today, Clint, they had him at 20th.
You just made the list.
Okay.
That I like that. I don't know. Maybe once you start going through the numbers, that feels aggressive. When you start going through 20, I'm just curious. I want to hear where you draw the line at the CJ. Like, this is where I draw the line where CJ is not better, or CJ is not worse than this player. I want you to hop in, Clinton Tyler, where you draw the line. Where, all right, I got CJ over this guy. I mean, I feel like there's becoming a big five now. It was 4, I think a big 5, right? Mahomes, Allen, Jackson, Burrow, and Stapp, right? We all can establish that he's not in that tier. All of those guys are better than him. What about Dak? Still rolling? What about Justin Herbert?
Still rolling.
What about Jared Goff?
Still rolling.
Still rolling. What about the Super Bowl champion, Sam Darnold?
Gotta say we're still rolling.
Clint is not budged.
Hadn't even blinked. Damn.
Trevor Lawrence.
Whoa, now I'm just kidding.
Are you still? Have you budged?
Nope.
Nope. Hot dog. Caleb Williams.
But after the year he just had, still rolling.
Drake May. Second in MVP, but what we just saw, what we just watched him. All right,
this could be it.
Is this where you're drawing the line?
It could be. Just as you said, given those playoff performances, maybe like equal to each other.
All right. What about Baker? Glenn is still sitting in silence. What about Jalen Hurts, who won the Super Bowl last year, Super Bowl MVP? Do you draw the line at Jalen Hurts? Do you feel like CJ is better than a Jalen Hurts? Anybody ready to go there? I just want you all to know I'm at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. About Jordan Love. You draw it there. What about Bo Nix? Bo Nix.
I put him above Bo.
Okay.
And I like Bo, but I put him above Bo.
You draw. Right.
There's still one more on the list, though. I wouldn't put him above.
What about Daniel Jones?
I still have him above Daniel.
Brock Purdy.
No, I wouldn't have him above Brock. Nix and Jones I would have behind CJ.
So Nix and Daniel Jones, you'd have behind CJ, but everybody.
Now we're just talking about next year. We got to win.
Yeah, next year you got to win.
I mean, obviously we're not factoring in age and all that kind of stuff.
Where you're sitting at right now.
Yeah, that's where I would go with it right there.
I'm guessing you'd probably put Rodgers ahead of him too.
Just winning 1 year?
Like next year, would you? Because it looks like he may go back to Pittsburgh. Would you put Rodgers there? I didn't have him on the list because I don't know for sure if he's going to play.
Yeah, I would.
Man, so for you, only Daniel Jones and Bo Nix.
Yep.
And you would have 1, 2, 3.
Hurts is
5.
obviously I mean, he's got to be in the right system, but Hurts in the right system, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I can't just take Hurts in any system.
So you would have 16 ahead of him. Retro Ren says he's got 15 or 16 ahead of him.
Yeah, I mean, I would have him in that 15 range, 15 or 16 range. I think that's probably fair. 20 is a bit much.
20 felt a little strong.
That's strong. That's real strong.
They had Rodgers in front of them. They had, but you right now, the way you've said it, you have him at 17. Damn, man. And it's hard once you say it out loud to not argue it. Because I do wonder where we'd be right now with Daniel Jones if he didn't tear his Achilles the way the season was going. I'm with you. I'd still put him over there. I may put him above Hurts. I may put him above Hurts, especially this past year. Hurts didn't really use his legs enough because if you take his legs away from him, he's a completely different guy. But this is wild, Clint, that we've arrived at this point, man. This is wild that we've arrived at this point, and this is, clearly the challenge right here. Before the season, they had him 11th on the Ringer, and now, he's dropped further and further down to these guys. The thing to me, and I know a lot of people don't believe it, the thing to me, Clint, is I do think it's fixable that he can, to steal a line from D'Amico, I do think it's fixable that he could jump back up above some of these guys. I think coming into last year, you would have said he was above Caleb, Drake May, Trevor, Darnold. I think people would have probably said he was above Goff, definitely Purdy, Nix, although I think they would have said that. So I think it is fixable.
Things are fixable.
It is, thank you. But, boy, man, it is crazy to see the drop that is taken. And I think the thing we've talked about, when it goes like this, I think it's probably multiple things that have gotten to this place.
Yeah, look, I think in the season, I think it was probably fair coming into this season. He was probably flirting with top 10. I mean, in that 9, 10, 11 range, probably. And then obviously there's some regression, and then there's the bombing in the playoffs. And so to think that he dropped from that 9, 10, 11 range to that 14, 15, 16, I don't think that's unfair. I think that's probably because there's a question of, is this just a high ceiling guy that's going to be erratic as hell and inconsistent and the floor is just as low as the ceiling is high kind of deal with CJ Stroud. That guy doesn't last, definitely not at a championship level in the NFL, doesn't last long. But we'll see. Yeah, there's plenty of time for CJ to right the ship. I mean, you come out next year and you light it on fire and you play big in some big moments. And, I think, you show that the communication piece and the leadership piece is taking a big step and the buy-in is taking a big step. I mean, CJ could climb this chart just as quick as he fell. But right now, he's looking up at a lot of guys.
No, it's just, it is tough. Some text line coming in, Champ Slice. I wouldn't take Rodgers, Daniel Jones, or Nix over CJ. I think that's pretty much where you were.
I would probably take Rodgers. I wouldn't take Nix. I need to see more out of Nix. I think the way the list was drawn out. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'm not super high on Drake May. I know a lot of people want me to be completely out on Drake May the way I'm out on CJ. I'm not there yet. But I've always thought that Drake May has a lot of development. Same thing with Justin Herbert. Has these guys that come out of, that air raid system and jump into an NFL system. I think obviously uber talented dudes, but I think it takes time for them to be able to exist and really thrive in an NFL offense in playoff caliber situations. And so I'm not real sure exactly where. I probably have Drake May a little bit lower on my list than others.
Yeah.
I probably have Love a little bit lower on my list than some folks. I really like Love, but I don't know exactly where he lays yet. I think I probably have Caleb Williams a little higher on my list than most do. I think he is. I think he is the future superstar. Flat out. He's got the ability to do things that we've seen Pat Mahomes do and Josh Allen do, like to live on the edge of reckless and win in a big way doing it. Like he's got that ability. We act like and talk like a bunch of these guys have that ability, but the reality of it is they don't. Like you can't. I think there's probably two guys in the league right now, in Mahomes and Allen, and I think Caleb Williams is probably the third, that can live on the verge of recklessness and like give your team a chance to win year in, year out at a conference championship or Super Bowl level. Like I think those three guys can do it. The rest of the guys I think have to play within some kind of structure that assists them when the lights are bright and the stage is the biggest. And Caleb is one to me that just, I can't wait to watch that dude develop and grow.
Text line coming through. We haven't arrived at this point. Show he's arrived at this point. This is where I thought he would be when he was drafted, and was totally fooled for the first year. Yeah, but I mean, you can't ignore that first year, and then you can't ignore even into last year. Like I don't also want to put like last year was like his second year was a horrible year. I mean, it just, as you said, he was never going to live up to that first season.
I think there's two things that are really working against C.J. Stroud. I think the Davis Mills success and the playoff collapse. I mean, those two things right there are going to be real hard for folks to forget. And definitely Texans fans, and definitely people that cover this organization or this division or whatever. That's going to be hard for folks to overlook. Davis Mills going in there and playing the way he played.
Yep, right behind him, yep.
D'Amico Ryan's making the comments about how cool, calm, collected he always is and how the team responded to that. Like, those are things to me that are hard, and it's not about Davis Mills is all this or that. It's just, man, those are tidbits of things that you wanted to see from C.J. Stroud this year. Like, I wanted to see C.J. Stroud having the Tampa Bay Buccaneer moment, right? I wanted to see and hear D'Amico Ryan say, hey, man, C.J. Stroud is the source of our team being calm in chaos. Like, C.J. Stroud is who everybody looks to when adversity strikes because he's that dude. Like, that's what we all wanted for C.J. And in reality, if you look back at the season, it was Davis Mills that accomplished those things in this system. I think that's going to be hard for a lot of folks to overlook until C.J. Stroud gets on the field and rights those quote-unquote wrongs.
Yep. Trevor Lawrence has been trashed for a year, and his team was at third place, and now he's above C.J.
Someone else MVP. Fifth in the MVP this year, I believe it was. Wasn't that right? Fifth?
He's top five. I can't remember what the ranking was, but I know he was a finalist.
Yeah. I mean, look, anybody. Here's the other deal too to the texters and the list. Like, if you hear that conversation and your immediate response is that about Trevor Lawrence, and like you can't even acknowledge the fact that Trevor Lawrence played at a top 5 MVP level, and your guy backslid like nobody ever imagined, like you got them rose-colored glasses on, man.
Yeah, I mean, you can't just based off going into next year, you can't sit and look at what Trevor did. And if you're one to say, hey man, I need to see Trevor do this for more years, that's why I'm apprehensive of putting him over CJ, that's one thing. But, like, you can't sit and look at this where we are right now going into the next year and be surprised that people are like, yeah, I probably run with Trevor.
Mm-hmm.
I probably run with Trevor with what he has around him and what he's done. That can't really be a surprise. After these playoffs, especially New England, maybe closer to Blaine Gabbert ahead of CJ. Good God, guys. I mean, man, we don't have to get just destructive around here. Like, we don't have to get. Yeah, he's stopped from being right outside or being maybe around the top 10, outside the top 10, to where he's taken a step back. And like Clint said, it is something that most definitely can be helped and that he can get back. That's hopefully what is able to happen, and they're able to figure that out. But yeah, he is better. At least we've seen him be better than this. All right, coming up as we continue, we look at the Astros going into this season for the first time. I feel like we've got to look at something that I think was a clear-cut answer for the last, I'd say, 3 or 4 years. I think that has finally changed. We'll discuss what that is coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, man, power outages, they can happen anytime around these parts.
accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we continue. Someone also texted in as we were talking about where CJ ranks. We'll get to the Astros here in a second. Always thought that the Texan and local media fans' opinion of CJ was overhyped, but his play in the playoffs is not his normal either. I mean, I just don't know how it, overhyped. That season he put together, I feel like was fairly hyped. Right, nobody. I think Patrick Creighton was a little aggressive after year one when he said he would take him over Josh Allen. But I don't think people were saying C.J. Stroud is overtaking Mahomes and he is the best quarterback. I think it was fairly rated. He put together at the time was probably the best rookie season we've ever seen. He finished top 10, 8th in the MVP voting. I think many people then thought this guy is on track to be an elite quarterback. I think that's a very fair hype thought from him based off what he showed us. So, I don't know that he is overhyped. And I agree with you. I don't think what he did in the playoffs, 7 turnovers, is him either in 2 games. But I don't think he was ever overhyped.
No, look, here's the deal. It's all him, right? It's all him. This is the hardest part. Once you get to guys being as gifted as these players are, I'm talking about the 32 starters, right? With the exception of maybe a couple. But when you get to those 32 starters and you start talking about elite players, it is 100% about the ability to play at an elite level year in, year out. Whether Bobby Slowick is your offensive coordinator or Nick Caley is your offensive coordinator, whether you got to carry the team or it's a defensive-laden team, finding a way to play at the top, to perform at the top of your game, whatever that game looks like, however it is stylistically you play the quarterback position. Being consistently great is the conversation we're having. When you're talking about the top quarterbacks in this league that are going to be remembered as the best ever, the MVP caliber guys, the Super Bowl champions, I'm talking year in, year out. I'm talking about the Sam Darnold. I'm talking about year in, year out, the great quarterbacks in the league. Sure, we talk a lot about their abilities, rightfully so. But what makes those guys elite at this point in time in their career is they consistently come out every single year, and the reason that their team is relevant in a playoff conversation or a conference championship conversation or a Super Bowl conversation is because everybody believes that that quarterback, no matter what's going on around them, that quarterback is going to play at a level that's going to allow their team to compete at a Super Bowl level. And there was a time when C.J. Stroud, for one season, put himself in that category. And then it becomes, okay, can you consistently do it? And over the previous 2 years, he has not been able to consistently do it. So, and the way that the third year ended was as bad as we've seen a quarterback play in the playoffs. His rookie year was as good as we've ever seen a quarterback play, not a rookie quarterback, a quarterback play in the game of football. I mean, as extreme as you could imagine, it was that good. And what we just recently watched was how bad as anybody's ever been in the playoffs. Like, literally, you can say that. And so both of those things are C.J. Stroud. And he's obviously uberly talented, a crazy talent. But if you're going to be in the conversation of a top 10 quarterback, I'm talking year in, year out, not this Darnold jump in and Daniel Jones may jump in early in the year and Trevor Lawrence is in. If you're going to be in that conversation year in, year out, it's not about greatness, athletic ability. It's not about great arm talent. It's not about this high-flying 5,000 yards more than anybody, Drew Brees type of season. It's not about throwing for, a record number of yards or touchdowns in a year. It's about, do you go out there and have the ability to consistently put your team in the conversation of, boy, these guys right here are one of the best in the league. They can make a run because they've got that guy at quarterback.
Yeah, and based on what you're saying, part of the hype was what you're talking about. He was able to do it with injuries all across the board, injuries to the offensive line, injuries to his receivers. Like, that was one of the other parts of, like, oh, he is lifting a group of guys.
Yeah.
He is able. That was a part of something we saw. I would even say the first year and a half. Like, we saw that. And so that's a part of it. When you do those things, I don't think it's overhyped to say, I don't think it's an overhype to have thought C.J. Stroud's going to be an elite quarterback. I don't think. I didn't say he's going to be the best of all time or best, but I don't think it would have been an overhype to say C.J. Stroud is going to be an elite quarterback in the National Football League. Didn't say he was after. So I don't like the overhype part. I don't think that's
it's not an overhype then, and it's not an overcritical now. It's real. It's who C.J. Stroud is. He's got a low floor and he's got an extremely high ceiling. And if he's going to be a guy that this organization pays $50 to $60 million, he's got to show that they at least give them confidence, right? He don't have, I'd say, one more year to do it, but he's at least got to give them confidence that he can do it year in, year out. You've made this point a lot about Dak Prescott, right? Whether you love or hate Dak Prescott, if Dak Prescott is healthy, he is putting that organization on his back and giving them a chance to win every week. Now, we get frustrated. Fans get frustrated at how the Cowboys lose and some of the attitude issues and personality issues and the defense stinks. But if Dak Prescott is healthy, Dak goes out there, and he is the reason why. He's the reason right now why nobody says, man, the Cowboys ain't going to do a damn thing. People are always going to go, well, we know the Cowboys are the Cowboys, and they're probably going to cowboy, but, boy, Dak gives them a shot. Like, he is that guy every single year. And we're not even talking about the Pat Mahomes, Josh Allen. We're not even talking about the top of the top. We're just talking about quarterbacks that consistently go out there and earn a $50 to $60 million a year paycheck and are the face of a program, right? It's about consistency, right? And nobody gives a damn whether you get along with the offensive coordinator or not. Nobody cares about who your quarterback coach is. Nobody cares if you got a defensive-minded head coach. Nobody gives a rip about all that. And right now we have witnessed in 3 years of C.J. Stroud the unbelievably high ceiling that was as convincing a product as any out there. This wasn't the high ceiling of Lamar Jackson that was dominated early on by athletic ability, or even my man in Washington.
Yeah, Daniels.
Jaden Daniels. Like that, there was some you look at that and you go, yeah, he played well, man, but there's a chance he's putting himself in harm's way quite a bit. It wasn't that. It was Brady-like convincing. It was Joe Burrow-like convincing. It was as good as I've seen and as convincing as I've seen. And then we just watched an absolute come apart, a disaster, as low as you could possibly. We've seen it's all who CJ is. And he's not ever going to be the $60 million a year guy that's the face of an organization until he at least convinces this group or the next group that, hey, man, I can be the reason that you have a chance every year in the playoffs if I'm your guy. And we don't know. We have no idea if he's that guy. So to have a strong opinion that, boy, it's unfair to see. No, it's not. CJ earned the praise 3 years ago, and he's earned every bit of the dog cussing that he's getting right now.
Yep. Text line coming in. The reality is he is still young, and he has the opportunity to grow. Yeah, but it doesn't. But this is the year. This is the big year for him.
Ron, that's the thing, right? We're not living in a world. I agree, but we're not living in a world anymore. When you draft a quarterback top 5, that guy plays next year. When that guy shows that he can play early on, the expectations are through the roof. When that guy gets to year 3, all right, it's time to commit another year, a 5th-year option. When he gets to year 3, after year 3's wrapped up, hey, man, it's time to pay this guy top of the market money or not. Like that is the reality. Nobody living in a world in the NFL with young quarterbacks anymore where it's like, oh, man, that guy's young. Let's let him develop. Let's pay him. Let's commit $60 million a year for the next 4 years to see if he develops and matures over the next 6 months. Like that's not the world they live in right now.
Yeah, no, he's young, but he's got to Pick it up. But I push back on the overhyped. I'm sorry. Like I'm not like I don't think we overhyped Will Anderson. Like just because he's continued. Like I don't think we overhyped him year one.
Bad MFer.
Yeah, I think he's like I don't think we're overhyping Stingley. I don't think we're overhyping these guys. Now they may pull back and they may step back, but yeah, I think it is fair to say after we watched Derek Stingley become Derek Stingley a couple years ago to say that guy could be the best corner in football.
Yeah,
I think that's a fair hype.
It's that way with all these guys, Ron. Look at them. Look at the every year that Derek Stingley puts together, you're more convinced he's one of the best players in the league, and you should pay him a boatload of money. Maybe again, right? Or obviously again, Kamari Lassiter. If he puts another year together of the play that we've seen for 2 years, it's going to be a no-brainer whether it's the Texans or somebody else. Somebody's going to pay him top of the market money. You look at Will Anderson. It's been the same product, the same approach, the same dog that you got day one for 3 years. No problem. Write the check. Right? Nico Collins. Since Nico Collins arrived, since the dysfunction around him that was clearly holding him back disappeared, it's been damn near 3 years. Now, there's some injury issues, but there's been damn near 3 years of straight top 5 to 10 wide receiver in football. Pay the man his money. You know who he is.
Yeah.
Right? It's about consistency when you're having elite of the elitist conversations or you're talking about market-setting money.
Yeah. All right, coming up, we will actually try to get to this. The question for the Astros, think about this. Right now, in your mind, we'll discuss this because I think the answer has changed. Who's the most important player for the Houston Astros this year? Who is the one guy you look at and you're like, hey, got to have him? Got to have him. Who has become the most important player for the Astros? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, look, y'all already know.
281-222-2222. The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Fun day so far. The Base Power text line is in full effect. YouTube and Twitch as well. I like the conversation you all are having amongst each other over there on YouTube. I see you, Champ Slice, trying to lead the way. Jordan, crazy-ass Jordan. Brandon on there, I see you. Retro Ren out there. It's a good conversation. Go ahead and join that group. They have their own conversations. Hell, sometimes they take it right off their own rundown. But that's the beauty there, YouTube and Twitch as well. So we appreciate you joining us. I said this before because it's kind of slightly changed for me. As I asked in the break, who is the Astros' most important player? Who is that? Who is that guy that you feel is the most important guy on this team? The guy that they got to have, the guy where you look at and you're like, oh boy, they're in trouble. Because I do think, Clint, for me, the past 3-4 years, it has been Yordan Alvarez. Yordan Alvarez, to me, has been their most important player. He, to me, would change the way they look, their lineup, and how you could do things when he is out of it, and it just looks rough. To me, they've been able to survive Kyle. They've been able to survive, but Yordan felt like, boy, if they lose him, it looks a lot different. I've always felt that way for the past couple of years. It has shifted for me a bit. Who for you is it that is the most important player for the Astros now?
Ooh, well, that's yeah. I mean, look, I would probably go Hunter Brown.
Yeah, that's where it shifted to me. That's the first. Hunter Brown's the first time I felt that way. Somebody different than Yordan, I'd say over the last 3 or 4 years.
Yeah,
I think Hunter Brown has taken that.
Yeah, I would say Hunter Brown just simply because you don't know what you have behind him. You know, they were able to well, I guess they really weren't, but they were able to at least put a decent lineup out there last year without Yordan Alvarez for a stretch.
Well, now you can go with, you got Correa for the full year, you got Paredes, like you have other options.
Yeah, you got bats. Yeah, and I just don't know, boy, if you don't have Hunter Brown leading the way, man, I don't know what you have from a starting rotation. It's there's a lot of unknown behind him, and he's the only, I would call, stabilizing factor in that rotation. So, and I think he has worked his way into kind of one of those set the tone leadership type guys, and so I think he's even more important to the Astros than being the ace and the opening day starter. So I would go with Hunter Brown right now probably.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it. I mean, what's behind him? You talked about that. It's MIE. Is that what we're going with?
Yeah, MIE.
Yeah, MIE, and Christian Javier, Spencer Aggetti, Burrows, who they got in a trade, Lance McCullers. Like those are the options coming behind him in the rotation. And see, the previous years you've had Framber there. Hell, Framber has been the opening day starter the last 4 years. Like you've had him, and usually it's been Framber and somebody else, right? It's been Framber and Verlander, or it's been Framber and now Hunter Brown, right? Like where you've had multiple guys where you're like, all right, man, I trust these guys. Javier before the injury, I feel like we've got enough coming behind them. Now, man, it's to me, not only do they need him healthy, but Clint, he's got to produce to a certain level. If Hunter Brown doesn't produce to a certain level, like as of what we know right now, we'll see what happens with the rest of these guys. But as we know right now, boy, they're in trouble. If Hunter Brown isn't one of the best, you talked about yesterday, one of the best pitchers in the American League. Like that's the thing is they don't only need his health and need him to be there every fifth day. They need him to perform big time every fifth day.
Well, yeah, I mean, the scary part of it is you mentioned those that are behind him. I mean, there's none of those guys are for sure studs. Yeah. I mean, you've got some stuff.
There's not a Framber behind that.
Yeah, you've got some stuff that you really like. Truth be told, you've got some, I would say, several arms to pick from, if you will, that could be quality starters in the league. But you're either banking on a younger dude turning a corner and taking the next step. You're talking about a dude that has been injured recently taking a step, or you're talking about a guy, Lance McCullers, that's been injured long term taking a step. You're talking about a guy making a transition from Japan to the MLB and being absolute nails when he gets here. Which none of that stuff is boy. I just don't think it's going to happen. But when you need all of it to happen, behind Hunter Brown, I think you're flirting with some issues there, and so there's just not a lot of for sure behind Hunter Brown. So he is at least for the first half of the season. I think he's the guy that's you got to zero in on.
Till you know more. You know more. Like someone texted in Hunter Brown. For me, if he gets hurt, we're sunk. Someone said Jeremy Pena. I think Jeremy Pena is very important. I still think Jordan may be the most important at the plate, but Jeremy Pena plays a premium position. And right now, you got Correa who could slide over, but he plays a premium position, and he is your table setter and arguably was your best offensive player last year. So I don't know that I agree with it, but I think I can understand the rationale behind that answer.
Well, the interesting thing about any player – that ultimately swings a bat, right? I mean, a non-pitcher. I think the impact of that particular player in a vacuum, right, is very minimal as long as the big dog's up there, as long as Yordan Alvarez is part of the lineup. I don't think that Jeremy Pena in that leadoff spot is a deal breaker if something goes on.
Yeah.
If he gets an injury or something.
You feel like you can feel that, you don't want to, but you feel like you can adequately kind of feel that void. Until
it hurts. You miss him, but your lineup doesn't go to hell, right? I mean, now you take Jordan out of the mix, and that's not the center point of this lineup, then all of a sudden, boy, you cannot afford to lose anybody whatsoever. If Jordan's there, hey, man, Altuve can lead off, no big deal. Right, I mean, you've got some pieces where, if you start the season and Jake Myers is swinging it more like he did last year before the injury than the previous seasons, then all of a sudden you're adding some length to the lineup that you don't miss Jeremy Pena much. And you talk about Yainer Diaz, if he's swinging the bat the way that he can swing the bat and has a little bit of a rebound year, then again you don't miss Pena as much as long as the big dude's in the middle.
Yeah. Text line coming through. Champs Lights, Hunter Brown only plays once a week. I get that, but I think his effect is more than that. If Hunter Brown is eating up innings and he is pitching well, you don't have to use your bullpen as much in his starts. And then with the other guys that you look at, that hey, he saves the bullpen and he saves guys longer, and you may have to push the bullpen a little bit more with Burrow starts or Javier starts, and depending behind. That's a huge deal, the way he can set things up the rest of the week where he can eat up innings. So I think he only pitches once a week, but his impact can be much bigger than that.
Which one of these guys that are the others, the ones that are behind Hunter Brown, which one are you most excited to see? Which one do you have the most expectation for? Who do you believe in? Who do you not?
The person I'm most excited to see is Imani. I mean,
Imani.
What did I call him?
You turned him into Imani.
What I call it? What is it? Imai.
I feel like that's the way. Maybe putting a little slant on it.
I am. I'm trying to have some fun with it.
Yeah, that's good.
Imai.
Well, we got Tatsuya.
Imai. No, I'm excited to see him because he did have electric stuff. But the person that I'm really, I would say, the most confident in, hopefully, is Christian Javier, that he is now a year removed from coming off Tommy John, right? When you come right back off Tommy John, it may take a little bit. Now that he's had a year and he put in a good amount of innings last year, hopefully he gets back to himself, because he can be a top of the rotation top guy.
Yeah.
He has two or three kind of stuff in him. He's got great stuff as well, and swing and miss stuff. So he's the one that I look at and I'm like, you know what? Yeah, we could see some. He could be the 1-2 in the 1-2 punch. Spencer Arrighetti, bro, I don't know.
That's the one for me, though.
Is it? I don't know, Lance. I just can't believe.
Spencer's the one for me. He obviously doesn't have Christian Javier stuff, but Spencer's the one for whatever reason. Like I'm literally sitting on the edge of my seat for damn near 2 years now, going, okay, like arrive. Let's have that moment, right? I mean, he goes out there and he looks like he's coming, but he still, for whatever reason, kind of looks like a depth guy that may or may not be on a playoff roster. That you're like, oh, I'm not real sure if he's not just surviving because everybody else is blowing their elbow up or what. Like, he's the one for me, though, that I'm sitting there. Like, I feel like I'm anticipating his arrival this year.
You can stay out of that outfield.
I mean, maybe that's the Astro. Yeah, stay out of the outfield during Mariners batting practice if you don't mind in pregame. That would be good. But like,
he had turned the corner that first year, and we did have higher expectations when he came back in, but he just could never find it.
I don't know if that's the Astro fan in me but for whatever reason, when I've watched him, I've been like, there's something there. I don't know. It's obviously not ace level stuff, but there's something there to go, okay, this guy gives me confidence on nights that he's going to have to take the bump. I mean, and I don't know that that's justified yet, but I'm hoping he's the one for me that I'm like, yeah, I need Spencer to take that next step. One, because the next step is not like, boy, solidify yourself as an all-star. The next step is just let's stay out of left field during BP and let's put some quality starts together. How about that?
Yeah. One time he did it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it cost him a little time, didn't it?
All
right, what you got coming up?
Hell okayed that, right? College football,
Everybody
man.
does it.
College football. Ole Miss coach Joe Judge. He is on the stand in the appeal, I believe it is, for quarterback Trinidad Chambliss. And the state of college football, that's where we're at, y'all. And, boy, did he not give some piss-poor advice. Got me hot. I'm still hot on social media. I'm going to tell you what that is, let you hear that audio, and we'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I tell you
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
What's up, Clint? How y'all doing, man?
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, college football, y'all. The college football world had me hot today, boys.
When did they not?
Hey, man, the college football world had me hot, Ron. Look, we're living in a day and age right now where I feel like, Ron, I'm pretty fluid. I'm pretty easygoing, I guess, when it comes to this college stuff. I kind of land in the middle. You know, we had to start paying the players. Now it's out of control, but we had to start paying them. What we were doing didn't make no sense.
Yep.
Right? We had to start letting these players transfer in a different way than sitting a year, losing a year of eligibility, as if they have an endless clock when they start playing football, right? You're going to just take a 1 of 4 or 5 years away from a guy. Makes no sense, right? Now, I don't know that transferring every year and transferring, threatening to transfer the week before the national championship game, I don't know that is where we need to be. But I land in the middle when it comes to all these different, like the changing world of college football. But I'm going to tell you what, man. That world had me hot this morning. And we're living in a world right now where players, and everybody that watches college football knows this, where players are petitioning for additional years. In the day and age where you can transfer at the drop of a hat, what we've created, and I think this is one of the beautiful things that we've created, is these quarterbacks that have been uber successful at a lower level, right? What's my man's name at Vanderbilt? Diego Pavia.
Yeah.
Right? And then you got the Trinidad Chambliss, the kid that was at Ole Miss this year. I mean, they're lower-level guys, smaller. You can obviously see why they didn't get recruited to the big Power 4 schools or even Power 5 because it ain't Power 4 ain't old enough for these guys yet. But you can see because they stature-wise, tangible-wise, they can't get there. Well, a beautiful part of the landscape of college football is those guys get the opportunity to now come play at the Division I level, at the Power 4 level, and you can, as a player, you can work your way there from JUCO, you can work your way there from D3, D2, and you can get up there and play with the big boys if you earn your way and you win enough and you play well enough. It's a beautiful thing, right? Well, these guys are getting to college, they're playing well, and then what they're doing is trying to go back and appeal and say, hey, to the NCAA, hey, you know, that first year when I was in junior college shouldn't count against my eligibility. Hey, you know, that 1 year when this or that happened, it should count against my eligibility. So that's where we're at right now. And this surrounds Trinidad Chambliss, the quarterback from Ole Miss last year, right? He applied for another year at Ole Miss, and it got denied. So they appealed it, and he has another shot to obviously, you know, talk the NCAA into granting him another season. And I'm with you. As you could imagine, you know, the crazy part of this isn't just the players, Ron, and their attorneys, their representatives. This has turned into college coaches testifying on the behalf of players. All right, this is what college football is about.
This is who you've been getting into it with all morning?
Well, it's people about this. On social media, you talking about?
Yes.
I'm going to get – so college, it's crazy that we live in a world where college coaches, in this case it's Joe Judge, former NFL head coach. He is the quarterback coach for Trinidad Chambliss at Ole Miss. The mere fact that he is literally testifying, part of his day, it's not about we're just going to pay these players or we're going to recruit these players or we're going to go visit them at home. It is now about a coach's world consists of we're going to go testify. I don't know if testify is the right word, but we're going to go get on the stand in a hearing and try to convince a judge or the NCAA or whoever that this kid needs another year. I understand why it's happening. Hell, the kid's a Heisman caliber player last year. Yeah, you were in. You had the best year that Ole Miss has ever had behind this kid, right? I can understand why you would do it, but the fact that we're living in a world where coaches are now that's part of their maybe not everyday life, but part of their job description in today's world. So that's one. They even had somebody, and there's 4 different people in this hearing, Ron, that spoke. They called 4 people to the stand. One of them, I believe, was a doctor that was talking about apparently Trinidad Chambliss snored earlier in his career, and that may have caused him some health issues or some problems. Clearly, it all revolved around a sleep issue. I don't know the details, but this all revolved around a sleep issue, right? And so now, let me get to the point. I'm still at this point as as it's all unfolding, Ron. I'm still sitting there going, okay, I get it, man. The world is the college football world's crazy, man. But then I got to a point where I clicked on a damn video of Joe Judge talking, and what Joe Judge has been brought to the hearing to speak about. Now I don't think he was brought to speak specifically about this. What he says has it's caused a little bit of an uproar in the college football world, and I don't blame him. I was mad as hell being a new dad. Here's Joe Judge. Here's his advice to players that have expecting mothers or new mothers in their life, whether they're married, it's a girlfriend, whatever, are bringing kids into this world. Here's Joe Judge's advice to said mom.
Educate significant others who may have been pregnant during the season or going to have a baby during the season, and you have to educate them on, you have this baby in the middle of the season, that father has to play good football, right? It's a day-by-day production business. He has to be ready to perform and go out there and play. And when I say that is, you need to let him sleep. He needs to be in another room, detached. You have to explain to the mother, like, hey, listen, he ain't waking up for midnight feedings. After the season, he's full metal jacket. You do whatever you want with him. He can change every diaper. But in the season, he's got to have a different priority. Now,
hey, all due respect, Joe Judge.
Full metal jacket.
All due respect, Joe Judge. I mean, this is a coach. This is a coach. This is a grown-ass man that I would argue, Joe Ferguson was my college quarterback coach. He was like a second dad to me. This is one of the most instrumental, influential men in the lives of young men. And your advice to players, I read an article on this. Apparently, this is part of his shtick, right? Your advice to players is to detach from the mother of your child, and which ultimately means you're detaching from your child so that you can get optimal sleep to perform.
Got to be in another room.
Ron,
got to be.
This guy's a clown. This guy's a clown. I mean, I was hot when I heard.
He believes it, though.
He's
dead ass.
He's dead ass.
That's what Amber had to do. Amber was an SEC soccer player.
He's telling young fathers that, hey, man, detach from family because football is that important. One, just big picture, football's not that important. But, I mean, I would argue, Ron, and this is coming from a new dad. I may have had a different perspective, 4 years ago. I would argue that when it comes to life, whether you're talking about the kid, when it comes to your responsibilities as a man and as a father, I would argue that when mom initially comes home after going through what she goes through to have a baby, I would argue that that's the most important time for a father to at least be available. I'm not saying you gotta not sleep at night, but to at least be available. I would argue that the very least thing that a father could do, and I'd say probably have the biggest impact, is to get your ass up and do exactly what Joe Judge just suggested you not do and do a midnight feeding. I would encourage every father, hey, man, if your old lady is sleeping sound, man, and there's a bottle in that fridge, man, tell your old lady, hey, man, hey, if this baby wakes up between midnight and 4 a.m., I'm going to jump up, heat that bottle up in 2 minutes. I'm going to feed that baby in 6, and I'm going to let you get this good sleep right.
It sounds like Joe wants to have a class for potential women dating his players.
Joe ain't got no business
on what to do if you happen to get pregnant in season.
Bro, let one of my daughters get pregnant by a Joe Judge player, and I hear Joe Judge is talking to my daughter. Hey, look here now. You got to understand, you got to let him detach. You got to handle this all by your damn self.
And what if they ain't got another room?
Man, hey,
what if they don't have another room to go to? What if they does he want her and the kid to sleep on the couch?
The new coach from Tulane.
Make sure he gets a bed.
The new coach at Florida from Tulane retweeting, ha ha ha, make sure my wife realizes this. Hey man, I'm gonna tell you what. It is baby doo-doo soft for Joe Judge to say this, period, much less in a hearing where it really has no business being anyway. But to be a guy that's in this position, to have this level of impact on young men, young fathers, and that's your advice, you're a real POS. And I'm gonna tell you, the message should be, hey fellas, you got to take responsibility for what you do. You left that thing in.
Okay.
She got pregnant. You got a baby on the way.
It means penis.
You got a baby that was just born. Guess what? We got a game this week, and your ass got to get up and feed that baby at midnight. Your ass got to change a diaper, right? As soon as we're done here, you don't get to go hang out with the fellas on the corner. You don't get to go to hang out with the fellas and play video games. You take your ass straight home. If you got to come up here and watch film, you're not going to hang around in the locker room for an hour before and an hour after. You're going to watch film for an hour, and you're going to get your ass back home, and you're going to take care of that kid. Right?
At the very least, we're certainly going to have those two people make a decision on how they're going to handle raising the kid, as opposed to Joe Judge telling them, hey, man, you need to get a second room, and you need to have him in another room so he can get his beauty sleep.
Your position influence, and here's the other part of this is and I'll firmly believe there's things that I regret majorly in my younger life. Nothing like this. Had my wife had our kids, and I decided to go. I mean, and I'm not knocking the guys that do this because this is not what I'm talking about. But I decided to go play in a game instead of go to the birth of my child. I would be sick. If Joe Judge is telling these young fellas, these young fathers, to do something and act in a way that it will drive a significant wedge between you and the mother of your child. If you are detached from that situation, I don't care how strong or how hard you think you are, how good you think you got it with your old lady, she is going to despise you for that. And not only that, it's an opportunity for you to be there for her and strengthen the bond between you and her and go through the experience with her. I mean, you are – well, the part that pisses me off here, Ron, is that you've got a grown-ass man that is in a position to impact young fathers in a way that very few are, and this is literally his message. And it should be the exact opposite.
Yeah. We got some real idiots texting in.
Sure, I'd love to hear it. I got some idiots on social media. I
don't want to read them because I feel like these people probably are soft enough to hit their wife.
Well, look, I mean, here's the deal. Here's what I mean.
By these dumb
I am not in any way, shape, or form. Look, my wife sacrifices a lot because how much I move and shake and how many different things I got going and how much I work when I'm distracted. I'm not talking about making the providing aspect of being a husband and a father, making that. I'm not minimizing. You got to do that, but let's not get. I'm a father, so I got to provide. Let's not get that mixed up with I can detach myself and I can justify it because I'm going out and making a better living than most guys. Like, let's not, well, if I can go make $1 million, $2 million, $3 million, $10 million, well then, hey man, I just deal with it. Like, that's not part of it. I don't give a damn if you're making $50,000 or you're making $2 million. Like a grown man with any level of respect for his old lady is going to be there in the most intimate moments, in the most important moments, most vulnerable moments of their life. And for a college coach to be pushing something like this, I think he ought to be ashamed of his damn self.
Yeah. As I wonder, I would say to Joe, what's her job? What could be the job she could have that you would be like, this is how he should react to raising their kids? Like what's the job that she could have where you be like, you know what, you go sleep in? No, you're saying what he does is more important, so your ass need to be up all night.
Yeah, well, the reality of it is
what he's doing is more important.
When you're a 20 to 25-year-old, even a 20
she probably got class.
When you're a 20 to 35-year-old kid, you got plenty of energy to get your ass up and feed a baby at midnight and then go work out when you need to go work out.
I think it's just interesting to feels like to come in and tell you guys what you all should do.
And then Joe Judge had me hot. Joe Judge got me hot on social media, and I'm sure that text line. I had some old boy on social media talking cash crap, man. They're talking about me fumbling and trying to tell me what fatherhood is. I'm like, in the meantime, you're talking big trash to a grown man on social media behind a Burt Reynolds picture. He got the damn bandit out there with the mustache, great mustache and all. I mean, just one of my favorite shows of all time. Just talking. I'm like, come on, man, get the hell. That's about on brand. That's the kind of people we're talking about. I was hot. Burt's my guy now. He was disgracing. It was disgraceful that he was using Burt's name, image, and likeness in his social media. But anyway, all right, that's good. Good news. Tomorrow morning.
There you go.
Tomorrow morning, Texans president Mike Tomlin, he's going to join Payne and Pendergast at 9 a.m. At 9 a.m. to discuss the big announcement involving the Texans' new facility, the location. Hopefully, he'll have some other details as well. But Mike Tomlin, we haven't heard from him much. I think he was on a little bit during training camp, maybe when he first got.
I think when he first got here, he was on.
I hadn't heard from Mike. I'll be honest. I knew both of the last presidents. I've not heard from Mike.
Yeah, I like the last.
Yeah,
they're good guys. Yeah, well, I'm sure Mike's a good guy too. He'll be on.
Yeah,
no, 9
I'm
o'clock.
Sure he is. I just hadn't heard from
9 o'clock sharp.
9 o'clock sharp, I believe it is, on Payne and Pendergast. So make sure that you stay plugged in.
Yeah, that'll be good because if you haven't heard that, we'll talk about that a little bit more. But the Texans, they're talking about bringing over 17,000 jobs. Is what has been reported. We'll hear a lot more from Mike tomorrow. 9 o'clock.
They're going to bring 17,000 jobs. Fellas, just remember, if you're a father, you got one job.
You really wanted to put a bow on that, didn't you?
Yeah, you got one job. Didn't you? You got one job.
All right, last night, this was, to me, one of the lowest points. And this guy has been spectacular here in Houston and has really changed the culture of this team. But this was a really, really low moment last night. And Tyler had to sit there front and center to face it. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, how about this, y'all? You like guaranteed success? I don't know about you, but I do. Hell, I'll take guaranteed success anytime I can get it. If you're dealing with a hair loss issue, I'm telling you.
2222.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I may have taken a chance.
On what?
In the fridge.
Uh-oh. What happened?
Well, I don't know how long it's been unplugged, but it was still pretty cold. I had a burger patty in the fridge. I was going to eat it, a little snack. I saw, we're doing renovations in the building. They had unplugged the fridge. I went and opened up the fridge, checked it. It was still kind of cold. I don't know how long it was in there. So
you ate it?
Yeah.
How long? Like how many days has it been in there total?
Just one.
No.
I had it in there yesterday. I put it in there yesterday.
That was 2 days ago. You talked to me about that burger that you didn't.
No,
you misplaced.
I brought another one. I brought this one yesterday, and I didn't eat it.
You're all good.
I didn't eat it because they had the brisket in there.
Oh yeah.
Yesterday, so I passed on it. Man.
You're all good. You got an iron gut.
It was still cold. It wasn't cheese,
I mean, did you at least check and see if the fridge was still plugged in at least to see what level of
I don't know how long it was plugged. It was unplugged because it's moved.
Oh, it's unplugged.
It's completely. Right, it's moved. Yeah.
Hopefully, no slime in the ice machine.
I guess we'll see.
I think you'll be all right. I think
we'll see it. It was still relatively cold.
Hold on, so.
Look, me and old Granny, Astro Granny. I mean, we put away some food that's been in that now, not necessarily in an unplugged fridge, but that's been in there a while, and we have I'd say we have about a 90% success rate.
It feels like it wasn't unplugged that long.
I hate to tell you.
I'll go in there and check it in a
minute. Yeah, I should be good.
I think you're gonna be all right either way, but I'll check.
I just know when I opened it, a light didn't come on, so I realized that was not plugged.
That'll be your signal. Yeah, that adds up.
So I mean, it felt good. It didn't feel bad. It was 24 hours maybe. So I feel all right about it. All right, something I don't feel all right about. And Tyler, you went there, and I at least believe you enjoyed yourself until the end of the game. But Clint, you've always talked about there are some things that happen where coaches need to be coaches need to meet players at the numbers.
Oh yeah.
Last night, I cannot explain or understand what Udoka and the entire coaching staff was thinking, but ultimately Udoka, because he has the final say so who goes into the game. If I paint a scenario, and this scenario is something that occurred last night, you're blown a lead, and now Kawhi Leonard goes up and gets an and one and goes up 3. It's 105-102. Got 2 seconds left. You've advanced the ball up. Got your timeout. Get your timeout. You design your play to try to get an open 3, see if you can tie this ball game up. Kevin Durant, we also know, is going to be on the floor, correct?
Sure, absolutely.
We understand. All right, got the timeout in. Everybody checking in. Go ahead, go to the score table. Check in. 7, he's in. Kevin Durant. In your mind, who would be the next person on the Houston Rockets roster in which down 3, 2 seconds left, got to have a 3? Who is the next person after KD that you would believe would be the second person you would know, guarantee, would be on the floor?
White boy.
Reed Shepard. How in the hell are now the floor down 2 with 2 seconds, down 3 with 2 seconds left, needing a 3? How is he not on the field, or the court? I don't honest to God, that is just, that's insane. That's like almost trying. What could be the reason that you wouldn't even have him in, even as a decoy? Why wouldn't you have him in?
Well, no, there is no reason. There's no excuse. I'm gonna tell you. I literally stayed dialed into that game. Not that it wasn't hard because it was a good game, but I literally stayed dialed in to see what the last 3 or 4 minutes looked like after our conversation, the Rockets report yesterday with Brandon Scott. I said, all right, let me see how this 3-4 minutes going to play out. Man, they're going to get Reed back out there. They're going to run it like I'm ready to see some stuff that obviously is kind of coming together for the Rockets instead of KD, Şengün, and then just a bunch of running and jumping and shooting, right? Something that resembles a plan. And I'll be damned if I don't think I ever saw Reed Shepard on the floor beyond 4 minutes. I don't think.
Yeah, Tyler, you were there. Reed was struggling last night, right?
No,
struggling in that game.
I think you're being
tough second quarter, didn't he?
Yeah,
he really
you're being
fought
facetious.
through it.
Okay,
really through it second. I mean, he struggled mightily, which clearly understands why you wouldn't have him in the game right there.
Yeah, that run Reed went on in the second quarter. I mean, he was feeling it. He was hooping.
Maybe I don't have it in front of me. Maybe that's what it was. He was struggling shooting in the game.
He was not.
Maybe I just need to look at it. Maybe he was struggling shooting in the game from three, and maybe that's why he went in a different. No, I'll be damned.
Nope.
Made the most, best percentage, 5 of 10.
No.
He made 5 threes.
One of which of the 5 threes you're talking about, one of which was with a very little time on the shot clock from the corner, and it was a catch and shoot situation, and he drained it. So I mean, you can argue that we saw exactly what you needed to draw up.
Yeah, listen, this is just deeper. This isn't even about a free read or what we need to get. Like, there's other conversations of like what we talked about yesterday with Reed Shepard and B. Scott talking about him being in the lineup, being in the ball.
Yeah.
This is just like from there's no way. It's not even a coming to the office, Udoka, and tell me how you arrived here. There's no way you could have arrived to not have Reed Shepard on the floor when you need a 3 with 2 seconds left.
Coming out of a timeout, right?
And he's healthy. Yes, you called timeout.
Uh-huh.
At least a decoy. And instead, you got Amin Thompson, who can't hit a 3 if you're if a 3 was standing directly in front of him.
I don't know what the hell is going on.
Right now, right now he's not. Right? Şengün, like you don't want him shooting a 3. I mean, he's one of your best players. Reed could have been in. All of them. Tari Eason, he shoots from a pretty good percentage, but like there is nothing that makes any sense that you would sit there and then come into the game and this would be your game plan.
You got to be crazy.
Which then I guess extends to think of like, hell, if you don't even put Reed in the situation of down 3 with 2 seconds left and we need a 3 to tie it, then yeah, I do wonder if he'll be able to play more. I do wonder if you think he's an asset if he can't even get in this at this point of the game.
Well, that's
a
where
no-brainer.
That's where my mind goes is in that moment. Other than just what the hell are we doing, right? In the moment, like literally in the moment as I'm watching, like what are we doing? But I tuned in to hopefully see that whole some things start to come together, and what I saw was the exact opposite to the point of where you question the decision that the coach made. Like. I thought if you had anything figured out after talking to B. Scott yesterday, if anything was figured out, I was like, all right, hey, man, I don't know what we're going to do up until about that 4 or 5 minute mark in the fourth quarter, but I know at that point in time, I know who's going to be out there, and I got to believe those guys know kind of what the approach is going to be. We didn't even get that, Ron. No. Instead, we got a very suspect decision from the coach that, as you said, is inexcusable.
It's not suspect. It's just it's a bad decision. It's the only thing that would be worse is if you didn't put KD there and he fell.
That'd be bad.
That's the only thing. That's the only thing that's worse, right? I mean, it's like, all right, hey man, CJ's got the ball, boy. We're down 4 at the 40, right? We got in the Hail Mary. Hey, Higgins and Nico, why don't you guys go grab a seat? We want to put Jalen Noel. We want to put
Noel and Christian Kirk and Woody Marks out there.
Woody Marks and Jalen Noel out to the outsides. That's what we want to do. Hey,
jumpers.
Nico and Higgins, grab a seat. It's that dumb.
Yeah.
Like that was smartest guy in the room.
Well, did anybody ask him about it?
I don't even want to know. I saw that he spoke. I don't think I'm ready to hear about it. I don't think I'm ready to hear his answer. Text line, I did see the K-State coach. Yeah, that was nuts. You want to talk about college sports? Why don't you take one of these times in these breaks to hear Jerome Tang, former Baylor assistant, hear what he said about his team.
Holy smokes!
His ass. This is a person who's delusional, who isn't under impression that he's about to get fired, but talking cash. Threatened a 6 a.m. practice is what he said following the game last night.
Why wouldn't you, man? Let it hang, Tang.
My man said those guys don't deserve to wear that purple. They don't deserve to wear those jerseys, and many of them won't have them on next year.
Oh,
that's what he kicked it off.
That's
man.
great. I love it.
And then he told the media, "You got 2 questions. I'm beyond pissed." 2.
That is great. Well, I wonder how he came up with 2.
He only gave him 2. All right, 713-572-4610. Those of you on the Base Power text line, would you be all right if the Texans decided to draft a running back in the first round? We'll discuss that.
610.
Musical chairs with the offensive line again. Musical chairs with the offensive line again.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
See, old Jerome that made it on the first block of PTI.
Was Tang too tough on his players? I tell you what, Tang was too tough on me a lot of times in college. Billiard spot had them Tangs, man.
The juice?
Oh yeah, boy.
Some Tang.
They put Everclear. They put Everclear in fro. You'd love this. This would have been
Tang?
Ron to show
what's it called?
would have been posted up in the corner.
What was the drink called?
Tang. Frozen Tang.
But you said you was putting Everclear.
I did not. The place did.
Oh, I wondered if they named it something. I've had Tang now.
They served Tangs. I think it was Tuesday night Tangs. Billiards. What was that? Something billiard. Rack'em. No, that was in Baytown. What was the name of it? I'm telling you, man. Everclear in them Tangs, and you could go. I mean, the whole university made their way over there. I mean, that place was slammed now.
Everclear and Tang.
Y'all remember them Tang commercials with the monkeys?
I do not.
That's what it reminded me of. Those silly ass monkeys. Tang was good though. It tasted.
They got a name for this?
Ron, it was a frozen.
It was frozen.
Tang.
Man,
I'm not a big frozen drink guy.
I'm getting hot.
I'm not either.
I'm getting hot and bothered.
Them Tuesday Tangs. Tuesday night Tangs.
I am.
Yeah, with that scenery running around that campus. Yeah, you ease on.
Call it a little jungle juice. A common base includes 1 part Everclear, 2 parts vodka, 1 part Tang.
No, I made some jungle juice before, but the juice didn't quite matter. I mean, it was. I mean, what kind of juice you got in that fridge? Dump it in here.
Put it in there.
It wasn't no guy Tang make jungle juice. Nah, jungle dude. We use fruit punch. We could use some orange juice. We could use some grape juice.
In there.
Apple juice. Whatever you got in there, baby.
Grape juice.
That's it.
Take a communion out that day.
Anything take the burn out of that Everclear, man. And we got us some jungle juice. No, that Tang.
We still doing Everclear? We go out to places. I always use that as a joke. They're like, "What can I get you? Let me get a shot of Everclear."
The first time you did it, I thought you were serious. I thought, "Whoa, wait, are you kidding me? I ain't heard of Everclear since college."
I was about to say, are we still selling that?
Nobody I know drinks it.
I mean, they still sell a Mad Dog, bro.
Oh no, I know they still sell Everclear.
I hadn't thought to. That's what I'm gonna go and look for it next time I go in.
Let's go get drunk on it, man.
I mean, the only way they're not selling it right is if it's illegal now. If there's some kind of ingredient that's illegal. Has it been
discontinued?
I mean, that was popular enough that if something was illegal, they would just take it out and continue to sell it.
Yeah, Panama 2007.
Well, that's when that Everclear got you?
One of the times.
Northgate 2014.
Attaboy.
Oh, wow. I don't know that I remember Everclear ever getting me like that.
Oh, man.
I can tell you, orange juice vodka got me one.
Kalamazoo, Michigan.
You was in Michigan when it happened?
No, they were in Panama.
Oh, she was. Yeah, I got you. I got you.
Everclear. That'll box you in. Yeah, I don't even. Yeah, I remember. I just now remembering the old bottle, the look of it. Yeah, I remember that. Well, Everclear and Tang. If they still sell it, I'm gonna try it. And Tyler goes, "Let's just go get drunk off of this.
Have ourselves a nostalgic night. Get wasted on some Everclear."
Let's have a night. Now, what's your thoughts about this? Because before we get into it, your thoughts, and people have texted in, do you believe that running back is a high priority for the Texans? Is that that is a position that is a high priority that they need to solve? Yeah, I got it, baby. I've been looking at it. Is that Specs got it, huh? Go check it. All right. Is it? Do you feel that running back is high on the list of priorities that they need to obtain in the offseason?
Yes, I do. I mean, I to some degree, absolutely. I mean, whether they believe that Woody Marks is going to be their starter and he's their 1A and they just need a 1B and they're going to go more like a second, third round type of guy, or a kind of a middle of the pack, back that'll complement Woody well, or that Woody will complement well. Whether they're going that direction, or the direction I would like for them to take is to go after a straight bell cow and have a guy that would make Woody Marks your third down back. But yeah, I got to believe to some degree that the Houston Texans are looking to upgrade the running back room. And when I say upgrade the running back room, I don't mean better depth. I mean somebody that could play a serious role in this offense.
Yeah. And we've seen some guys like that here go in the first round here the last several years.
Yeah.
We've seen guys that absolutely every lane. The one thing is this year, Clint, I think that guy exists, but I think there's only one of them. And we've been coming to the point where teams aren't as afraid of drafting running backs high anymore, right? There was a period there where they were slowing up on that, but the Raiders they drafted Ashton Genty in the top 10. We've seen multiple guys go early, go into the top 10 here recently. And so I think Jeremiah Love is somebody that fits exactly what you're saying, right? I think, boy, if you could find a way, if that's your answer at running back right there, then, we could do a little Jeremiah Love and Woody Marks. Like that would be something. I don't know that they would spend the capital, and if it's smart for them to spend the capital that would it take to go up to get him. But that, to me, is the only reason why I don't know if it's a realistic option, or it should be, because there's just one. If there were multiple, because we've seen some. There a couple of years ago, there were about 3 running backs that went in the first round. I just don't think this year is that type of year.
Look, I don't care how they get there, but I would be A-okay if they do it in aggressive fashion. Whether that's moving up in the draft because Jeremiah Love maybe slips a little bit, which I don't know. I doubt he will. But if he slips out of the top 10 and all of a sudden he's available and you got to make a big move, I'd be A-okay with it. I think the Texans are that caliber. I don't think the Texans are 2 or 3 third and fourth round picks away from being Super Bowl caliber team, a Super Bowl caliber offense. I think the Texans are a couple of difference makers on the offensive side of the football away from being a Super Bowl caliber team. And that in order to make that happen at really any position other than quarterback, whether it's draft, free agent, or trade, you're going to have to reach a little bit. You're going to have to spend a little bit. You're going to have to be aggressive. And so, I don't. If it's draft and they got to trade up and use a little draft capital to go get that guy, that's higher up in the draft. They've locked in on him, and that's the guy that can take this thing to the next level. Then do it.
Because it's worked out, man. You look at the draft we went to in 2023. You look at, and that's Bijan Robinson coming in at 8 and Jahmyr Gibbs coming in at 12.
Yeah.
Or I'm sorry, at 12. And it's like, whoo, like you got a chance to kind of pull that off. Like I don't think either one of those teams at all regret.
No.
And I think teams would now what you're looking at would move up to try to get a player like that.
Yeah.
And the reason I think it is very important for them to get a good running back. We just saw, I don't know, and I know you talked about Joe Mixon. We just don't know where he's going to be physically next year. But it is clear the difference that a great running back or a better running back than a lesser running back can see from vision, from cuts, all of that, where they can break tackles and create runs that aren't there from other backs that are lesser. It is a difference when you have a better back, a great back compared to, a backup back or somebody that you wouldn't want to give the ball to. I think it's a clear difference of what a running game can be.
There's got to be some kind of elite trait.
Yep.
You know what I mean? No offense to third and fourth round running backs. You ain't got an elite trait. I mean, you can be a good back. I mean, hell, you can be a free agent. We've seen free agents around here come out and be great running backs. Like I'm not saying that there's those situations don't exist, but you don't have, whether it's size, speed, vision, you don't have an elite trait if you're in the third or fourth round. And so that's what I believe, that this offense is a couple of elite traits away from really, really making some noise here. And I just don't. Again, like I said before, I think if we're talking about the draft specifically, I don't think the Texans get better if they load up on late draft picks. If they're trading back in the draft, I don't think they get better. Now they might do that. They might trade back in the draft. That's been something that Nick will do. Now they may do that, but then to turn the volume up in free agency.
Yeah, I mean, if they decide to go that route and answer that there, because you can do that, and I feel like that's probably what they're going to have to do, because I don't think they're going to move up from the late 20s to go up to get that back. But they've got to get that, and especially what this offense wants to do. They want to run the football. They've got to get, as you said. I mean, they can't. They saw what how Joe Mixon looked as opposed to Dameon Pierce, Singletary, Woody Marks, Nick Chubb.
Well, look, if you look too, Ron, this I can hear him saying it already. You know, this organization could go backwards in the draft, and then the comments coming out afterwards could very easily be, well, look, man, look what Ariante Ursary did last year. He wasn't a first rounder. Look what Higgins did. He wasn't a first rounder. Look how good of a returner. And that's the
I would say to those last two, look what they did.
Yeah, well, that scares the hell out of me. Well, look what Woody Marks did. That scares the hell out of me, because I just none of those guys, look, tip the cap, respect, had really good rookie years. None of those guys and what they did their rookie year is going to move the needle from where you are right now to Super Bowl, AFC Championship type of team. Type of offense. They're not. I mean, it's just like there's got to be bigger splashes than that right there.
They need a back that can make things easier on their offensive line. That can see things and get yards even when things aren't perfectly blocked. Those are usually what the better running backs are able to do. And somebody who I think can sustain more carries and more touches than maybe some of the other guys that we see in the league. I think they're really going to focus on that. All right, a little 5 o'clock fire as we continue some news coming from the Texans. They're going to really add an economic impact to the city. We'll let you know the latest on that. We'll look at what happened to the game that Tyler was at yesterday. I mean, I thought we were past this. Tyler going to games and just things getting blown out of proportion. We went to the Titans game. I thought we were past that. Maybe not. We'll see. And Durant, not only was he talking about last night's game, but he talked a little bit about the All-Star game, which was interesting as well. All of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, located in the heart of
Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is Tyler Milner. He is super excited about a promotion that the Texas Rangers are doing. I mean, it's the most exciting thing.
Oh, my first topic.
I'm just saying, like he is fired up about what the and like I've never in my life seen like Tyler, I believe during the break said, I think they automatically deserve the silver boot just because.
Get the hell out of here.
Because
Arlington clown.
The bloody jersey is the best promo item in Texas sports history. I believe Tyler typed that.
Did not.
What did they do? They made a bunch of replicas.
No, come on, get in here. Tell them about it.
I'll lay it out for you.
You're fired up. Come on, act like you ain't fired up about it.
I'm not
yes,
fired
you
up.
Are.
No, I hate Arlington.
You messing with your image.
Do you just kind of think if we could get tickets for that night, do you want to go and get a jersey?
Hell no. Maybe
on,
if the Astros are playing.
Come on, you don't want to get that jersey? You don't put that in the man cave?
What Rod is talking about is the Arlington Rangers have a promotional night coming up this baseball season where they're going to be giving away replica jerseys of the Nolan Ryan bloody Rangers jersey when he took a comebacker off the grill, bled all over his white jersey, kept on pitching, of course, because Nolan Ryan's a badass, but they're giving away the replica jerseys with, like, fake blood stains on it. And I must admit, it's pretty cool.
You want it?
It's pretty cool.
It is, man. Just say it.
I can admit that, but I ain't gonna say
Rangers,
it's the best.
The Rangers did a great job.
Was that not
Rangers marketing team did a tremendous job.
That wasn't
you can leave
after
the marketing team off, but just the Rangers.
Was that not after he kicked Robert Ventura's ass?
No, a lot of people will get those confused. No, he didn't have no blood on him because Ventura didn't get nothing in. You know,
that's fair. That was a great point.
Had that sucker at a headlock
and headlock punching. That's how the freaks play.
Now he makes great beef.
Wow, good for you, man.
Robin or
Nolan Ryan?
Nolan Ryan.
Does he make great beef? Huh? All right, well, good for you, man. Congratulations, man. And whenever Tyler Milner can take a look at the Texas Rangers and give them a salute, as he just did.
It's a good day, huh?
I mean, it's good, man. It's good.
I can admit it.
Where do they get off by calling themselves Texas? Anyway.
A-holes, turds.
Just took the whole state name, huh? Where do they get off? Who the hell they think they are?
Clowns.
This couldn't have been the Dallas Rangers. All right. But no, man, good news here, and this is one you want to be looking out for because tomorrow you'll get a lot more information about this. From the horse's mouth, it's Texans President Mike Tonin. He will join Payne and Pendergast tomorrow 9 a.m. to discuss the latest. And the latest is the Houston Texans, this according to Adam Schefter, have announced that they are building a sports and entertainment destination that will include their headquarters and training complex. It's going to be an 83-acre project up in northwest Houston. Bridgeland, have you ever heard? I've not heard of Bridgeland. You maybe you have.
Yeah, I mean, I heard of Bridgeland High School.
Oh, the high school.
I've never. I don't know that I've ever been up that way, but I mean, I know.
Have heard of Bridgeland High School. But the district will be called the Toro District. Let's stick a pin in that. The Toro District is what that will be called. But it's scheduled to open in 2029. Projected. This, according to Aaron Wilson, projected to generate $34 million in long-term economic impact and create more than 17,000 jobs. Clint, this is a big thing that the Texans and the McNairs broke, and I'm interested to see what this looks like and what this brings and what this entertainment district will look like.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, I think this has been a long time coming. I don't know how people are going to, respond to moving so far away. Anytime you do that, obviously, you some folks are bothered by it. And
change.
Obviously, there's going to be a crew up north that absolutely love it. And there's going to be a crew out this window here to the south of us that don't like it. But Look, I think it's a great move. I think it's the Texans. I mean, really, as an organization, the McNairs as an ownership group, that I mean, they're just taking this thing to a whole nother level. And you've mentioned it multiple times. I mean, you go around to some of the newer venues, if you will, or the newer stadiums, and there's either, like I mean, whether it's shops or bars or entertainment districts all around. And as a part of the stadium itself, and it's just an experience going down there where, look, there's nothing wrong with going over here where you're going for a game, you're going for the rodeo. It's just a matter of getting that, doing that. But this is one where I think the McNairs can actually own all of it and operate all of it and do a million different things out of it. And it'll be the home of the Texans, so it'll be something everybody's proud of. So, yeah, it's going to be cool, man.
I hope it's another spot and area, like where you can, like, people can have a good time, family, whatever, have a good time, go out and have a good time. Toro District, good with that?
Well, I mean, that's just a hell of a commitment to Toro. I mean,
but what kind of commitment does Toro have to make to the Toro District? Like, does he always have to be there?
Roaming around.
He got to have his face on that thing as soon as you roll in that thing.
Hell with his face. His ass has got to be there.
He's got to be grazing.
Well, I mean,
I don't want a second Toro. I want Toro. He needs to be there.
I mean, this is going to have the opportunity. I think at every main entryway, there should be a big metal bull. At the live version of Toro, not the mascot.
That can get dangerous.
No, I didn't mean live. I meant that.
There's got to be a signature drink.
I didn't mean a guy standing on 2 feet. I meant just a bull, like what's outside what would that be? The West Gate over here?
Yeah.
Like that, like the herd of bulls, or however you want to couch it. Like those should be all over the damn place.
I like it.
Big metal, bad. I mean, testes dragging the ground. I mean, it should be.
We don't need all that.
I think it'd be tremendous.
I'll never forget, we were
running of the bulls, baby, all over.
We were in the press box, and they had like them graphics running on the field, like bulls running on the field. And he said, "What the hell?" You remember?
A robot.
He thought it was a robot. He thought it was. I said, "No, man, that's just computer generated."
Technology is wild.
He said, "Whoa, man!"
That's crazy, man. I saw it on the TV, and I started looking for it on the field, and I was like, "What's going on here?" It was on the TV.
Just running other bulls.
Yeah, I think Cal should have been selfish on this. It's just going to be called Cal's District. That's what I think. I think Cal. And,
there damn sure ought to be a steakhouse in there called Cookout with Cal or whatever the hell we were.
Man. Yeah, this ought to be. I'm really interested in seeing like what's the entertainment part of this. Like I'm obviously their headquarters and the training complex is going to be first class. I mean, I'm sure that's going to be that. But I'm intrigued when they're talking about to generate $34 million long term, 17,000 jobs. I wonder what that all entails and what that area will look like. That's kind of intriguing.
No, it's just the headquarters, right? So it's a practice. It's like the Star. With the Cowboys have the Star. It's going to be something similar to that.
But they're building a sports and entertainment like a district. I think it's supposed to be around it. Yeah. So.
Well, I think that one of the cool things, obviously Jerry built hotels and everything around the practice field there at the Star. But one of the cool things is that indoor event center they have where you can host playoff games and stuff like that, where there's not, I mean, obviously it's not big. I mean, big enough to do an NFL game, but it's big enough to have training camp there and have fans. It's big enough to do, host high school games and things like that. Yeah. That'd be cool. I'm sure that'll be a part of it. We'll find out tomorrow morning, 9 a.m.
Absolutely. Right here, the president, he will join Payne and Pendergast coming up tomorrow, 9 a.m. sharp, right here on Sports Radio 610.
5 o'clock fire.
All right. Tyler was there yesterday, and hopefully best bets went better. We'll talk about that coming up here in the next segment. But Tyler was there last night. Kawhi Leonard gets 19 points in the fourth quarter. Last night, that felt like one of the most disappointing losses, and then it really sucks to go into the All-Star break with that. That's the last game they'll play until they come back after the All-Star break. Clint, just the feel, and we talked about this a little bit with Brandon yesterday. The feel of this team that came into yesterday the 3 seed in the West. Like you feel like they're in desperate need of a shift or some changes coming up after the All-Star break. It just doesn't feel right. And last night's game was they're better than that team. Like the Clippers, they've traded away. The Clippers have thrown up the white flag, and this is the second of a back-to-back. I'm surprised Kawhi played, and you had a double-digit lead, and you couldn't hold that, and you made mistakes from the coaching staff to the players. It's just they've got to figure something out.
I tell you, I mean, because when you're third in the West, it's hard to sit here and really complain. But I mean, to me, this team right now, going to the break, it strikes me as a team that, as the better teams in the West and really in the NBA, as the season draws to an end and the games get more important, and the really good players and really good teams, they stomp on the gas, they get things figured out, they all start playing defense. I don't know that the Houston Rockets have anywhere to go.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
they got to figure out it. They need to figure something out. They're trying to get somewhere to go.
Well, what does that look like for the Rockets? I guess I'm saying I feel like all of those teams around the Rockets that are expected to be in the mix down the stretch, I feel like they're going to get significantly more serious and significantly better as after the All-Star break. And I can't see where the Rockets are going to do that. I mean, Kevin Durant's already playing. I hope Garnett's not playing long minutes, but Kevin Durant's already playing long minutes. I mean, he's playing back-to-backs. He's trying his damnedest to lead the show. I just don't know what else they can do to make that happen. And I don't see the guys that aren't contributing in a major way. It's not like there's going to be some switch that they're going to be able to flip to all of a sudden do it. So a little nervous about the Rockets on the backside of the All-Star break. Yeah,
and maybe that's something we could talk about tomorrow. It's a little long-term tease. Maybe some talk about tomorrow. What can they do to pick? This can't just be hey guys, just play better. Like we got it. Like not only just play better, but like we got to figure something out, right? Like Amin Thompson, he's not going to change how he's shooting in the second half. Right. The odds of that aren't right, and Jabari Smith not going to just all of a sudden you would assume take off. Now, Şengün has kind of been the phrase I've said before, leaking oil here a little bit late. So hopefully you think he can play better. Had another 16-9 performance yesterday, but yeah, they've got to do more than just, hey guys, just pick it up. They've got to do something to shake something up, and maybe we can figure out what some of that is coming up. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow. But they go into the break blowing that lead last night against the Clippers, and had a chance to sweep that 2-game home back-to-back that Tyler went to. Maybe that was it.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Kevin Durant after the game was not only talking about that game in the first half, but he was also asked about the All-Star game coming up, and this is around that time frame where a lot of the players are going to get annoyed because they're about to get run down about how they are in All-Star games. And Kevin Durant, when he was asked about them competing in the All-Star game, said that he joked on Wednesday that he was playing with an old head squad along with LeBron James, Steph Curry, Kawhi Leonard, and company. And he said, and this has been picking up a lot, is you should ask the Europeans in the world if they're going to compete. And he laughed while he said that. He said, if you look at Luka and Jokic now, let's go back and look at what they do in All-Star games. Is that competition? So we haven't questioned what they are doing, but we're all questioning the old heads in the Americans. So he went in there and let it rip. My thing is, one, I think Kevin, for you and LeBron, you LeBron and Steph are the face and have been the face of the league. So of course they're going to get it more. Now I do agree, Jokic and Luka may be the two best players in the league, arguably, but they should get it because they sure as hell ain't playing hard in those games. But I understand they get that. But I just think people just have like memory or decided memory loss. Like, we need to get back to the days of Kobe. All right, I think you should probably track some of those late All-Star games that Kobe was a part of. I believe Kobe's last one, they scored in the 190s,
I feel like
and they almost got to 200 when it's like they ain't playing no defense out there. So I think this All-Star game has been getting silly for a while now in terms of not competing.
Well, I mean, the NBA. I mean, if we want to get into that conversation, the NBA has some problems.
They have a problem with this. That's why they're trying to change it.
But it's not even. I mean, so often we can focus in on the All-Star game if we want to, but I mean, regular season NBA leaves a lot to be desired when these guys are capable of what they're doing. I don't think that's no secret. I don't think it's a secret. Then you tack on the load management. Some are more severe than others, and then you talk about the All-Star game and just how it's become a joke. It's hard to blame guys for the All-Star game becoming a joke. Again, it's just additional risks that you're taking, and so it's hard to look at that and go, boy, this is a major problem. But I think when you look at the overall problem is, man, anything beyond late season basketball or playoff basketball is, I think, is less of a product than what they're capable of putting out there, and it's gradually getting worse and worse and worse and more acceptable to play less and load manage more and all that kind of stuff. So I mean I think that is a very real problem that the NBA has overall, and the All-Star game is just a piece of that.
Yeah, and I think KD he's locked and loaded, ready for for the All-Star game thing, because he's one of the he's the one. Him, I would say those three, him, Steph, and LeBron, because they've been the faces. They get it that way. And I'm just saying, I understand that when the league is. When there's an issue, it's not surprising that the faces of your league are the ones that they're talking about.
Yeah.
But I would understand where his thought was like, hey, man, shoot, we was putting up almost 200 points when Kobe and Garnett was out there. What nobody giving them hell like that? But I guess maybe your point is maybe the All-Star game was the only thing that people were pissed off at as much as others.
Well, I just think the source of people being pissed off, I think, is it's slowly but surely growing, and the All-Star game is just the blatant, just here it is in your face that everybody wants to talk about, and the rest of the NBA world stops while this goes on, and so there's no distraction.
Yeah.
So, yeah, look, I think it's real overall, and I would love. I don't care who it is, whether it's the Europeans or the Americans or old head, whoever the hell it is. I would just love for one of those teams. Hey, let's go play this game like a.
Yeah, it's clearly an issue.
Let's just go D these sunbucks up and hold them to 80 points.
Yeah, they've changed the format 15 times. It feels like in the last 4 years.
I don't even know what it is right now, to be honest with you.
Oh, it's those they split those teams up. They've got like the international team. They've got like
the world.
Yeah,
they got world, European, and old heads.
No, the world, and they've got like old heads. They've got like rising stars, and then I think there's another younger team that isn't LeBron and Steph and them. Yeah, they're playing a 4-team round robin thing now. Is what they've rolled through. All right, coming up, T-Mill's best bets. He's still in the red, but how bad? We'll let you know. It may still be fade time. He added more than he had yesterday, and also, is Yordan Alvarez still the most important player for the Houston Astros? Let's discuss that next. But before we get there, guys, let me tell you why I have made the switch to base power.
Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Tyler didn't go 0 for 4 last night.
Hell yeah.
Nor he didn't go 0 for 5. He was 0 for on Tuesday. He did not go 0 for. However, he did go 2 for 5. So he's still in the red. 3 for 13, 23% on the week.
It's getting rough.
But this is like starting the weekend now, so this kind of changes. Like, so I guess you could have gone college basketball, probably not. Why not, man?
That was my intention.
Yeah, but to hell with it. But T-Mill's best bet. So if you're that individual who said yesterday you've been fading him for the last a couple weeks, probably still had a pretty good day then yesterday.
You're welcome.
I probably made you some money. You're
welcome.
welcome.
Cash. We'll do that coming up here in just a bit. T-Mill's best bets. Tyler, for you, jump in here. 713-572-4610 base power text line. YouTube and Twitch, you know you're involved as well. Is Yordan Alvarez still the most important player, most important piece for the Houston Astros?
I'd say yes of the folks that hold a bat, but overall, no. I would say he's still up there, but, I mean, these arms, that's all I keep thinking about.
See, Tyler and Clint, it was always Yordan for me the last couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
And now I look at this team and I'm like, if something ever happened, either that he is not the pitcher that we've seen him to be the last year and a half, or he is hurt or something, and Hunter Brown's not there, that is the one player that drops my confidence in the team. If he's not playing at a certain level or not there, than anybody else on the team. Because I feel like you can make up for some period of time with everybody else. I don't know that you can. I don't know that you can with Hunter Brown, at least from what we know what's behind him right now.
Yeah, look, I 100% agree. I think it's without a doubt that the most important player on this team is Hunter Brown. I think you've got a lot of arms behind him, but you can't right now confidently give me 2 through 5 or 6 if they want to go 6. You can't give it to me in this starting rotation. So, and you look at the guys behind Hunter Brown, and you've got young guys that we have no idea if they're going to take the next step, different levels of potential. Don't know if they're going to take the next step. We've got guys that have come out of the pen and have been starters, have been great in both places, but a little bit banged up, injured here or there. Are they going to be able to come back from injury? You've got guys that are coming over from Japan. Are they going to make that transition well? I mean, there's just a lot of like, hey, man, can this guy stay healthy? Can this guy take the next step? Can this guy handle the transition from one country to another, one league to another? There's a lot of that behind Hunter Brown, and there's very little. Well, there's not little. There's no for sure, and so you lose Hunter Brown, man, you're in a really bad spot. I don't give a damn what your lineup looks like, and so I got to go with Hunter Brown as well.
Yeah, boy, because it looks the way that we were looking at. Sometimes we would look at that lineup when Yordan was out last year, looking in there, and you're like, damn, Jake's batting fourth. Jake, that's what the rotation looks like. Real quick, if you look over that damn thing, you're like, all right, our horses, Christian Javier. That's not how you want. Now, if he's the old Christian hopeful, but not the one that's just come off surgery. Text line coming in. Show actually right for once. Hunter Brown is him. Kiss all my ass. The right for once.
That's a lot of landscape.
All of it. Yep.
Big backdrop.
East to west, north to south, and all the way to North Dakota.
Yep.
Kiss it all.
Mm-hmm.
All of it.
It's a lot of it.
Get into Canada.
Bring you some chapstick.
Yeah. Bring something, some water.
Boy, got a big ass over there. Bring some chapstick.
Yep, and you'll be kissing all of it. I've been right more than once, damn it.
Got to bring you some safety gear, too. There's a crack in there you might fall in.
You might, if you're soft. Tyler, what's T-Mill's best bets? What you got? What you got tonight? By the way, remember, if you are looking to fade or if you're looking to see what his bets are.
You said it right.
If you're looking at, I slipped up. If you're looking to see what his bets are, and he's not slowing up either, go to @TMillRealDeal as you can find all of that there. Where you at?
Yeah, not slowing up. I only know one speed, which means you get 5 more, not best bets, but bets for tonight around the NBA.
That's not true. You've bet 4 on Monday and Tuesday. You've taken the speed up in the last 2 days.
I guess technically it's accelerated.
Well, to be fair, 2 for 5 is better than 13%.
We're improving. We're moving in the right direction. The arrow is pointing
40%.
up, as Cal would say.
So 5 may be the magic number.
Yeah, I'm feeling some perfection tonight,
those other
man.
days. Yeah.
Just kidding.
Don't worry
Let's be
about
real.
that, man.
5 bets once again after 2 for 5 last night.
This is the one.
This is the one, baby. Big number for the Bucks as far as points goes. I'm taking all of them. Bucks plus 11.5 tonight. They're going to be in OKC taking on the Thunder. The Thunder been playing good basketball, but I like 11.5 points.
Is SGA playing? That's it. He's been hurt. I don't think he is because that's who Şengün replaced in the All-Star game. That could be big for you. Okay. All right. Yeah, he's out. He's out tonight.
All right. Pick number 2 tonight is a team and taking the points. The Dallas Mavericks plus 6.5 in LA taking on the Lakers. Pick number 3 in that same game. I'm on the under. It's a very big number. Everybody's playing, so they're going to score, but under 237.5 points I think is pretty damn safe.
Yeah, I said no Luka. No Luka tonight. He's missing his 4th.
Oh, Luka isn't playing.
No,
I had checked a little while ago, and everybody was good.
No, he's playing. He's missing his 4th straight.
So that makes that bet better. Awesome. And then 2 player props here. Austin Reeves, the Whitey with the LA Lakers, over 5.5 assists for Austin Reeves tonight. And then Chet
You have to drive through it without cracking a laugh
can't help
for it to land.
Damn
you
it.
said it. You got to push through it.
You're right. Let me try again. My fellow pasty face, Austin Reeves in L.A. with the Lakers, over 5.5 assists tonight. And then lastly, your 5th and final pick tonight is Chet Holmgren, OKC Thunder, under 18.5 points for Chet. Clint, I feel like you would like that one. What do you think, boys? Those are your best bets. I'm nervous. I'm not going to lie. I'm nervous. I need a winner.
Chet's the one that has me nervous because not only is SGA out, but also Williams, their second best player, is out. So I wonder how many shots Chet will get. Reeves, that feels pretty good. I think he's been coming off the bench and he's on a minutes restriction, but he is going to get the ball a lot in his hands when they're out there. So that's one out. The under 237.5 is pretty good with no Luka out there.
What'd you get hung up on?
I got hung up on the point. On the point, getting to the point. That 237, that point.
I thought I was going to have to give him a old pat on the back over there.
Had to give me, man, a little stutter right there.
My bets have been so bad, it's got him all like glitching.
Oh, man, that point, man. I was trying to get to that point, man. Couldn't get it out.
Trying to get to that hook, wasn't you?
I'm trying to, man. That Bucks OKC one, that's when it looks good, but I don't know. That's when I wouldn't. I mean, nobody's playing in that damn game. No Giannis, no SGA, no Williams. That is.
Yeah, Tyler's betting on the ship that sailed over the world champion depth there.
Tonight, man.
Yeah, they've had a lot of guys out. So, so the Reeves one's a good one, and the Mavs. Let's try it again. That under 237.5, that 237.5.
Nailed it.
We'll see if we can. Those are probably the 2 best ones there. Go to @TMillRealDeal where you can see best bets and go ahead and lock those in to fade. Coming up next, as we continue. Yeah, I got you, Tyler. I had you. Does it sound funky when you hear C.J. Stroud, 20th best quarterback in football? Does that sound right to you? We'll discuss that next.
Hey, look, if you're out there and you're dealing with chronic joint pain, I'm telling you, QC.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610.
Take a rocket ship to the stars.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Coming up behind us as we continue here live on The Drive. Don't stop. As Sports Radio 610 will keep you rolling. Texans All Access, Vandermeer, John Harris, and John McClain. He will be joining the fellas as he does on each Thursday as they will be talking about the new changes, the new Texans facility. Remember, tomorrow the president, Mike Tonin, will join Payne and Pendergast 9 a.m. tomorrow. 9 a.m. Make sure you listen. And if you're interested in looking to get more information on the new facility that should be breaking or opening in 2029 and the Toro District, all of that, you'll learn more of that tomorrow as he will join Payne and Pendergast. But they'll be talking about that tonight after we get done. Payne and Pendergast, the General John McClain. And then following that, Area 45, the best damn late-night sports show in all of Houston. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, they got you going 7 to 11, so stay tuned for that. I got these people trying to troll me. Hey, we could open up, Tyler, the Kiss My Ass Club, right?
VIP.
Hey, I got time. You, this other person, congratulations, you're right more than once. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. Nah, hey, I got enough ass for both of y'all can kiss it all at once.
Had never heard that one before. Good one, man.
You're a left cheek guy? You take the right.
Face or ass?
I'm an ass.
Okay. I'll just make sure. That's two very different cheeks.
The Kiss My Ass Club. That's where the...
You're right. I'm an idiot.
All right. Before the season, C.J. Stroud, the Ringer, had him listed at 11. The number 11 ranked quarterback, which I think felt good, felt right coming off of last year's performance. 2 years ago's performance, now we'll say that. And then preseason, he was voted 13th by when ESPN did the coaches, GMs, front office. They had him as a 13th best quarterback in that love range with him and love. And so they had him there. I saw a listing, Clint, and they had him rated as the 20th best quarterback going into next year. The 20th best quarterback, C.J. Stroud, going into next year. I don't know about how you all feel. When you hear that, it hit me funky. And it didn't. It sounded like, I know we had a rough end to the year, and I know that maybe he didn't take the steps forward and this year you could see him taking a bit of a step back. But when 20 just hearing it felt strong. I however would say if we start going through these teams, Clint, start going through these quarterbacks, it's a little bit closer than maybe you think. Because right off the bat, right, you can look at it and you can tell, like, hey, Mahomes, Allen, Jackson, Stafford, Burrow, I would say that's kind of that top tier. They've been consistently really, really good, and I think all of them are probably Hall of Famers. Like those guys, I think they are consistently there, right? Like we've got multiple MVP winners there. Josh Allen won it 2 years ago. Stafford just won it this year. Lamar won it the year before that, and Joe Burrow's Joe Burrow. Right? I don't think we go anywhere here. Here is where I think many people have felt before. I'll go here, Clint. Dak Prescott, Herbert, Goff, Trevor Lawrence, who had a bounce-back season, Caleb Williams. Do you have him clearly behind all of them?
Yes, I do.
So that gets us to 10. Sam Darnold just won a championship, but he did lead the NFL in turnovers this year. Do you have?
I'm okay with turnovers.
I don't mind.
I'm not going to coach my quarterback into a corner worried about turnovers. I need my quarterback.
Somebody's doing that.
Which, by the way, if you've never played the position, you'll never get it. I'm typically not that guy of like, hey, I played it. That's not it. But I'm just telling you, you can be a head coach, you can be a defensive guy, you can be a wide receiver, you can be a play caller, you can be anything you want. If you've never quarterbacked and had someone try to coach you into a corner, it is a bad place to be. Now, a lot of it is on your own. You got it because of you. A lot of it has you resisting. But nonetheless, I know where you're going.
But yeah, so you have Darnold. Do you have Darnold ahead of him right now?
Yes.
It's hard not to.
Yeah.
What about Drake May, who looked like hell in the playoffs as well? And there's an argument he looked as bad as CJ did in his final game against the Seahawks in the Super Bowl, but he did finish one vote from winning the MVP this year. Do you have Drake May ahead of him?
Yes.
What about Jordan Love in Green Bay?
Ahead of him.
All right, Baker Mayfield.
Ahead of him.
Brock Purdy.
Ahead of him.
Okay, we've reached 15, guys.
Well, you can say 16 because I did not slot Jalen Hurts in my mix here because Jalen Hurts.
I was going to get to Jalen Hurts. Hurts. I think Jalen Hurts, Bo Nix, Daniel Jones is in that next range.
Yeah.
Where do you have him?
For me, Hurts could be top 10 if he's in the if you told me Hurts was going to have. He is very system specific.
Well, I think Hurts
and we know that
he was clearly a top 10 quarterback after last year.
Yeah. In the right system, he's a top 10 guy. Like he is a top 10 guy, but he is as system dependent as anybody in the league right now. So I don't have Jalen Hurts slotted in there. He could be in the 6 through 10. He could very easily, definitely be in the 10 through 15. But it just, there's some factors there. So to get to C.J. Stroud, I would have him in the 16 to 20 range.
Ooh, 17 to be exact, because you got Bo Nix, so you don't have him in front of. You got him in front of Bo Nix.
I would have him in front of Bo Nix. I would have him in front of Daniel Jones. I can't put him in front of them other cats, man. I mean, Baker, a lot of people would. I'm a little bit higher on Baker than most folks, so Baker could be one that folks would be like, what are you talking about? But we're talking about to win games one season.
Going into next year.
You need that guy. That's where I would have.
Some people are texting in, how can you have him behind Nix?
Well,
Bo, have him in front of Nix, excuse me.
Look, I think Bo is he's benefiting greatly from Sean Payton, which again, that's part of who Bo is. But a lot of what Bo does is I mean, it's inconsistent. It is outside the offense. It's it's not a super convincing product as it pertains to this. I wouldn't be mad for some folks that would throw him up there in the 10 through 15 range, but I look at the 10 through 15 range, and those guys have sustained a certain level, or made it to a Super Bowl, or consistently been. I just can't. I can't put.
I think with the exception of Brock Purdy, and I think you can even throw Bo Nix into this. I think all of those other guys that you've thrown up there, they are clearly the ones that they're driving the offense. They're clearly the ones that's who they're playing through. Like when they say, how are we going to win the game? The Chiefs are saying Mahomes. The Bills are saying Allen. The Ravens, even though with Derrick Henry, they're saying Lamar Jackson win the game for Stafford, obviously. All those guys, with the exception of Brock Purdy. I think Brock Purdy is kind of similar to what CJ is, except, I think he understands and feels and fits that system a lot better. But I do think they're probably more run forward first. But everybody else, like, they're driving the bus. Yep. And that jumps out as a difference from CJ to the other guys up there.
Yeah. Yeah, look, we mentioned this earlier. Look, I think when you look at the Texans, and you look at this season, the truth of the matter is with C.J. Stroud is we've seen an extremely high ceiling with C.J. Stroud as rookie year. We've seen the lowest floor that we may have ever seen a playoff caliber quarterback. The way he exited and the way it started against Pittsburgh and the way he exited against New England. So we've seen the extremely high ceiling. We've seen the extremely low floor. And it's just going to be, the more further we get removed from that rookie year, the more people are going to forget that, unfortunately. And you're going to look at kind of how this season ended And then when you go back and you look at the regular season, the highlights of the regular season, it's easy to say that from a quarterback perspective that Davis Mills did, and things were said about Davis Mills, what we hope we would see CJ do, and hope we heard things were being said about CJ Stroud. Davis Mills has the biggest moment of the season for a quarterback in Houston, the comeback
against Jacksonville.
All right, that was absolutely ridiculous.